Would you please bring the microphone right close to you so that we may hear you? That's a voice-activated microphone, and it has to be very close. Ms. Hall, after you decline to answer any questions of the staff on the ground that your answer might tend to incriminate you, both the House and Senate committees secured orders of use immunity compelling you to testify. These orders provide in substance that you may not refuse to provide evidence on the basis of your privilege against self-incrimination. The orders provide that evidence obtained from you under the order may not be used against you in any criminal proceeding. A copy of the orders have been provided to your counsel, and pursuant to the order, I direct you to answer the questions put to you, and I yield to the chairman of the Senate Select Committee.
I wish to have the record show that I concur with the chairman's order.
Ms. Hall is prepared to accept the directions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hall, I understand you have an opening statement. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you may proceed.
I'd like to begin with my name. My name is Fawn Hall, and I reside with my parents in Northern Virginia, where I was born and raised. I attended Annandale High School and graduated in 1977. I started working at the age of 15, and at 16, while still in high school, began my career in government, working for the Department of the Navy. During this period, I also held various part-time jobs, including modeling. I worked for the Navy from 1977 until February of 1983. In February 1983, I was detailed by the Department of Defense to the National Security Council and accepted a position as secretary to then Major Oliver North, United States Marine Corps. I was Lieutenant Colonel North's personal secretary until he left the National Security Council on November 25, 1986. For the nearly 4 years that I worked for Lieutenant Colonel North, my hours were long and arduous, but I found my job to be most fulfilling. During my tenure at the National Security Council, I came to have enormous admiration and respect for not only Lieutenant Colonel North, but for many with whom we worked. I admired them not only for their hard work and professional abilities, but also for their selflessness and deep sense of dedication and loyalty to the President and our country. As a secretary, it was my job to facilitate the smooth operation of the office. I was a dedicated and a loyal secretary and performed my duties in an exemplary manner. I can type. During November 1986, events occurred at the National Security Council which have resulted in my being here today. Although I did not know many of the details relevant to the Iran-Contra initiative, I strongly believed then, as I do now, that the efforts made to support the Contras, obtain the release of the American citizens being held hostage, and respond to moderates in a country as strategically as important as Iran were carried out with only the best of intentions and the interests of this country, the United States. Lieutenant Colonel North had a large portfolio on the NSC staff. He worked tirelessly to carry out the administration's policies with regard to Central America and international counterterrorism. Much of his work is widely recognized. The streamlining of crisis management, the President's National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, the liberation of Grenada, the administration's actions in eliminating death squad activities in El Salvador, the U.S. response in Libya to Colonel Gaddafi's actions against U.S. citizens and interests, the actions to end the numerous terrorist attacks on our innocent persons, such as the TWA 847 and Aquila Laura incident, and the daily efforts to obtain the release of our American citizens held hostage in Beirut. These are major issues of which he was a central and effective player, but they do not include his day-to-day responsibilities of dealing with other interagency issues or public inquiries. I admire Lieutenant Colonel North for his professional integrity and beliefs, his personal commitment to this country, and his ability to be a friend when one is needed. I'd like to take the time to reflect a little bit on Colonel North's, what I was very touched by one time. We were working in the office, and we were working on a crisis, and a gentleman walked in the office and delivered us a copy of the National Bipartisan Commission report and explained that an American citizen electrician had found it in a hotel and had seen the presidential seal and thought it to be a very important document that he should get back to the White House. And it made its way up from the sit room, I believe, to Colonel North because it had to do with Central America. Colonel North at this time said he was very touched by the fact that someone had taken the time to return what he thought was an important document, and he was touched by it also, and said, I think we should try to see if we can't get the president to write this man a letter and thank him. And I think that reflects a little bit on Colonel North's sensitivity. I think it's important. I believe Lieutenant Colonel North has been and continues to be completely loyal to the President and the United States. I would also like at this time to recognize his wife Betsy and their 4 children for their commitment and their sacrifices. I have cooperated fully with the Independent Counsel's Office and with members of this staff and this committee. In particular, I have been treated with great courtesy and respect by Chief Counsel Arthur Lyman, Executive Assistant Mark Belnick, and Chief Counsel John Niels and Deputy Counsel Richard Leone of the House. I appear here to testify and cooperate fully with you as to my personal knowledge of the events into which this committee is inquiring. My testimony will be based solely upon my perspective as a secretary, not that of a policymaker or a policy analyst. I would prefer to have remained a relatively obscure but responsible secretary at the National Security Council, doing, as a friend of mine paraphrased Franklin Roosevelt, the best I know how at the moment for what is right. That option now having been foreclosed, I'm prepared to answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Questions will begin with Mr. Belnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, I take it that you've spent your entire adult career working for various government departments.
Correct.
From June 1976 to October 1977, you were a clerk, steno secretary, assigned to the Chief of Naval Operations of the Department of the Navy.
That's right.
Thereafter, from October 1977 until February 1983, you were assigned as an administrative support assistant to the Chief of Naval Operations.
Correct.
Starting in February 1983, as you said in your opening statement, until November 25, 1986, you were a secretary to Lieutenant Colonel North.
That's correct.
From November 25, 1986, until January 9, 1987, you served as a secretary to Ambassador Oakley.
That's right.
And from that time until the present, you've been employed at the Department of Defense as a secretary.
That's correct.
Ms. Hall, would you describe what your general duties were for Lieutenant Colonel North during the period that you served as his personal secretary?
I carried out the normal responsibilities of a secretary. I answered phones, took messages, relayed messages, typed, filed, kept a calendar, took care of his travel, etc.
Was it your practice at any time to sit in on meetings that Colonel North had?
No.
To listen in on telephone conversations?
No.
Was it Colonel North's practice from time to time to discuss his activities at the office with you?
No.
Now, you say you kept Colonel North's calendar. Was that a fairly accurate record of Colonel North's meetings on a daily basis?
I believe so.
And would you turn in your book to Exhibit FH9 and tell us whether you recognize that exhibit as consisting of certain pages from the calendar you kept for Colonel North?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also keep a log of Colonel North's incoming telephone calls?
Yes, I did.
And that, too, was a fairly accurate record of those calls?
I wouldn't call it an accurate record. It was a log. I didn't keep all incoming calls. If he was there to receive a call, it did not go in the log. That was just to keep track of messages which he needed to return, calls he needed to return. It was not an accurate record of outgoing calls or incoming calls, no.
You kept a record of those calls that needed to be returned when
Correct.
messages were left. And do you know where those logs are today?
They were shredded.
In November of 1986.
Yes.
And we'll get to that later. Would you describe what your working hours were like, Ms. Hall, during the 4 years that you served Colonel North?
We worked very long hours. I usually put in at least a 12-hour day.
Usually starting when?
It varied. Sometimes I would start at 8. A lot of times I started at 10, and we worked on till 9 or 10 at night, usually sometimes later and sometimes earlier.
You rarely left the office, as I understand, before 7 or 8 in the evening.
Almost never.
Okay. Was it Colonel North's practice to dictate memoranda of his meetings?
No, it wasn't.
Would he at certain times dictate minutes of meetings he attended?
He would dictate minutes as requested by the National Security Council in which the President was present.
And as I understand it, on those occasions when Colonel North dictated memoranda to you, you usually typed them directly into your word processor.
Correct.
Now, do you recall the general matters that Colonel North was working on when you became his secretary in 1983 and as it progressed over the years?
I believe when I first began working for him, he was working on development of a crisis management center, and he was working military exercises and Central America. And then when the terrorism incidents began to become more frequent, he picked up that as part of his duties.
And in the course of time, as we'll discuss further, you became at least familiar with his work on what is now known as the Iran Initiative.
Correct.
And you also became familiar with his work in support of the Nicaraguan freedom fighters.
Correct.
All right, now, Ms. Hall, I'd like to turn with you to a description of Colonel North's offices. My understanding is that when you first came to work for Colonel North in February of 1983, he was in room 392 of the old Executive Office Building.
That's correct.
And that was a one-floor office.
Yes.
Colonel North had a private office there,
Yes.
and you worked outside that office.
Correct.
All right. Now, sometime in early 1986, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Earl and Commander Craig Coy began to work with Colonel North. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And they were assigned reporting to him as part of the unit that Colonel North headed up at the National Security Council.
Correct.
There then came a time, as I understand, in May of 1986, when you moved offices.
Yes.
And when was that move, Ms. Hall?
It was in May of 1986.
Was it around the time that Lieutenant Colonel North and Mr. McFarland went to Tehran?
It was during that time, yes.
And what suite did you move to?
Suite 302.
Now, do you recall that during one of our interviews I asked you to prepare a sketch of Suite 302, and you did that for us?
Yes.
And would you look at FH Exhibit 10 and confirm that that is a rendering of the sketch you prepared for us of Suite 302?
Yes, it is.
And we also have a blown-up version of that office on the side. Now, Suite 302 was a two-floor office, correct?
Yes.
Colonel North's office was downstairs,
Yes.
and your desk was immediately outside his
Yes.
office. Next to you was a secretary named Barbara Brown.
Yes.
She came to the NSC around June of 1986,
I believe so, yes.
and she was the secretary for Lieutenant Colonel Earl and for Commander Coy.
Yes.
All right. Upstairs in the second floor of Suite 302, Commander Coy's office was on the left of the diagram, correct?
Yes.
And Colonel Earl's office over on the right.
Yes.
All right. Now, if you'll go back to the first floor of Suite 302 and look directly opposite your desk, that's where the shredding machine was,
Yes, sir.
and there are two safes next to that. One of those safes, the one to the left, which is highlighted in blue on our chart, was a 5-drawer safe, correct?
Correct.
Where was that safe when you were in your previous office, room 392?
It was inside Colonel North's private office.
Had you ever seen the safe open when it was in Colonel North's private office in room 392?
Yes, sir.
What did the safe contain when you saw it open at that time prior to May 1986?
In the top drawer, it contained miscellaneous files and projects. Perhaps someone might come in and talk to him, and he might just, they might write a letter or something about an idea they had, and he would just file it away in a file there. And also military exercises. The second, third, and fourth drawer, I believe, held files that were completely unrelated to either Central America or Iran. And the bottom drawer held 3-ring large notebooks, which I believe were trip reports the security advisors had taken to the regions to visit the heads of state, etc.
Did you have the combination to that safe?
At one time I did, yes.
Did you ever have occasion to open it yourself?
Yes.
And that was to file papers when you were in the old office?
Yes.
Did you ever see that office safe opened again after you moved to Suite 302?
I don't believe so, sir.
Not until November 25, not until November 1986?
Yes.
And is that the safe from which Colonel North removed files to be shredded?
Yes.
All right. Did Colonel North make it a practice to take notes of his daily activities?
Yes, he did.
And where did he make those notes?
He kept a thin spiral reporter's notebook.
All right. And he carried that with him?
Yes, he did.
And he marked down items to be completed, meetings, and so forth?
Yes.
I understand that Colonel Earl maintained a similar notebook.
Yes, he did.
Do you know where Colonel North's notebooks are now?
I don't, sir.
Have you seen any of those notebooks subsequent to Colonel North's dismissal from the NSC on November 25, 1986?
Yes, I have, sir.
Where did you see them?
On occasion, I visited Brendan Sullivan's office, that is his lawyer, to drop off telephone messages from friends and acquaintances and fan mail. And I was in the office and I noticed that there was a stack of them in the corner. I mean, there was a stack of notebooks that I don't know that they were his, but they were reporters' notebooks that similar.
They appeared to you to resemble those in which he had made notes.
Yes.
But you didn't go over and look at the notebooks, and so you can't say for sure whether those are the same notebooks that Colonel North maintained.
Correct.
Do you remember how many you estimated that you saw in the stack in Mr. Sullivan's office?
Maybe 10.
All right. And you identified Mr. Sullivan as Mr. North's current attorney.
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hall, did there come a time when you were in the old office, prior to May 1986, that certain secure communication devices, referred to as KL-43s, were delivered to Colonel North's office?
Yes.
And who delivered those devices?
I believe they came from John Wobensmith of the National Security Agency.
And do you recall how many such KL-43 machines Mr. Wobensmith delivered initially?
A couple, I believe.
Did anyone instruct you on how to use the machine?
I believe Colonel North did.
What did he tell you about how to use it and what the purpose of the KL-43 was?
He instructed me how manually to use it, and I understood it to be a secure communications, acting much like a secure phone.
And over the course of time, you became familiar with the fact that General Secord had such a device in his office,
Yes.
and that it was used by General Secord and also by Robert Dutton.
Yes.
Now, the device came with a printer,
It did, yes.
but it was ordinarily your practice, as I understand, to transcribe the messages that came over the machine, type them, and give them to Colonel North that way.
Yes, sir.
And those papers were frequently referred to as KL-43 traffic, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were familiar with General Secord's administrative assistant?
Yes.
Her name was?
Shirley Napier.
And from time to time, did you have occasion to deliver tapes for the KL-43 machines to Miss Napier?
Yes, I did.
Well, would you describe first for the committees what these tapes were?
It was a small case that had perforated code tapes on it that you ripped off one for each day and plugged into the machine and destroyed at the end of the day.
And these were coded tapes, correct?
Correct.
Supplied to you by or through Mr. Wobensmith.
Yes.
They changed periodically,
Yes.
and so it became necessary for you to make sure that General Secord had the updated tapes, and you did that by delivering the tapes to Miss Napier.
Correct.
And she would pick them up at the old Executive Office building.
Yes, I would meet her out on 17th Street outside the old Executive Office building.
All right. In the course of working with the KL-43 traffic and otherwise in the office, booking Colonel North's travel arrangements, did you become aware of certain of the names that Colonel North used?
Yes, I did.
And what was the name he ordinarily used when he traveled?
William P. Good.
And on the KL-43 messages, did Colonel North refer to himself, and was he referred to frequently by yet another code name?
I think he was used as Good in the KL-43s.
All right. Were there other documents relating to his work with the Contras in which Colonel North used a different code name?
He at one time used the name Mr. Steelhammer.
You recognize that as a name for Colonel North, and there were other pseudonyms used by Mr. Calero. Do you recall? Do you recall that Mr. Calero was referred to from time to time as Barnaby?
Yes, he was referred to as Barnaby or AC or Spark Plug.
In the course of your work, you came to know Spitz Channel,
Yes.
and did he have a name for Colonel North as well?
I remember him referring to him as Mr. Green on a few occasions.
I'd like to talk with you now, Ms. Hall, about some of Colonel North's relationships with certain persons in and outside the government. You knew that the late Director Casey had an office at the old Executive Office building during his term as Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, correct?
Yes.
Was Director Casey a frequent caller to Colonel North?
I would say he was, considering the fact that he was a cabinet member. Yes.
And that Colonel North was a member of the NSC staff?
Yes.
Did he visit Colonel North at times?
I believe he visited our old suite, room 392, on 2 occasions.
And Colonel North went to meetings in Director Casey's office, correct?
Yes.
They had, from your observation, a fairly close relationship, again, given their relative positions in the government.
Correct.
And you heard Colonel North refer to the DCI from time to time as Bill.
Yes.
You wouldn't compare that relationship in any way as the same as Colonel North's dealings with the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense?
No.
Okay. What about Attorney General Meese? Did he call on Colonel North from time to time?
I believe, I don't know that he called frequently. I would say it was maybe once or twice, and I believe that Colonel North has visited Attorney General Meese on at least 1 occasion.
Prior to November 1986?
Yes.
All right. Were you aware of any telephone calls to Colonel North from the President prior to November 1986?
No.
Did Colonel North ever tell you that he had received any such calls from the President?
No.
Were you aware of any one-on-one meetings between Colonel North and the President of the United States prior to November 1986?
No.
And again, Colonel North never claimed to you that he had had such meetings, correct?
No.
Do you know whether Colonel North ever visited the residence at the White House?
I believe he did on 1 occasion.
Do you recall when that was?
No, I don't, sir.
How do you know that that occurred?
I remember that he came back and mentioned that he said something about having been over in the residence, and I think that Mrs. Reagan was also there.
Did he mention why he had been there or what had been discussed while he was there?
No, sir.
And that was again on only 1 occasion.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that the Vice President did not make any calls to Colonel North so far as you're aware?
I believe the Vice President called on 1 occasion, and I remember that it was in room 392.
When was that?
I would say late 1985, probably.
Did Colonel North tell you what he and the Vice President discussed on that occasion?
No, sir.
Is that the only occasion of which you're aware that the Vice President telephoned Colonel North?
Yes.
How about any meetings between Colonel North and the Vice President? Are you aware of any?
Yes, sir.
How many occasions?
I don't know on exactly how many occasions. I'd like to explain that the Vice President
Sure.
worked very closely on the hostage situation, and the families visited often, and Colonel North handled that issue, so he was involved in meetings with the Vice President on that subject.
Were these one-on-one meetings?
No, they were not, sir.
Are you aware of any meetings that were solely between the Vice President and Colonel North?
No, sir.
Michael Ledeen, how would you describe his relationship with Colonel North?
I would say they were friends and associates.
Did Michael Ledeen visit Colonel North's office frequently?
Yes, he did.
For what purpose, so far as you observed?
I believed that Michael Ledeen was a consultant to the NSC on terrorism, and he came to the office to read daily DIA terrorism summaries and monthly summaries. He was there for a reading purpose.
And it was up to Colonel North to designate what things he could read while Mr. Ledeen was in the office?
Outside of the daily summaries and monthly summaries, yes.
Did you come to know Rich Miller and Spitz Channel while you were working for Colonel North?
Yes, I did.
And what did you understand their role to be in relation to assistance for the Nicaraguan freedom fighters?
When I first met them, I understood they were trying to get word out to educate the American people, to get the word out about what was the situation that was in Central America through TV commercials, advertisements, and public speeches by Colonel North.
In the course of your activities, did you become aware or come to form the impression that Messrs. Miller and Channel were engaged in raising money for military assistance to the Contras?
I had on a few occasions received telephone calls from Spitz Channel and his other coworkers outlining what they would have liked Colonel North to say during meetings with their contributors.
And yes, go on.
Some of the conversations were about money for airstrips and helicopters, etc.
You took such messages from them and conveyed them to Colonel North?
Not all of them. I took messages, and we were working at such a fast pace. Normally, Colonel North is under a lot of pressure, and a lot of the messages did not get relayed.
Did you ever become aware whether Colonel North himself was engaged in soliciting persons for financial aid to the Contras?
I didn't sit in the meeting, so I don't know if Colonel North solicited these contributors or not.
Did you ever become aware from any other source, recognizing that you didn't sit in on the meetings, that Colonel North was soliciting contributors to aid the Nicaraguan resistance?
I would have to answer the question no, sir, because I don't know that to be a fact.
All right. Did you come to know a Jonathan Miller during your work for Colonel North?
Yes, I did.
And who was he?
When I first met him, he was an assistant to Ambassador Reich, who was head of the public diplomacy section for Latin America at the Department of State. And Jonathan came to work with our office very closely during our efforts to win the vote for aid to the Contras.
Was he a frequent visitor to Colonel North's office?
Yes,
And you recognized he was working with Colonel North on Central American, Nicaraguan affairs.
yes.
You mentioned legislation. Did you know if he was working on any other matters with or for Colonel North relating to Nicaragua?
I know that he knew Rich Miller, and I believe he knew Spitz Channel, and he worked with them in their efforts also.
Did you come to know a gentleman named William Haskell while you worked for Colonel North?
Yes, I did.
And who was he?
I think that Colonel North knew him as a friend, but I knew that he worked at H&R Block.
Would you describe what he looked like?
A rather thin man, blonde hair, glasses.
Did he have one eye?
I believe so, yes.
And did you come to know him by another name as well?
I never confirmed it, but my own instincts told me that he was the gentleman that I had heard referred to as Olmsted.
And did you ever learn precisely which activities Mr. Haskell/Olmsted was working on with Colonel North?
No, sir.
We mentioned before Shirley Napier, General Secord's administrative assistant, and you've testified to having delivered tapes to Miss Napier from time to time for the KL-43 machine. Now, do you recall that apart from those occasions when you delivered tapes to Miss Napier, that she made deliveries of various packages to you at the old executive office building?
I know that she delivered packages, yes.
Do you recall on how many occasions that happened?
I don't recall.
Do you know what those packages were?
No, I don't.
Well, Ms. Napier has testified to the committees on deposition that she made between 6 and 12 deliveries to you during 1986, and that on those occasions, except for one in particular that we'll discuss, she delivered plain envelopes that contained what to her felt like a papery substance. She didn't know what was inside. Now, having described to you that testimony, does it refresh your recollection at all about specific deliveries that Ms. Napier made to you at the OEOB?
I'm sorry, it doesn't, sir.
You do recall, though, generally that she made deliveries?
Yes.
All right. Now, Ms. Napier testified that specifically on August 26, 1986, she delivered $16,000 in cash to you at the old executive office building, contained in a Federal Express envelope. Do you recall an event such as that?
No, I don't, sir.
Ms. Napier testified further that when she delivered this package to you, and she said it was enclosed at the time, that when she delivered this package to you, you spoke to her and asked her, and I'll give you her testimony, whether you had gone to Miami to get the package or words to that effect. Now, in fact, Ms. Napier testified that she had picked up the $16,000 in cash to be transmitted to Colonel North from an employee of Southern Air Transport in Miami. And again, she testified that she brought it back, gave it to you enclosed in a Federal Express envelope at the OEOB downstairs, and that as she handed it to you, you said to her, in words or substance, "Did you go to Miami and get this, or did you go down there today?" Do you recall any conversation like that with Miss Napier?
Sir, I don't recall the situation, but I don't deny it. There are a lot of things that I don't remember, and I think I would have remembered opening a package that contained $16,000.
You don't recall questioning Miss Napier on whether she had gone to Florida to pick something up for Colonel North?
I don't remember that specifically, but I don't deny it.
And Colonel North never told you to expect an important delivery from Miss Napier or a delivery of cash from her?
I don't recall, sir. I can only offer an understanding that maybe I expressed to him that Shirley was coming over with a package, and he says, "Is it the one from Miami?" And then I took those remarks that he made and also repeated them to her. And that's the only explanation I can give. I just don't recall the situation.
You don't have a recollection of it, but as you said, you're not denying Miss Napier's testimony.
Correct.
I understand you've told me that there were lots of deliveries to Colonel North's office during the years that you worked there.
Yes, a lot. I mean, from all the different departments of the government.
Ms. Hall, did there come a time when you became aware of Colonel North's work on the Iran initiative?
Yes.
When do you recall first learning of that program?
I believe it started with a visit by David Kemshe.
Which would be the summer of 1985?
Correct.
Did Colonel North ever explain the program to you?
No, sir.
But over the course of time, you came to understand that, among other things, it involved the transfer of U.S. weapons to Iran, right?
Yes, sir.
That it also involved, as one of the objectives, the release of American hostages that were then being held in Lebanon.
Yes, sir.
Now, were you ever told by Colonel North that the program also involved using proceeds from the Iran arms sales for the benefit of the Contras?
I don't recall that, sir, no.
Do you ever recall Colonel North joking with you, or joking in the office, to the effect that he was stinging the Ayatollah in the Iran arms program, or that it was ironic that the Ayatollah was paying to support the Contras cause?
It's a little unclear to me because I have a recollection of something like that, but I'm not quite clear if it happened during the office or it's something that's I've thought of since this story has broken. I'm not clear on that.
You don't have any.
It sounds familiar, but I'm not clear. I couldn't.
You don't have a specific recollection?
No, I
of
don't.
It? All right. Would you turn in your exhibit book, please, Ms. Hall, to the exhibit marked FH8? This is a memo which is dated release of American hostages in Beirut, and as the members of the committee know, it was this memo which was discovered by one of the Attorney General's representatives on November 22, 1986, which led to the announcement of the so-called diversion at the Attorney General's press conference on November 25. I've shown you this memo before. You recall, Ms. Hall?
Yes.
And did you type it?
Yes, I did, sir.
Now, in the upper right-hand corner of this memo, which is otherwise undated, there's a handwritten notation, April. Do you see that on the exhibit?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you recognize that handwriting?
It's that of Colonel North.
Colonel North. Now, do you recall who prepared this document originally? That is, who gave you the memo to take?
I believe Colonel North dictated it to me.
You recall North dictating it to you and you typing it from his dictation?
Yes, sir.
Did the memo go through more than one draft?
My recollection is that it did, sir.
Is it your recollection also that one of the drafts was sent out of the office to Admiral Poindexter?
I believe that Admiral Poindexter made some changes to it, yes.
All right. And you typed those changes and prepared an additional draft?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether this memorandum was ever prepared and sent out in a final form?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you know if anyone else saw this memorandum in draft or final, other than you, of course, Colonel North, and Admiral Poindexter?
I don't recall.
If you,
I don't know.
You don't know. If you look at Exhibit 9, the next exhibit, also, Exhibit 8A. Exhibit 8A, which we've also reviewed before during your interviews, you recognize that as another copy of the same memorandum without the handwritten April, right?
Yes.
And the other change we've identified is that in the second full paragraph, where it reads on September 13, September 13 is typed in, whereas on the prior version that we just looked at, Exhibit 8, 13 is written in by hand and 14 is crossed off.
Correct.
You prepared, that is, typed both versions.
Yes, sir.
And I take it that looking at this other version does not affect your recollection as to whether a final was prepared and sent out.
No, it doesn't. I just have to assume that that it was typed for a reason, that it went somewhere. I don't know where it went.
Now, this memorandum, whether in form as Exhibit 8 or 8A, is in a form that's different than the usual memoranda you prepared for Colonel North at the NSC. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like, just so we can be clear, to review with you what the general form and filing procedures were for intelligence-related documents that you prepared at the NSC. Now, typically, from the documents we've seen, there was a cover sheet that was affixed to the memorandum, correct?
Yes.
And that cover sheet would contain the classification of the document, top secret, secret, code word, correct?
Yes, sir.
There would also be a routing slip that would tell who the different people were who were to receive copies of the documents, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we've seen on the memos themselves, in the upper right corner, and we'll be seeing documents like that later in this examination, something that would say System 4,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And under that, typically a number.
Yes.
Now, would you describe, let's do it this way. The NSC record-keeping system involved 3 different systems, right?
Correct.
System 1, System 2, and System 4.
Yes.
There was no System 3.
Yes.
Now, what were System 1 documents?
System 1 documents were routine, not sensitive documents.
Typically addressed administrative matters.
Correct.
What were System 2 documents?
System 2 were documents that were classified a little more sensitive, and they included national security decision directives, meetings with presidential minutes, etc.
Minutes of National Security Council meetings and NSPG meetings, those would be System 2.
Yes.
Now, again, there was no System 3, and then we get to System 4, which is the system document that you would ordinarily be dealing with at Colonel North's office, right?
Well, we dealt with all 3 systems.
Okay. What was a System 4 document?
A System 4 document meant that the document involved a lot of sensitivity and intelligence matters.
Those were the most sensitive documents that you dealt with at Colonel North's office, correct?
Correct.
Where were original System 4 documents filed?
After the action had been completed on the document, the original document was returned to the security officer handled System 4 and filed in his files.
Where was his office in relation to Suite 302?
In relation to Suite 302, it was right next door.
Now, who was the System 4 security officer at the NSC during your tenure until November of 1986?
Jim Radzimski and then Brian Merchant.
Jim Radzimski until November 1986, and then Brian Merchant took over in that month of November, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Radzimski and then Mr. Merchant reported to Kenneth de Graffenried,
Yes, sir.
and you knew him to be the head of the NSC's Intelligence Directorate.
Correct.
And his assistant was named June Bartlett.
Correct.
Now, System 4 documents contained assigned numbers.
Yes.
How did you get those numbers when you prepared System 4 memoranda for Colonel North?
I would place a phone call to the Intelligence Directorate, and I would ask for a System 4 number, and they would rattle off a number, and I would type that on the document.
Again, you'd be requesting it from Radzimski's office.
Correct.
If you decided not to do the document, or Colonel North decided not to do the document, what became of the number?
I would place a phone call back to the same director, Jim Radzimski, and tell him that we no longer needed the number.
And the number was returned to the security office.
Yes, sir.
You don't know if it was used on another document or not at that point.
No, I don't.
Once you finished a System 4 document, how was it typically sent out to the addressee, who in the cases we deal with is typically the National Security Advisor?
The package was compiled, and I Xeroxed a copy for my cron and my subject file, and any other person that had a need to know for the package. I would take the original and either hand-deliver it across the street to the West Wing, where the National Security Advisor's office was, or I would have Jim Radzimski do it if I was being rushed, if I was in a hurry, or perhaps I would envelope it and seal it and indicate that it was classified and sensitive, indicate that it was System 4 document, and put it in a NSC mailbox.
So one copy at least went to the System Security Officer at the Intelligence Directorate,
Yes, a copy went there.
and then the original to the addressee.
Yes.
If it were not a crisis-type document or a hurry-up delivery, was the document supposed to be routed through the Executive Secretariat to the NSC, National Security Advisor?
Yes, sir.
But as you've testified, at times, if there was a rush, some urgency attached to it, either you or someone else would hand carry it directly to the West Wing to the National Security Advisor.
Correct.
We've seen System 4 memos prepared in Lieutenant Colonel North's office that from time to time contain the legend redo on it. You're familiar with that legend?
Yes, sir.
What did it mean?
It meant that a package had gone across the street, and someone along the line, either Executive Secretary or the Deputy or the National Security Advisor himself, had requested changes, and it came back to our office, and we incorporated those changes and indicated that the original was left as is with the changes, and a new package was done, and to indicate that it was changed, we would type in redo.
Redo would be put on the revised document, but the original document would be maintained in the file and not destroyed.
Yes, I think that's the normal practice, yes.
Another legend that we've seen on some of the System 4 memos is one which reads add-on, add-on. You're familiar with that legend?
Yes, sir.
What did it mean?
It meant that a package had gone across the street, and there was, it either had gone out to the agencies asking them to do something, and they had responded. Anyway, the idea is that there was new material to be added to an original package.
And when that material was added, you'd type add-on to the front page.
Correct.
But you'd again preserve the original document. It wouldn't be destroyed.
Yes.
So if there had originally been just a memo, say, from a staff member to the advisor, and then added to it was a proposed memo from the advisor to the president, you'd type add-on the front page.
Correct.
All right. Another legend we've seen is one that reads non-log, non-log. Is that a legend you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And what did it mean?
We use that in cases where it was so administrative it didn't even warrant being in System 1, or it was so sensitive that we didn't want to put it in System 4.
So this was a document that was being prepared and sent outside the system.
It was being sent to the National Security Advisor. It was not put into the series of systems.
It was outside the system.
Yes.
Was a copy of a non-log document sent to the System Security Officer at the NSC?
No, sir.
Now, looking again after that description at Exhibit 8 or Exhibit 8A, the so-called diversion memo, do you recall ever preparing a document before, aside from this document, before or after, which didn't contain a to or a from?
I believe we've done attachments to documents without a to or from. We've done issue-type papers before, yes.
But those were attachments to memos that were to somebody, from somebody.
Yes.
And typically, you also dated the memos you prepared as well, correct?
Normally, yes.
And this memo, as we have it, doesn't have a date on it, right?
Correct.
Can you account for the fact that it's undated?
It could have been that it went through so many reiterations that it was cumbersome to put a date on, or that for some reason maybe Colonel North had told me not to, or I just forgot.
Do you have a recollection of why there's no date on it?
No, I don't, sir.
Do you have a recollection of why there's no system number on it?
No, I don't.
Do you know or recall whether Colonel North told you that this document was to be handled as non-log or outside the system?
I believe he probably indicated that. I don't have a specific recollection.
Do you know why this document doesn't have the name of an addressee or a writer on it?
No, I don't, sir.
Is it possible, Ms. Hall, that this document is only part of a larger memo?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't recall.
I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned that you maintained subject and chronological files of memoranda.
Yes, sir.
Did you maintain those in your office?
Yes.
Where did you keep those files?
The Cron files in Suite 302 were placed in a cabinet that stood behind my desk and Barbara Brown's desk. The subject files were spread out through the office according to the different files.
Do you recall whether you made copies of this document, Exhibit 8 or 8A, and put copies in your subject and Cron files?
I don't have a specific recollection, no, but it would normally have been done, yes.
Normally would have been your practice to put completed memos in those files.
Yes, and in the Cron and the subject file also.
Apart from this exhibit, Ms. Hall, do you have a recollection of typing any other documents which referred to the use of proceeds from the Iran arms sales on behalf of the Contras?
No, I don't, sir.
You recognize that this document, you've seen it before, contains such a reference,
Yes.
and you don't recall Colonel North making any particular mention of that when he dictated it to you or afterwards?
I don't have a specific recollection, no, sir.
Now, you knew, of course, and have testified, that Colonel North was involved in helping the Contra cause against the Sandinistas, correct?
Yes, sir.
You knew that Colonel North met not infrequently with Contra leaders, Messrs. Cruz, Rebello, and Calero.
Yes.
And you knew they communicated from time to time.
Yes, sir.
Did you know at any time while you worked for Colonel North that Colonel North was in any way involved in paying or otherwise transferring funds to any of those Contra leaders or Contra supporters?
I don't know that to be a fact. I do have a recollection of once seeing a spiral notebook Colonel North kept. I believe I saw him writing it once or twice and saw it on his desk, and it had names and dollar amounts in it.
This was a ledger that you saw Colonel North writing in his office?
Yes, sir.
Just describe what it looked like, please.
The way I remember it, it was very similar to something you might buy in a Hallmark card store. It was a manila-colored spiral square type calendar, and I believe my recollection is right that he flipped to the back of it where they allow you to write notes, and that's where the ledger was kept.
Where did you see that ledger?
The last time I remember really seeing it, I believe, is in room 392.
Which would have been before May 1986.
Yes, sir.
You saw Colonel North writing in the ledger?
I believe so, sir.
And you remember seeing a page open with names and columns on it?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the names?
I don't have a specific recollection, no, sir.
Do you have any recollection?
My feeling or my assumption is that it had to do with Central America.
The Contras?
Yes.
Can you recall any specific name that was on that ledger?
I don't have a picture of the ledger in my mind, sir, but I would say that it probably had Calero and Cruz and others on it.
You saw numbers?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand these based on what you saw to be dollar amounts?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what the magnitude was of any of those dollar amounts?
No, I don't, sir.
No recollection of that whatsoever?
No, sir. I'd like to add that I did not open the notebook at any time or question Colonel North on that notebook. I merely was walking in the office and noticed that the notebook was there. I did not take any hard looks at it.
Do you know where Colonel North kept that ledger or notebook?
I don't recall, sir, not really.
Did he
I
ever-
think that he might have kept it to the right of his old desk in 392 where some drawers.
In any event, he never asked you to make any entries in it or file it?
No, sir.
And you never saw it again after you moved from the old office to Suite 302?
I don't recall, sir.
Now,
I don't recall seeing it after 392.
you recall hearing rumors around your office that Colonel North kept cash in Suite 302 or Suite 392?
Yes, sir.
Were those fairly widespread stories?
I think they were within office.
And what do you recall hearing?
I don't have a specific recollection. I just have a feeling of that. Just a moment, sir. As you know, sir, you have brought to my attention the fact that I was given 3 traveler's checks.
We'll get to that.
Okay, well, it's hard for me to explain to you why I had this feeling, and that would help in this case.
We'll go to the traveler's checks in 1 second. Let me just ask whether you ever asked Colonel North about any of the stories you heard concerning the possibility that he kept cash in the office.
Absolutely not.
Do you know whether he was familiar with those stories?
I would assume so, yes.
Did you ever hear him make a statement of anger or denial about such stories being passed around the office?
No, sir.
And did you have the impression that the stories were true?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you referred to moments ago, I had asked you at one point during our interviews whether you had ever received or borrowed cash from Colonel North, and in one of our early interviews you had recalled an occasion when you thought you had borrowed some $20 from him, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then subsequently, the committees came into the possession of certain documents, including traveler's checks, which I showed you, and copies of which now appear as Exhibit 7 in your binder. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, having looked at those traveler's checks during our interviews, and you see them again now, it's FH7. Until I showed you the traveler's checks, you did not recall this event. Is that correct, Ms. Hall?
Yes, sir.
Having seen the traveler's checks, copies of which are on Exhibit 7, you recognize your signature in both places on the 3 checks.
Yes, sir.
3 checks totaling $60, each for $20.
Yes, sir.
They're dated June 21, June 22, and June 23 of 1985. And looking at the calendar, we established that that was a weekend, beginning with Friday, June 21.
Yes, sir.
Now, with those facts, what do you recall about these checks and your obtaining them from Colonel North?
I recall that June 21st was a Friday, and we were working late, and I was planning a weekend to the beach, but yet the banks had closed, and I didn't have any cash to go to the beach with. And I recall that I asked Colonel North to borrow some money. At the time, I thought it was $20. It appears now that I had asked for $60, and Colonel North obviously handed me $60 in traveler's checks.
Do you recall where Colonel North physically took the checks from?
No, I don't, sir.
Or did he get them from his desk, from his pocket, from one of the safes?
I don't recall, sir. I don't believe I was present in the room when he gave them to me. I think I would have remembered.
Well, where do you think he was, and where were you when he went to get the checks?
I would have to say that I was probably outside at my desk and had asked him earlier for them, and maybe gone back in and he already had them out. I just don't recall where he got them from.
You have no recollection of whether they were on his desk or whether he took out a wad of traveler's checks or went to a safe?
No, sir.
Now, when he handed you the checks, did he say anything?
My recollection is that he said, make sure you return, pay back the money, it's not mine.
Referring to the traveler's checks.
Correct.
You cashed them that weekend as indicated at a gas station, a market, and a beach package store,
Yes.
and you subsequently repaid Colonel North.
Yes, sir.
Was there ever any other occasion when you saw Colonel North with traveler's checks or saw Colonel North with traveler's checks?
I don't recall, sir. No, I don't believe I've ever seen him with traveler's checks.
Any other occasion on which you borrowed money from Colonel North?
No.
When Colonel North gave you the checks, or during the ensuing weekend, did you happen to notice that they were drawn on a bank in Central America?
At the time, yes, sir.
Did you find that curious?
I found it unusual.
And did you ask Colonel North how he happened to have traveler's checks that were drawn on a Central American bank?
No, I didn't, sir. It was my policy not to ask questions. It was just something.
Did you ask Colonel North where he got the traveler's checks from?
No, sir.
And he didn't volunteer any of that information?
No, sir.
Now, can you recall another incident sometime after June of 1986, which also adds to your impression that Colonel North was dealing to some extent with cash?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Let me take it this way. Do you recall a gentleman called Father Dowling, Father Tom Dowling?
Yes, sir.
Who did you understand Father Dowling to be?
I understood him to be a priest, and I think that he dealt with Colonel North regarding Central America.
You thought that Father Dowling was a priest based on his clerical garb that he wore?
Correct.
Did Colonel North ever tell you that he was a priest?
No, but I have seen the father in his clerical garb before.
And you knew him as somebody who had an interest in Central America?
Yes, sir.
He was a frequent caller at the office?
I would say so, yes.
Do you recall that Colonel North arranged a photo opportunity for Father Dowling and another priest in June of 1986, a photo opportunity with the President?
Yes, sir.
Now, the other priest, Mr. Chairman, with the committee's permission, we'll refer to as Father Z because the name is protected and we've been asked to use that formulation. Father Z is someone you associated with Father Dowling as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was a Nicaraguan priest?
Yes, sir.
And he too joined Father Dowling at the photo opportunity that Colonel North set up in June of 1986 with the President.
Yes, sir.
Sometime following that event, when you saw Father Dowling, Father Z, and Colonel North, do you recall receiving a telephone call from Father Dowling who was upset about a matter?
Yes, sir. He had called a couple times, I believe, and expressed that Mr. Z had not received what he was waiting for. And I think the last time I remember Father Dowling calling, he was very desperate, and Colonel North happened to be leaving the office at the time, and I expressed to him Father Dowling's desperation. He said, get Rich Miller on the phone and make sure that he takes care of that. And Colonel North left. I placed a call to Rich Miller and expressed the fact that Father Dowling had called and that Father Z had not received what he was expecting.
And did you associate that request and that event with a transfer of funds?
That was my association.
Based on something that was said to you on the phone by Father Dowling?
Yes, sir.
All right, so from those events, that call, the traveler's checks, and the ledger, you formed the impression that Colonel North was dealing to some extent with money and it related to the Contras.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to turn now to the Iran matter and the events of November, but before we do, I want to clear up one other point that's been raised before the committees. Do you remember a time in or about early June of 1986 when you were asked by Colonel North to type an account number on a card?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that Assistant Secretary Elliot Abrams was present at that time?
I thought that it was someone else, but I now realize that it was Secretary Abrams, yes.
Your best recollection now is that Secretary Abrams was present.
Yes, sir.
This was in your office at Suite 302?
Yes, sir.
And would you describe, please, for the committees, what happened?
I was sitting at my desk. Colonel North passed me a piece of paper with an account number on it and asked me to type it. I pulled out a 3x5 index card, typed what I saw, and returned the slip of paper that he had given me and the card.
To Colonel North?
Yes.
And as far as you know, you typed on the card precisely the account number which Colonel North gave you on the slip of paper?
Yes, sir.
And you understand from subsequent events that that is the account number which has come into controversy in connection with a contribution from Brunei?
Yes, sir.
When you handed the paper, and after you handed the paper and the card with the number to Colonel North, typed as you saw the number on the slip, that was the last time you saw or heard about that?
Yes, sir.
Now turning to the events, Ms. Hall, of November 1986, you recall that early in the month of November, the foreign press broke the story about the Iran initiative.
Yes, sir.
And shortly thereafter, you were aware that the NSC staff was working on preparing a chronology of events relevant to the Iran initiative.
Yes, sir.
What did you learn about the preparation of that chronology at the time?
Colonel North was preparing it, I assume at the direction of the National Security Advisor, and I don't know who else, to set the record straight.
Did you hear any discussions of events to be put in or left out of that chronology?
I don't recall, no.
You recall participating to the extent of helping type the various drafts of the chronology.
Yes, sir.
And you recall also an occasion when Mr. McFarland came into your office during the preparation of the chronologies
Yes, sir.
and typed an insert using the profs machine in Colonel North's inside office?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone tell you specifically what the purpose of these Iran chronologies was?
I don't recall, sir.
Now, you recall that November 21st was a Friday in 1986.
Yes, sir.
Would you turn to Exhibit FH9? The second page of the exhibit has Colonel North's calendar entries for that day. And you see two references on that day, Friday, November 21, to Michael Ledeen.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether Mr. Ledeen was in the office on that day?
My recollection is that, the appointment that shows at 11 o'clock, I believe, with Mr. McFarland, Mr. Ledeen, was not held in our office. I did not know at the time where the meeting was held. The later meeting at 2:30, I believe that Michael probably came to the office. That's my recollection.
Do you recall what Mr. Ledeen did in the office on that day?
I have no idea, sir.
Do you know what was discussed at the earlier meeting outside of the office among Messrs. McFarland, Ledeen, and North?
I have no idea, sir.
Now, there's also an entry on the calendar for November 21 at 5:30, Tom Green.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether Mr. Green was in the office on that day at or about that time?
I don't believe he was, sir. I think he picked up Colonel North outside the office.
Did you know who Tom Green was as of November 21, 1986?
I knew that Tom Green was a lawyer.
And had you had occasion to place calls to him and take calls from him while you were working for Colonel North?
Yes, sir.
And did such calls occur both before and after May of 1986?
Yes, sir.
Did you know what Colonel North's business was with Mr. Green on any of those occasions?
No, I didn't, sir.
Did you know whether Mr. Green was representing Colonel North at any time up to November 21, 1986?
No, I didn't.
You knew he was a lawyer, Tom Green.
Yes?
Did you know who he was a lawyer for?
No?
Now, sometime during the afternoon on Friday, November 21, 1986, did Colonel North hand you several documents and ask you to make changes?
Yes, sir.
Would you describe generally what he handed to you and what he asked you to do?
I was sitting at my desk, and he came outside his office and handed me 3 or 4 original System 4 packages with changes indicated on them, I believe in red or blue ink, I'm not sure, and asked me to make the changes, and I did so.
These were handwritten changes,
Yes, sir.
and they were handwritten changes on original System 4 documents.
Yes, sir.
And so far as you knew, where had those original System 4 documents been up until that point?
I have no idea, sir.
Did you recognize them as completed documents?
Yes, sir.
So that ordinarily, those documents would have been in the original files maintained by the System 4 security officer right next door to your office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who by that time in November was Brian Merchant.
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize the handwriting on the original System 4 documents that Colonel North gave you?
Yes, sir.
Whose handwriting was it?
Colonel Norris.
Up until that time, Ms. Hall, had you ever been asked by Colonel North or anyone else to make changes to original, completed System 4 documents?
I don't believe so, sir.
Did you make the changes that Colonel North indicated?
Yes.
And did you destroy the marked-up originals that Colonel North gave you with the changes written in?
Yes, I did.
Did Colonel North ask you to destroy those marked-up originals?
I don't know if he told me to destroy them, or if I just destroyed them on my own initiative.
You understood from the circumstances exactly what you were expected to do.
Yes, sir.
Now, there were various action lines on these memos, which we'll review, for approve or disapprove check marks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once you revised or altered the documents and came up with altered originals, did you go back and check those boxes as indicated?
Yes, I asked Colonel North what he wanted me to do, and he said just go ahead and check them. And I checked them as I thought that they reflected the other originals.
And Colonel North made it a practice usually of putting his initial N on the front of documents, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you put his N on each of the altered originals which you prepared?
Yes, sir.
Now, you'll recall that when we spoke, in the absence of the documents, you could not remember the specific documents or the specific changes that you made.
That's right, sir.
Did you pay attention to any of those changes when Colonel North handed you the documents and said, "Here, make these changes"?
No, I didn't.
Did you ask Colonel North why he wanted you to make those changes?
No, I didn't.
Did you read the changes that he made?
No, I didn't.
Did you appreciate the significance of the changes that Colonel North was asking you to make to those original System 4 documents?
No, I didn't.
Weren't you curious?
It was a policy of mine not to ask questions and just to follow instructions. I believed in Colonel North and what he was doing. I had no right to question him.
And so you took the original documents and made the changes that Colonel North told you to make.
Yes, I did.
And again, absent anything else, you could not recall what those documents were by substance or what the changes were that Colonel North asked you to make.
That's correct.
But you did recall one or so of the System 4 numbers that were on the documents,
I believe I
correct?
recalled a System 4 number, yes.
And we then subsequently found a handwritten note which we showed you containing System 4 numbers. You recall that?
Yes.
Would you look at FH Exhibit 1? Now, FH Exhibit 1, Ms. Hall, is a note which was produced to us by the White House, and it contains various System 4 numbers.
Yes.
And that is the note we showed you that helped refresh your recollection and indeed lead us to copies of the altered documents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize whose handwriting that note is in?
Mr. McFarland's?
Do you recall when you first saw this handwritten note by Mr. McFarland, FH Exhibit 1?
I believe it was in the summer of 1985.
And where did you see it?
It was taped to the ledge of Colonel North's desk in his suite 392.
Taped to the ledge near his computer terminal?
Yes, sir.
And do you associate first seeing FH 1 with the time that congressional inquiries were underway into Colonel North's activities on behalf of the Contras?
Yes, sir.
You were familiar at the time that Congressman Hamilton and Congressman Barnes had made such inquiries?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that documents were being pulled from System 4 files around that time as part of the response to the inquiry?
I don't recall, sir, no.
But you do associate this list of numbers by Mr. McFarland with those inquiries?
Yes.
The sheet of handwritten numbers remained taped to Colonel North's desk until the time you moved in May 1986?
Yes.
By the way, was the circle around the number 401214 at the time you first saw the note?
I don't believe so, sir.
Was the word cover on the note?
Yes.
And the inscription on the right below, 19, either Jan or June, Yetiot, Aranot, do you recall seeing that when it was typed to the desk?
No, sir.
Do you know what that note refers to?
No, I don't, sir.
Do you recognize it as the name of an Israeli newspaper?
No, I don't.
So you saw the list just with the numbers and the word cover?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you take a look at Fawn Hall Exhibit 1A? This is another version of the same note with some text at the bottom, which I'll read into the record. All originals attached except 401214. According to computer, all copies of 401214 were destroyed. Please return these documents to me when you have finished. Brian. Do you recognize that handwriting?
I don't recognize the handwriting, sir, but the name I associate with Brian Merchant, the System 4 keeper.
Okay. There is another handwritten note at the bottom which reads, signed out to Ollie North, J.B. Do you recognize that handwriting?
Again, I do not recognize the handwriting. JB I associate with June Bartlett, Kindergrafen Reed's secretary.
And based on this note, it appears that the documents were at least first requested, if not signed out, on November 21, 1986, which is the date that you were handed original System 4 documents to alter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not see this note at the bottom prior to our interviews.
That's right.
Now, Ms. Hall, there was another way that you were able to help us identify the altered and the unaltered documents, and I'd like you to please turn to FH Exhibit 2. That exhibit is on a letterhead which reads National Security Council in the center, and over on the left it reads Memorandum, correct?
Yes.
That form of letterhead was in use during 1985, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that form of letterhead discontinued by 1986?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you take a look at Fawn Hall Exhibit 2A? And you'll see that that is on a letterhead which doesn't have the word memorandum, correct?
Yes.
And in the center, it not only reads National Security Council, but it also contains Washington, D.C. and the zip code, right?
Yes.
That form of paper was in use at the NSC in 1985, was it not?
Yes, it was.
But never for memos from the staff to the National Security Advisor.
I don't
correct?
believe it was supposed to be used for that purpose, no.
So that in 1985, you would not have prepared a memo such as Exhibit 2A on that National Security Council letterhead.
That's correct.
You would have prepared it on the form of letterhead that we saw on Exhibit 2.
Yes.
But by 1986, November 1986, when you were asked to make altered versions of certain documents, that memorandum letterhead had been discontinued, correct?
Yes.
So that all you had was the letterhead we see on Exhibit 2A, National Security Council, Washington, D.C.,
Yes.
which indicates to you that that document wasn't prepared in 1985.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to go through the documents. Let's begin, if we may, Ms. Hall, with Exhibit FH2, which is a memorandum for Mr. McFarland from Lieutenant Colonel North, dated February 6, 1985, and the subject is Nicaraguan arms shipments. You have that document before you?
Yes, I do.
We also have a blow-up of the document on the wall to the right. You notice the System 4 number is 402003, correct?
Yes.
And that is one of the numbers which appears on the handwritten list, FH Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Now, this document was prepared originally on or about February 6, 1985, as the date indicates. And you have no independent recollection, as we've established, of what the document contained then and what changes were made in the document on November 21, 1986.
That's correct.
Well, let's then review the document for the committee, and let me explain the coloring on the documents as they've been put up. On the original document, material that's deleted is highlighted in blue ink. On what we believe to be the altered version of the document, material that was put in that did not appear on the original document is highlighted in orange. Now, going through Exhibit 2. Exhibit 2 in its original form, where the blue highlighting occurs, was a memorandum from Lieutenant Colonel North to Mr. McFarland, in which he advised that a Nicaraguan merchant ship was unloading cargo in Asia, and in the blacked out portion was taking on lethal cargo, weapons, for the Contras at a certain other spot in the east. Colonel North then goes on, as you see at the bottom of page 1 of Exhibit 2, to present 3 options to Mr. McFarland for dealing with that vessel. He says that the shipment of weapons could be seized and the weapons could be delivered to the Nicaraguan resistance, or he says the ship could be sunk, or he says publicity could be given to the shipment and the parties involved in order to prevent the delivery that way. If we then turn to the second page of Exhibit 2, Colonel North provides Mr. McFarland additional details concerning the possibility of having Mr. Calero and his people assist in some way with preventing the delivery of those weapons to Nicaragua. And the memorandum concludes with a recommendation that Mr. McFarland authorize Mr. Calero to be provided with information on this ship and to be approached on the matter of seizing or sinking it. Beneath that, there is a handwritten notation, and Ms. Hall, do you recognize that as Admiral Poindexter's writing?
Yes, I do.
The notation in Admiral Poindexter's writing reads, "We need to take action to make sure the ship does not arrive in Nicaragua." Now, Ms. Hall, before we go to the other version of Exhibit 2, once you made the changes and you destroyed the marked up originals, what were you going to do with the altered originals?
The altered originals I plan to Xerox and replace the Cron copy and the subject file copy, and then return the original altered document to the System 4 keeper.
All right. At that time, you recognized that you had your own copies in your subject and Cron files in the office of the same documents that Colonel North was asking you to change, right?
Yes, sir.
So to complete the alteration process and to make it effective, you knew you had to substitute the new altered original for the copies that were in your files and get rid of those copies, right?
Yes, sir.
And to complete the process finally, you understood that you had to then get the altered original back to Mr. Merchant's shop to be refiled, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get past the step of destroying the originals that Colonel North had marked up?
I destroyed the originals, made the changes, assembled the packages, began to Xerox them, and I was stopped in the process by what I now think is probably the shredding incident.
Which we'll get to. In any event, you were interrupted while you were making copies or endeavoring to make copies of the documents, the altered originals, correct?
Yes.
So you never had the opportunity to get out of your files the copies of the unaltered documents,
Yes, sir.
or to get the altered originals back to the security office,
Yes.
which accounts for why 2 copies of each document were found ultimately in the files.
Yes.
Now, having gone through Exhibit 2, we'll take a look at FH Exhibit 2A. And you'll notice that bears the same System 4 number as Exhibit 2, correct? 402003, right?
Yes, sir.
But now that 2-page memo concerning the ship Monimbo and its proposed weapons delivery to Nicaragua has been shrunk to a one-page memo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that memo deletes all discussion of the three options that Colonel North had put to McFarland: sink, seize, or publicize, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is inserted in place of any of those options or any discussion of the Contras helping with an operation to seize the ship is a recommendation, in effect, to declassify the information that Colonel North had about the ship so it could be printed in the overseas news media.
Yes.
And we believe this to be one of the documents that you were asked to prepare on November 21, correct, Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Again, it is on letterhead that you would not have been using for such a memo in 1985.
Yes, sir.
And that appears to be your N next to Oliver North's name.
Yes, sir.
Now, I notice that the approve box in Exhibit 2A is checked. There is no check on the approve line in Exhibit 2, the original of the memo. Do you have any recollection of whether you were asked specifically to check the approved box on 2A?
I believe that, I don't have a specific recollection. I believe that I probably saw Admiral Poindexter's handwriting and realized I couldn't exactly redo that and decided just to check the approve line, which is similar to his comment.
And again, if you had been able to finish the process, what the files would have been left with is what we see as Exhibit 2A. There would have been no Exhibit 2, including no handwritten notation by Admiral Poindexter.
That's correct.
Let's turn then, if we may, to the next document, which is FH Exhibit 3. That document bears the System 4 number 400215. And again, Ms. Hall, that is one of the numbers on the McFarland handwritten list, Exhibit 1, is it not?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
This was a document prepared originally on or about March 5, 1985. It is a memo from Colonel North to Mr. McFarland, and it pertains to aid to the Nicaraguan resistance from a certain Central American country, the name of which has been deleted from the unclassified version of this memo. Now, in this memo, as we see from reading it, Colonel North proposes to Mr. McFarland that Mr. McFarland send a memorandum to the Secretary of State, to the Secretary of Defense, to the Director of Central Intelligence, and to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, asking for their views on increased U.S. assistance to this Central American country, and proposing that such increased assistance be given. Colonel North then goes on in Exhibit 3 to say to Mr. McFarland that the real purpose of the proposed memo to the cabinet officers would be to find a way to compensate the Central American country for the extraordinary assistance that that country had been furnishing to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters by facilitating the delivery of lethal assistance, weapons, through the provision of false end-user certificates. And Colonel North goes on to point out to Mr. McFarland on page 2 of Exhibit 3 that the proposed memo to the senior cabinet officials does not refer to any of those arrangements which had been made by the Central American country to help the freedom fighters. The recommendation is that Mr. McFarland sign the proposed memo to the senior cabinet officers and send it along, a memo which contained, as Colonel North put it, no reference to the real purpose of the recommendation. And then, as you'll see, there were various attachments, the first being the proposed memo to the secretaries, the DCI, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. The second being copies of the false end-user certificates, and the third being a wish list of military equipment requirements for the Contras, which Colonel North also refers to in his memo to Mr. McFarland. And again, as far as you know, Ms. Hall, you would have prepared this document, that is, typed it for Colonel North back in March of 1985.
Yes, sir.
Now let's look then at Exhibit FH3A. It bears the same System 4 number as Exhibit 3, does it not? 400215?
Yes, sir.
Only it's on the letterhead that you wouldn't have used in 1985, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that looks like your N next to Oliver North's name.
Yes, sir.
The subject is the same subject as Exhibit 3 in its 1985 manifestation, namely aid to the Nicaraguan resistance by the same unidentified here Central American country. Only now that two-page memo has been reduced to 2 paragraphs, the first of which tells Mr. McFarland that there is a proposed memo to the senior cabinet members asking for their views on assistance, increased assistance to the Central American country, and the second of which simply says that your memo, Mr. McFarland, also urges that we provide the assistance, and the approved box is checked. And again, you recall that it would have been you who checked the approved box on Exhibit 3A.
Yes, sir.
Now, I notice that Exhibit 3A, although it no longer refers in text to the real purpose of the attached memo or to the end-user certificates, continues to attach or to indicate an attachment of end-user certificates and the wish list of weapons for the Contras, all reference to which had been deleted from the memo itself, correct?
Yes, sir.
We've talked about that. Can you account for why the end-user certificates and the military equipment wish list were left in when the references to them were the object of Colonel North's deletions?
All I can say is it emphasizes the fact that I didn't read the changes that were being made, or else I would have realized to remove the attachments, and it also emphasizes the fact that Colonel North, to my recollection, did not give me any further instructions other than to change them.
You were uneasy while you were making these changes, weren't you?
I felt a little bit of uneasiness when he asked me to do it, but again, as I've stated, I believe in Colonel North, and I know that there must have been a good reason why he was asking me to do this, and I did as I was told.
Did you know at the time that Colonel North asked you to do this that the President of the United States had asked the Attorney General to make an inquiry into the facts concerning the delivery and sale of American weapons to Iran?
I did not recall that, no.
Did Colonel North mention to you that he knew the Attorney General had been asked to undertake that assignment and would be coming to the office to review documents, or that his representatives would be coming the very next morning?
No, sir.
You did not know any of those things when you made the changes that Colonel North requested, right?
No, sir.
While you were making the changes, did anybody come over to your desk?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Commander Craig Coy.
And what did you do when Commander Coy approached your desk while you were altering the documents?
I turned the documents over, face down.
Why?
I felt that it was my policy not to expose or talk about what I was doing, and I felt that I didn't know whether Colonel North had shared with Commander Coy what he was doing, and I felt that it wasn't my place to show Commander Coy what I was doing.
You weren't totally comfortable with what you were doing, were you, Miss Hall?
I would say that I wasn't totally comfortable, yes. But as I've said before, I believe that Colonel North had a good reason for doing what he was doing, and I'm not going to question that.
He didn't tell you what that reason was?
No, he didn't.
Let's take a look now at Exhibit FH4. FH4 is a memorandum dated March 16, 1985, from Colonel North to Mr. McFarland. It contains the System 4 number 400246, and that again, Ms. Hall, is another one of the document numbers appearing on the McFarland list.
Yes, sir.
All right. This document was typed on or about March 16, 1985, and its subject is fallback plan for the Nicaraguan resistance. Now, the document, as it appeared on March 16, 1985, or at least as we have it, consisted of 3 pages. The first page of which was a cover memorandum from Colonel North, in which he said that a fallback plan had been developed, that plan which is laid out on the second 2 pages, a fallback plan to aid the Nicaraguan resistance on the assumption that the Congress decided not to rescind the restrictions on Contra aid that were then in force. Colonel North goes on to tell Mr. McFarland that secrecy for the plan, in his words, is paramount, and that the other key to the plan is that the present donors continue their relationship with the resistance beyond the current funding figure. The recommendation that Colonel North makes to Mr. McFarland is that if Senators Durenberger and Lugar indicate that there is an unwillingness on the part of Congress to support resumption of full United States government aid to the Nicaraguan resistance, then Mr. McFarland ought to discuss this fallback plan with the Secretary of State. Now, if you look at the second page of the exhibit, Exhibit 4, Colonel North begins laying out there and continues on the page after precisely what he proposes as that fallback option. And very briefly, the Colonel tells Mr. McFarland that the funding which is then being provided by the current donors would be sufficient to carry the resistance until October, provided that additional monies were raised for non-military supplies. Colonel North's proposal to raise that money is that the President of the United States, instead of returning to the Congress for assistance as contemplated by the statute then in force, that instead of doing that, the President make a sudden and dramatic appeal over nationwide television to the citizens of the United States, asking them to contribute to the Nicaraguan resistance, correct? And he proposes that there be established a non-profit, tax-exempt organization for that purpose, that the Contra leaders be informed, and that the President's speech be conceived and put together in total secrecy. Would you now take a look at Exhibit 4A? Exhibit 4A bears the same System 4 number as Exhibit 4, 400246, only this one reduces what was a 3-page memorandum to a 1-paragraph memorandum. And in that paragraph, Colonel North has deleted all reference to any fallback plan and says instead that Congress seems reluctant to rescind the aid restrictions and that there therefore is a need to develop a fallback plan for supporting the resistance. And he states that the best fallback we have is to stress that while President Reagan is unwilling to use U.S. troops in Nicaragua, all available intelligence supports the realization that we will have to in the 1990s if there is not a democratic outcome now. You've checked the approve box on that document, and this too is one of the documents that we believe you prepared at Colonel North's request on November 21, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's turn then to Exhibit 5. Exhibit 5 bears the System 4 number 402007, which you recognize as another of the numbers on Mr. McFarland's list, correct?
Yes, sir.
That document, as prepared on April 11, 1985, contained a discussion of FDN military operations, which had been made possible by funding that had been provided through the donors after the cutoff of American aid by the Congress. On page 2, Colonel North concludes that the money on hand will be insufficient to enable the resistance to grow to a larger force than it had achieved unless efforts were made to seek additional funds of $15 to $20 million from the current donors. By the way, Ms. Hall, did Colonel North ever identify to you or describe to you who he meant by the present donors or the current donors in these memoranda?
No, he didn't.
In any event, Colonel North recommends that those donors be approached for more aid, and on page 3 of the memo, that recommendation is stated succinctly. He attaches to the memo a list of expenditures and outlays by the resistance. Now, let's compare that document, Exhibit 5, with Exhibit FH 5A. And as we look at those pages, in general, information that seems to have been acquired actively by Colonel North has been deleted, and instead there are phrases such as, according to information they, the resistance, have given us. There's a more passive tense used when describing the type of knowledge that Colonel North had, but the most dramatic change on the document comes at the end. All references to the present donors or funding by the present donors have been deleted from the document, and instead of making a recommendation that the current donors be approached for increased aid, the recommendation is that Congress be approached for increased aid. The specific recommendation then at the very end of the memo on page 3 is, quote, that you brief the President on the current situation and urge concerted action on immediate congressional approval of a $14 million CIA supplemental and a $75 to $100 million for the next fiscal year. And again, you've checked the approve box on page 3 of that memo.
Yes, sir.
Now, I won't ask that Exhibit 5B be put up, but if you'll turn to it in your book, you'll see that Exhibit 5B is a memo dated May 1, 1985, containing the System 4 number 400453, which is another number that was on the McFarland list, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from comparing it, although it is dated May 1, 1985, it appears to be the same as the altered version of the April document, namely Exhibit 4A, correct? Or 5A, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And do you have any recollection of why the document was prepared with a date of May 1 as well as a date of April 11?
I think I've said it's a possibility that the memorandum went across the street and was revised or asked to be redone in May.
But you have no specific recollection.
No, I don't.
And I should advise you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that we have not, at this point, located a May 1, 1985 unaltered document. The only document we've been able to find so far is the one which appears as Exhibit FH5B, which is the same as the altered April document. The circle around 401214 for the information of the committee is explained by the note on FH Exhibit 2. At the time that these documents were requested, that is FH Exhibit 1A, at the time the original System 4 documents were requested, back in 1986 from the security officer, he could not locate a 1985 document that contained 401214 as the system number. He believed that those documents had been destroyed, and he so advised on his note. Subsequently, during the course of this investigation, Mr. Chairman, a document bearing that number was located in the files of the NSC, except it was a 1984 memorandum. When the documents had been requested, the security officer did not look in the 1984 files. That document is a December 4, 1984 memo from Colonel North to Mr. McFarland, which has been previously marked in this hearing as Gaston Seeger, Exhibit 1, and it is the memo in which Colonel North recounts a meeting at the Cosmos Club with a military representative of country number 4. Now that accounts for all the documents, Ms. Hall, that were listed on McFarland's handwritten note. During the course of our work, however, we came upon another document, you'll recall, that we showed you, which appears also to have been altered. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Would you look then at Exhibit 6? Exhibit 6 is a document dated May 31, 1985, system number 400564, which does not appear on the McFarland handwritten list, and it is entitled The Nicaraguan Resistance Near-Term Outlook from North to McFarland. The document contains, as its title suggests, a description by North of how the Nicaraguan resistance is doing at that time and what its prospects are. On the last page of the document, directly before the recommendation, the sentence appears, "The only portion of current activity which will be sustained as it has since last June will be the delivery of lethal supplies." You see that on the document?
Yes.
Would you now turn to Exhibit 6A? Bears the same System 4 security number, the same date, and you'll notice that the first page is on the letterhead that was in use in 1985 but not in 1986. Correct, Ms. Hall?
Yes, sir.
We've compared it. The first two pages of Exhibit 6A are identical to the first two pages of Exhibit 6. The changes come on the last page. And the striking change on the last page is that the sentence which I read, which refers to lethal assistance, has been deleted. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And there is also a sentence higher on the page in the first full paragraph, which has been changed. On the original of the document, that sentence refers to a series of meetings with Rivera and his representatives, and then subsequent meetings with another Contra leader named Stedman Faggeth. In 6A, the reference is simply to a series of meetings with Stedman Faggeth and nothing to do with the meeting Rivera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you have any recollection, Ms. Hall, of when you revised this document?
I don't have an independent recollection, but I know from our talks that I think we've determined that it was probably done in '85 when the letterhead was still in existence.
And I've refreshed you with Mr. McFarland's testimony at this hearing, page 189, the May 11 transcript, in which he described reviewing various documents with Colonel North in the late fall or in the late summer or early fall of 1985 in connection with the congressional inquiries, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was describing, talking to Colonel North about the documents being unclear, that Colonel North's intent might be misread, and Mr. McFarland testified that he, Colonel North, just said, quote, "You are misreading my intent, and I can make it reflect what I have said if this is ambiguous to you," and I, that's Mr. McFarland, said, "All right, do that." Continuing, within the matter of a day or two, he, Colonel North, returned to my office, and he had 2 single pages. One of them was the same text, or close to it, of the first page of a memorandum. As far as we've been able to tell, Ms. Hall, the first page of 6A is the same as the first page of 6, correct?
Yes.
Mr. McFarland continued that the other piece of paper Mr. North returned with was the last page of a memorandum. And the last page of 6A is where we found the changes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so from hearing that testimony, your general recollection, although you don't recall independently, is that this document probably was changed around the fall of 1985 or sometime thereafter,
Yes, sir.
but not on November 21, 1986.
Yes, sir.
That completes the testimony on those documents. Now, Ms. Hall, on the same day as you were asked to make the changes that we've reviewed in 1986, November 21, you said before that your work on those documents probably was interrupted by the shredding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you do recall that shredding of documents occurred in Suite 302 on that day.
Yes, sir.
Tell us how it began and when it began.
To the best of my recollection, it was early evening. I don't have a clear recollection of how it started. I believe that Colonel North probably opened the 5-drawer safe and began to pull items from it, and I joined him in an effort so that he would not have just wasting his time shredding. And as he pulled documents from each drawer and placed them on top of the shredder, I inserted them into the shredder. At the same time, I asked him if I could go ahead and shred the prof's notes and phone logs, and he acknowledged that I should go ahead and do that, and I did so.
Approximately what time did this begin on November 21?
My recollection is early evening, 5, 6, 7.
Who else was in the office at that time apart from you and Colonel North?
I remember Colonel Bob Earl being in the office, and I believe Jock Sharfin, who shared the suite with us upstairs, he had an office in the middle, was probably running in and out.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Sharfin observe any of the shredding?
No,
And he did not participate in that activity, correct?
that's correct, sir.
Did Colonel Earl participate in the shredding activity?
As I recall, Colonel Earl's participation was that of, I recall him in the office carrying files, and my assumption was that Colonel North probably had engaged him in pulling documents, and my recollection is that he passed me the KL-43 messages, which I have said that were also shredded.
Colonel Earl passed you those messages to shred.
Yes.
You were at the shredding machine and he saw you there and he gave you the documents.
Yes, sir. That's my recollection.
Now, you said that Colonel North was pulling the documents from the 5-drawer safe. That's the safe that had previously been in his private office in 392.
That's correct.
Safe which you had not seen open during the entire time that you were in 302.
That's correct.
Did you look at the documents that Colonel North was pulling to be shredded?
No, I didn't.
Well, did you glance to see what kinds of documents they were?
I really didn't take notice, sir. I was just purely doing my job. I was shredding the documents as they went in.
Did Colonel North give you the documents in file folders?
No, he didn't.
He was just pulling documents and handing them to you to shred.
Yes.
Did you notice whether any of those documents were prof messages?
I said before, sir, that I shredded an entire file of prof's messages.
And those were prof messages that you pulled out from your files?
Yes.
Did there come a time while Colonel North was pulling documents that he came across a letter from Felix Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
And did he make a comment about that letter?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
My recollection is he said something to the effect of, although have fun with this, and he tossed it back in the safe.
He said, they'll have fun with this?
Yes, sir.
Then he threw the document back into the safe.
Yes, sir.
Did you know who Colonel North was referring to when he said, they'll have fun with this?
Passed me KL-43 messages, probably pulled from separate files. I don't believe they came from the 5-drawer safe.
How would you describe the quantity of documents that were shredded, in feet?
Maybe a foot and a half,
How long did the shredding go on?
possibly a half hour.
Now, you said before that you came over and started to help Colonel North. You weren't meaning to imply that the shredding was your idea.
No, sir.
Colonel North had already begun that process, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you assisted him, correct?
Yes, sir.
He didn't send you away and say, I don't want you involved in this.
No, sir.
Do you recall whether any of the documents you shredded were NSC System 4 memoranda of the type that we've looked at today?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether there were any memos to the President among the documents that you were asked to shred?
I don't recall, sir. I did not shred individually packages. I shredded 12, 15, 18 pages at once.
Did there come a point during the shredding that the quantity became so great that the machine jammed?
I believe it did. The bag had become full, and as I was shredding it comes into a tunnel and it jammed, yes.
What did you do?
I placed a call to the Crisis Management Center, and a gentleman by the name of JR came over and...
No relation.
No, he shook the bag, and the shredding material fell, and he reversed the switch and also touched a button much the same as that you might on a garbage disposal, and the machine unjammed, and he removed the bag, and I believe a new bag was placed in.
Had that ever happened before during your time in the Colonel North's office that the shredding machine jammed?
Yes, sir,
When was that?
on several occasions.
Had you ever shredded documents in such quantity?
No, sir.
Was shredding documents in that quantity a normal part of the routine in Suite 392 or Suite 302?
Shredding was a normal process, but I would not say it was at that volume, no.
Well, what did you ordinarily shred when documents were shredded in Colonel North's office?
Sensitive, if a document was typed or not used and it was sensitive, I would shred it. It was used for sensitive materials, and it was also used according to your location to the shredder. I mean, we used a burn bag and a shredder. If you were close to the shredder, you shredded something. If you're close to a burn bag, you put it in the burn bag.
It was an occasional document or one as the spirit moved to be shredded, correct?
Yes.
There had never before been an organized program of shredding on any occasion like the one that occurred on November 21, 1986, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you left the office, was Colonel North still there on November 21?
I don't recall. We might have all walked out together. I don't recall.
Do you recall Colonel North leaving for a meeting with, which you understood was to be with Tom Green, before you left the office?
I don't recall. I think my recollection is probably blurry. As we noticed on the calendar on November 21st, Colonel North had an appointment with Tom Green at 5:30, and I had recalled that, to my best recollection, that the shredding process took place in the early evening, 6 or 7. I believe that there's a conflict there. It could be that the shredding took place earlier. Colonel North went to the meeting, and he left that evening, and I left following that.
Did you come to work at all over the weekend, November 22, November 23?
No, sir.
Did you speak to Colonel North during that weekend?
No, sir.
Did you come to work, as usual, on Monday morning, November 24th?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Colonel North on that Monday morning shortly after you arrived at work?
I walked in the office and popped my head in the door and asked him how his weekend was, and he said it was No, and I'd like to state that I don't know exactly that those were his words.
That's what you recall.
Yes.
Were documents pulled from anywhere other than the 5-drawer safe and your files to be shredded?
I'm not sure, sir. As I said, I think Colonel Earl passed Mikhail 43 messages probably pulled from separate files. I don't believe they came from the 5-drawer safe.
How would you describe the quantity of documents that were shredded in feet?
Maybe a foot and a half,
How long did the shredding go on?
possibly a half hour.
Now, you said before that you came over and started to help Colonel North. You weren't meaning to imply that the shredding was your idea.
No, sir.
Colonel North had already begun that process, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you assisted him, correct?
Yes, sir.
He didn't send you away and say, I don't want you involved in this.
No, sir.
Do you recall whether any of the documents you shredded were NSC System 4 memoranda of the type that we've looked at today?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether there were any memos to the President among the documents that you were asked to shred?
I don't recall, sir. I did not shred individually packages. I shredded 12, 15, 18 pages at once.
Did there come a point during the shredding that the quantity became so great that the machine jammed?
I believe it did. The bag had become full, and as I was shredding it comes into a tunnel and it jammed, yes.
What did you do?
I placed a call to the Crisis Management Center, and a gentleman by the name of JR came over and
No relation.
no, he shook the bag, and the shredding material fell, and he reversed the switch and also touched a button much the same as that you might on a garbage disposal, and the machine unjammed, and he removed the bag, and I believe a new bag was placed in.
Had that ever happened before during your time in Colonel North's office that the shredding machine jammed?
Yes, sir,
When was that?
on several occasions.
Had you ever shredded documents in such quantity?
No, sir.
Was shredding documents in that quantity a normal part of the routine in Suite 392 or Suite 302?
Shredding was a normal process, but I would not say it was at that volume, no.
Well, what did you ordinarily shred when documents were shredded in Colonel North's office?
Sensitive, if a document was typed or not used and it was sensitive, I would shred it. It was used for sensitive materials, and it was also used according to your location to the shredder. I mean, we used a burn bag and a shredder. If you were close to the shredder, you shredded something. If you're close to a burn bag, you put it in the burn bag.
It was an occasional document or one as the spirit moved to be shredded, correct?
Yes.
There had never before been an organized program of shredding on any occasion like the one that occurred on November 21, 1986, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you left the office, was Colonel North still there on November 21?
I don't recall. We might have all walked out together. I don't recall.
Do you recall Colonel North leaving for a meeting with, which you understood was to be with Tom Green, before you left the office?
I don't recall. I think my recollection is probably blurry. As we noticed on the calendar on November 21st, Colonel North had an appointment with Tom Green at 5:30, and I had recalled that, to my best recollection, that the shredding process took place in the early evening, 6 or 7. I believe that there's a conflict there. It could be that the shredding took place earlier. Colonel North went to the meeting, and he left that evening, and I left following that.
Did you come to work at all over the weekend, November 22, November 23?
No, sir.
Did you speak to Colonel North during that weekend?
No, sir.
Did you come to work, as usual, on Monday morning, November 24th?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Colonel North on that Monday morning shortly after you arrived at work?
I walked in the office, popped my head in the door, and asked him how his weekend was, and he said it was lousy. I was in here with Justice Department all weekend. And
That was the extent of the conversation?
yes, sir.
Did Colonel North tell you any details of his encounter with any of the Justice Department officials during that weekend?
No, sir.
Did he tell you they had found a document which disturbed him?
No, sir.
Did Colonel North at any point up till then tell you not to mention anything about what had transpired on Friday, November 21?
No, sir.
But you understood from the circumstances that that was a subject you weren't supposed to talk about,
I understood every part of my job to be that way, sir.
including the shredding of documents and the altering of the documents, right?
Yes, sir.
On November 25, the next day, Tuesday, do you recall speaking to Colonel North before the Attorney General's press conference?
Yes, sir.
What did Colonel North say to you?
It was shortly before noon, and there came a time when the conversation started between us, and he, I believe, was in his office, and I was sitting at my desk, and he commented that the president had fired him. And I said, "Oh, Ollie, come on." And he said, "No, I'm serious." And I said, and I became very emotional. In fact, I started crying. I was very upset.
Did Colonel North tell you why he had been fired?
No, sir.
You then watched the Attorney General's press conference, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recall watching that inside Colonel North's office?
Yes, sir.
After the press conference was over, you went to lunch.
Yes, sir.
When you returned from lunch, was Colonel North in the office?
I don't recall that he was.
Had he left you a number where he could be reached?
No, sir.
Was there a time on November 25 when Colonel North did give you a telephone number where he could be reached?
I believe that he called the office, and I asked him for a number where he was.
And he gave you a number?
Yes.
And was that his home number?
No, sir.
Was it a number you recognized at the time?
No, sir.
Did you subsequently during the day learn that it was the number of a hotel?
I knew at the time that it was a number of the hotel because he gave me an extension.
Did you know which hotel?
No, I didn't.
And you can't recall now which hotel it was?
I don't believe I ever knew.
Sometime in the afternoon, did you receive a telephone call from the White House operator?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us about that call?
Sometime in the late afternoon, the phone rang. I answered it. It was the White House operator saying that the president would like to speak with Colonel North. And I asked her if she would hold for a moment. I placed a call to the hotel and told him the president would like to speak with him, and I was going to go ahead and give him the operator the number and have her call. And he said yes, and I did so.
Did you subsequently learn from Colonel North whether he had spoken to the president?
Yes, sir.
And what did Colonel North tell you about his phone call with the president?
He said that the president called him American hero and that he just didn't know.
The president said that he, the president, just didn't know?
That's what I recall Colonel North saying.
Did Colonel North explain what he understood that reference to mean?
No, sir.
You didn't ask about it?
No, sir.
Okay. In the afternoon of November 25, the same day as the Attorney General's press conference, you recall that Colonel North's office was sealed by the NSC staff.
Yes, sir.
That was under the direction of Brenda Rieger, who is the NSC officer in charge of Freedom of Information Act requests.
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Rieger and her assistants, in addition to sealing the office, were boxing up documents, correct, Ms. Hall?
Yes, sir.
And you overheard Commander Coy and Lieutenant Colonel Orrell discussing how they were going to be able to work without their files.
Yes, sir.
What did you do at that point?
I realized that I had not had a chance to complete a lot of current filing. I, in fact, had a stack probably 6 inches high or more, and I pulled the filing from the left-hand corner of my desk and began to separate it into categories to be filed so that they would be able to pull the files and see the material. In doing so, I came across the original altered documents that I had not completed the process at, and in fact, before that, I had forgotten.
Let's just stop there for a moment. This goes back to the testimony you gave earlier. You had prepared new documents, you had altered documents, you hadn't had a chance to substitute those copies for the original copies. You were interrupted, and so you put them in the file on your desk in an accordion-type folder, right?
Yes, and I'd like to state that that at the time I did not know what was going to be happening to Colonel North. I had no idea that he would be fired. I had no idea the real extent of the urgency of that process.
At the time
And in
that you
fact,
were-
it occurred on a Friday when I was interrupted and came in, had a weekend, and came into to office on Monday and was very busy, and I forgot.
All right, so you had put the documents in your desk file, and as you say, you forgot about them.
Yes.
Now, in looking through that file on November 25 in the afternoon, you found the documents,
Yes, sir.
the altered documents, and that concerned you.
Yes, sir.
Did you find other things that concerned you in your desk file?
I found some profs notes,
What
which I knew
concerns
had
you?
been shredded. All the
They-
profs notes had been shredded prior to that.
The prof notes you found were the same type that had been shredded on that Friday.
They were prof notes, yes.
Did you find anything else?
Minutes of the Tehran meeting in May of 1986.
How did you happen to have those minutes?
I had seen a copy and pulled it so that I might have hopefully an opportunity to sit down and read and maybe understand the process a little more. I thought the minutes would reveal the understanding of what the...
All right, so now you had found the minutes of the Tehran meeting, copies of prof notes, and the documents you had altered on Friday. You were concerned. Why?
I was very emotional at the time, and I was concerned about protecting the initiative, what was the initiative, the Iran initiative and the Contra initiative.
And you knew that certain of those documents had been the same kinds of documents that Colonel North was having shredded on Friday.
I don't know that they were similar. I myself found that the minutes would, what I thought, be revealing, and the prof's notes were personal communications and thoughts between two people that I didn't, you know,
And the others were the documents you had changed.
yes.
Did you call Colonel North?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say to him?
I called Colonel North because Brenda Rieger and her assistant Bill Van Hoor at the time had indicated they were going to be closing up, and I became panicked at the fact that I had discovered these and that they were going to be closing up, and I didn't know what to do. And so I called him and said that Brenda Rieger was in fact there closing the office, and would he please come back? And he said, no, I don't, there's really no need. And I said, no. I whispered very low, at a very low whisper, so that Brenda Rieger would not be able, and others would not be able to hear me, that I was concerned and that he needed to come back. And I was concerned. I tried to convey to him that I had found documents, and I don't know whether that was conveyed or not. I was, as I said, my voice was very low, and I don't know if he quite understood, but he understood in my voice the urgency of coming back to the office, and I insisted that he come back, and he did so.
You tried to signal him that the problem was documents, and that's why he had to come back.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Colonel North tell you to clear someone else into the old executive office building with him for a return trip?
Yes, sir.
Who did he tell you to clear in?
Tom Green?
And did he tell you why Tom Green would be coming with him?
No.
You did clear Colonel North and Tom Green for entry, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do after you finished talking to Colonel North and after he told you that he'd be coming back to the office with Mr. Green?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
After your conversation with Colonel North, what did you do in connection with
Okay.
the documents that you had found that were of concern to you?
I believe I left the original altered documents downstairs and as I said before, I had started to Xerox the altered originals and had been interrupted, and I believe there was a few copies of those altered originals. I took them, the minutes, and the prof's notes, and a stack of other filings that would not look conspicuous, upstairs and sat at a table outside of Craig Coy's office and began to pull the prof's notes and the minutes. And I believe at that time I probably took the altered copies of the altered documents, folded them, and placed them inside my boots. I was very nervous since I was outside and I could be seen, and I wanted to do it very quickly, and so out of a panic I ran into Colonel Earle's office and asked him if he would help me pull the prof's notes from the pile, and he did so. At that time I did not tell him about the altered documents or the Tehran minutes, only the prof's notes. The prof's notes were folded, and he was going to take them and put them in his jacket, And he crossed the room to put them in his jacket, and I turned to him and said, "No, you shouldn't have to do this. I'll do it." And he returned the prof's notes, and I put them in my back, and turned to him. I mean, the door was left open, and I asked him to watch the door as I did this, and then when I had completed putting the documents in my back, I turned to him and asked him if he could see, and he said no. At that point, I believe we walked downstairs, and just about that time, I think Colonel North and Tom Green entered the office. The phone rang.
Did Colonel Earl go downstairs with you?
I believe so.
And you were now carrying all of the documents on your person.
Yes, sir.
You saw Colonel North and Tom Green downstairs?
Yes, sir.
And Colonel North went in to take a telephone call in his private office?
Yes, sir.
Did you follow him in?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to him?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
I asked him if he could see anything in my back, and he said no.
And did you indicate that you wanted to give him something at that time?
No.
You then came out and prepared with Colonel North and Mr. Green to leave the office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was Brenda Rieger inspecting all briefcases that people were carrying as they left the office?
Yes, sir.
And was Colonel North carrying a briefcase?
Yes, sir.
Did she inspect it?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Green carrying a briefcase?
I don't recall.
But whoever had a briefcase, she looked at it before it got out of 302, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you reached the corridor outside 302, did you indicate to Colonel North something concerning the documents that you had with you?
Yes, I indicated with a gesture or words that I wanted to give him the documents, and he turned to me and just said, "No, just wait till we get outside." And we went down the elevator,
All right.
exited the old executive office building on 17th Street, and again, I indicated with a word or gesture that I wanted to pass the documents. And Tom Green said, "No, wait till we get inside the car." We crossed 17th Street and got in Tom Green's car on G Street and took off, and I started pulling the documents from my boots and then pulled them from my back, indicated to Colonel North, I believe at this time, that I had not completed the process of replacing the altered documents in the files, and that I had started the Xeroxing, and this is copies of the Xeroxes, but I had in fact left the originals in the office. And as we turned the corner, Tom Green was dropping us both off at the parking lot where our cars were parked. Tom Green turned to me and asked me if I was asked about shredding, what would I say? And I said, "We shred every day." And he said, "Good." We said good night. We got out of the car and went home.
And a response that we shred every day might literally be true in the sense, as you've testified, that documents were shredded from time to time, right?
Yes, sir.
But it would have been untrue if it was meant to describe activities such as that you had engaged in on November 21, right?
Yes, sir.
This was in Mr. Green's car,
Yes, sir.
and you passed the documents to Colonel North in that car,
Yes, sir.
and Mr. Green was at the driver's seat when that happened.
Yes, sir.
And that was on November 25, 1986.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, as the committees are aware, and I would just point out for the record, that Tom Green has advised the committees that he ceased representing Colonel North on the next morning, November 26, 1986. The next day was November 26, 1986. It was a Wednesday. As I understand from our talks, you came to work on that day and took messages for Colonel North, but nothing out of the ordinary occurred, as best you recall.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, either on that day or sometime on the 25th, advising Commander Coy that you had shredded documents the prior Friday?
No, sir.
Thursday, November 27, was Thanksgiving. Did you receive a call on that day from a lawyer working with the White House counsel?
Yes, I did.
Would you please describe that call for the committees?
I believe it was Jay Stevens from White House Counsel called, I assume in response to the press reports that there had been a shredding incident in Colonel North's office, and he asked me what I knew about it, and I told him that we shred every day. And I led him to believe that there was nothing unusual about what had occurred.
You misled him.
Yes, sir.
On Friday, November 28, the day after Thanksgiving, did you go to the office of Colonel North's attorney to deliver messages for Colonel North?
I believe I did, sir.
And that was the office of Mr. Brendan Sullivan, who was then representing Colonel North?
Yes, sir.
What happened during your visit to Mr. Sullivan's office on that day?
Colonel North introduced me to Brendan Sullivan and said that he was attorney, and I passed the messages that I had from friends and fans of Colonel North to him, and Brendan turned to me and asked me if I would mind sitting down with him and talking with him, that they would be interviewing hundreds of friends and associates regarding Colonel North, and I obliged.
Did you tell Mr. Sullivan on that occasion about the shredding?
No, I didn't. I'd like to state that Colonel North at that time motioned that everything was fine, talked to Brendan, tell him the truth, tell him everything you know, it's fine. At the time, I'm still in the process, in the protective mode, and when I talked to Mr. Sullivan, I wasn't sure exactly what I was supposed to say. I told him that I shredded some prof's notes and phone logs. I did not tell him that we shredded all of them, and that was to the extent.
You didn't talk to Mr. Sullivan on that day about the alteration or the removal of the documents?
No, sir.
You came back to the office, and I understand that when you returned, Commander Coy told you that the FBI wanted to interview you that coming weekend, correct?
I believe I became aware of that when I was leaving the office. I was in the mailroom, and Commander Coy walked in the door and said, "Oh, here she is," and I was introduced to two FBI agents at that time.
Did you leave the office then with Lieutenant Colonel Earl on November 28?
I'm not sure if the three of us left together or if just Colonel Earl and I left together, but I did end up being with Colonel Earl in the parking lot that evening.
Just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
What was your conversation?
We had a conversation to the effect that during our being investigated by the FBI, that we would not discuss the fact that I had removed documents from the office.
Both of you agreed that neither of you would disclose that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The next day, Saturday, November 28, 1986, would you describe for the committees what happened on that day?
To the best of my recollection, I received a phone call from Diane Coy, who is Commander Craig Coy's wife, stating that Craig was surprised by the fact that he had learned that Colonel Earl had gotten a lawyer and that neither one of them understood, Diane or Craig, why that was, that Craig didn't feel that he needed a lawyer. Why did Bob feel that he needed a lawyer? And I didn't comment on any of that and hung up the phone and called Linda Earl, who is Bob's wife, and asked to speak with him. And she said that he was, in fact, down at the old executive office building being interviewed by the FBI. I asked her if it was true that he had received a lawyer, and she said yes, that he had become, I don't recall the word, but maybe anxious or had felt a little bit of anxiety that evening and had talked with a lawyer until, in fact, midnight that night. And I asked her at that time if she would mind placing a call to the executive office building and asked to speak with him and have him call me. And she said she would do so. She called me back to say that when she placed the call, that the person that answered the phone said that in fact he was with the FBI and that he would have to call them after the interview, call her after the interview. She called me back, relayed the message, and I sat back and became very nervous. The more I sat, the nervouser I got. I decided at that time that I should probably contact Brendan Sullivan. I needed to talk to someone. And so I contacted Brendan, and he agreed that he would see me. And I drove down to his office and disclosed at that time that I had removed documents from the office, and he advised me that I should seek counsel.
And you did?
I did.
Ms. Hall, have you spoken, when was the last time that you spoke to Colonel North?
I believe it was the night of his wife's birthday, March 9th.
You haven't spoken to him since then?
No, sir.
And at no time before then or after then have you discussed with him any of the testimony you plan to give, correct?
Absolutely not.
And the same was true with respect to your testimony for the independent counsel and here, correct?
That's correct.
And you've testified to the facts as you best recall them and know them.
That's right.
I want to thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
The joint committees will recess at this time and meet tomorrow morning at 9:30 when Ms. Hall will continue as a witness, and we will begin questions with Mr. Eggleston. The joint hearings of the two select committees will come to order. We will proceed with questioning by counsel. Mr. Eggleston, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, yesterday you testified about the diversion memos, and I think that you testified that you believed you typed them sometime in the spring of 1986. If you could turn to Exhibit 8 in the book in front of you. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And I believe it was also your testimony that you recalled that this particular memo had been through a series of different drafts back and forth as different corrections were made. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I think that you also testified that you had some recollection that Admiral Poindexter at some time might have made some corrections to this document as well.
That's my memory. I'm not sure if it's accurate, but that's my memory.
And do you recall that this document near the end of it makes reference to the need to get the President's approval for the plan that's set forth in the particular document?
I believe it says that, sir. Just a moment.
Okay, I think it's on.
Yes. Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. And this is the document that actually sets forth the diversion of some amount of money to the Contras. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It's on page 4. Let me ask you, are you familiar, there was a prof message and it was previously provided to the committee and declassified, and it was McFarland Exhibit number 73, I think. It is not in the book in front of you, but I'd just like to read to you from this exhibit, and I think it corroborates your recollection of Admiral Poindexter's involvement in this particular memorandum. It is a prof note that was written from Colonel North to Mr. McFarland on April 7th of 1986, and it is relating to Mr. McFarland, the events that had taken place with a meeting between Colonel North and Ghorbanifar only a few days prior to this note. And in this prof note it says, quote, "Per request of JMP, have prepared a paper for our boss which lays out these arrangements." I take it the boss of Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter and Colonel North is likely to be the President. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would, sir.
Let me further tell you that the document which you have in front of you as Exhibit 8 is the document which the Attorney General actually found over the weekend of November 22nd of 1986. And this is the document which has been provided as well to the committees pursuant to our various document requests. If you could look at page 1 of this document, I think you have testified about the handwriting in the upper right-hand corner. In addition, about a quarter of the way down the page, it reads, "On September 14, and the 14 is crossed out." Do you see that there?
Yes, sir.
And a correction is made to this particular document. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And a 13 is written above that?
Yes, sir.
Let me direct you now to Exhibit 8A. If you look at Exhibit 8A, and if you look at the same line to which I just directed your attention, the correction the 14 has now been changed to a 13. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And let me also advise you that this document has been fairly recently received by the committee, and that this document had actually been on your floppy disk of your computer. Have you been told that?
I believe I have.
And this document was never provided and was apparently in no one's files as a hard copy. Have you been told that as well?
That it was found as a hard copy in a file?
That it was never found.
Oh, it was never
A hard
found.
copy of it was never found.
I believe I've heard that, yes.
And that the only version of this that anyone has ever found was what was actually on your computer disk.
Yes.
And I guess it's also fair to say that it appears that this is a later document, that the correction that was on Exhibit 8 has now been made onto Exhibit 8A. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I guess you also know that no cover memo was ever found for these documents indicating a transmittal from Colonel North to Admiral Poindexter or any further transmittal of this document onto the President. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have testified that Admiral Poindexter made various changes on this document. I take it that the changes that you recall, you do not recall him responding to this document that the idea is crazy, that we can't do this. The changes he made were textual changes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he never returned the document suggesting that this policy or plan should not be pursued.
That's correct.
Ms. Hall, let me move quickly to another area. I was struck yesterday in your testimony about one particular aspect, and let me just ask you some questions about that. Is it fair to say that at the time on November 21st, when you received the altered original documents, or the original documents from Colonel North, that you received this as an ordinary secretarial assignment? He simply handed you the documents, that there were changes on them, and that you anticipated that you were to make the changes.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
He did not discuss with you at that time what it was that he was planning to do.
That's correct.
And he did not discuss with you the gravity of making changes on original System 4 documents.
No, he did not.
I think that you testified yesterday that at the time that he placed these in front of you, you were somewhat uneasy.
That's true.
And you made the changes and the corrections because you recall, or you trusted Colonel North and you believed that what he would be doing was right. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And after making these alterations and after doing the various copies, I think it was your testimony that you recall that you may have been interrupted at a time when Colonel North was standing at the shredder and shredding various documents.
Yes, I believe that's my memory.
Okay. And as a secretary, you saw your boss shredding documents. I take it you thought this was something that was more appropriate for a secretary to do rather than for Colonel North, and as a result, you offered to help him.
That's correct.
Did he at that time tell you that this was something you should not get involved in?
No.
He didn't tell you, Fawn or Ms. Hall, whatever he called you, go home, don't worry about this, this is nothing you should have anything to do with?
No, I was part of the team.
So he permitted you to participate with him in shredding this stack of documents.
Yes, sir.
And let me now just move to November 25th. I take it you've testified that you watched the press conference, you had lunch, came back from lunch. There came a time when Brenda Rieger, the NSC security officer, was packing up the office, putting boxes away, and at that time you recognized or saw that these altered documents and the copies of them were still on top of your desk.
That's correct.
And this caused you some concern, and there comes a time when you communicate with Colonel North, and I think that you testified that in your time you called him, you attempted to convey to him that there was a problem with the documents.
I attempted to convey to him that there was a problem with documents, yes. As I've testified before, I was talking in a whisper and not really saying anything over the phone. I mean, in graphic terms, it was sort of vague, but I was trying by the tone of my voice to get across that there was some urgency, and then I insisted that he come back.
But in any event, you at least conveyed that there was something going on at the office and that he simply had to return.
Yes, I did.
And after that conversation, you go upstairs and secrete the documents about your person, and about that time, Colonel North does show up.
That's correct.
You had a conversation with them inside of his office.
Yes.
And did you indicate to him at that time that you had documents in your back?
Yes, I did. I don't think I indicated to him that they were in my boots, but I did turn slightly and say, do you notice that I have them in here? Can you tell? Will anybody be able to see that I have these in my back? That was the idea, and he said no.
And you knew at that time that if you were to leave the room that Ms. Rieger would be checking briefcases and other things to ensure that documents would not be taken out of the room.
Yes, sir.
And I take it Colonel North knew that as well.
Colonel North, yes, was asked his briefcase to be checked, yes.
And so when these documents were actually taken outside of the room and past the security checkpoint, if you will, it was you who actually took them out.
That's correct.
But Colonel North knew that you were going to take these documents out.
He knew I had documents that I was taking out, yes.
And if someone was going to be stopped at the exit of that office, it was going to be you, not Colonel North.
Yes.
At the elevator on the third floor, as you were getting ready to leave the building, did you at that time attempt to give him the documents or once again indicate that you wanted to get rid of him?
Yes, I did. As I've said, I motioned I don't remember with a gesture or a word that I was going to give them to him, and he said, why don't we just wait till we get outside?
So again, it was you who actually carried the documents outside of the building.
Yes, sir.
And it was because he told you, no, you keep them until we get outside, and it was not until you'd arrived in the car that the documents were actually transferred over to Colonel North. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing further.
Mr. Van Cleve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, I have only a couple of questions. Would you please refer to Committee Exhibit 8, FH8? Now, you've testified that on the afternoon of November 21st, 1986, Colonel North gave you a group of documents that had been marked up and asked you to make a series of alterations and changes in them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To the best of your recollection, was this document or any form of this document among the documents that Colonel North asked you to alter that day?
No, sir.
And would your answer be the same as to Committee Exhibit 8A?
Yes, sir.
And is your recollection on that point clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
We will begin with under the 15-minute rule with the principal questioner, Senator Boren.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, we appreciate very much the candor of your testimony yesterday and the thoroughness of your testimony, and I will do my best not to duplicate the questions that were asked of you yesterday, but there are just a few items I'd like to go back over with you this morning.
Okay.
You testified that during the day on November 21st, when you were working on altering the documents, and later when you were shredding some of the documents or assisting Colonel North in doing so, that you became increasingly uneasy during this period of time.
I don't know that I became increasingly uneasy, sir. I think I testified that I was uneasy when Colonel North asked me to alter the documents, and I think you could say that we became increasingly busy.
Yes. Why? That was clear. Why were you uneasy?
I was initially had a moment of uneasiness when he asked me to alter the documents because, in fact, they were completed actions that had gone to a person and had an action taken, and to change the content of a memorandum that had already been approved was something I was uneasy with. But again, I had that moment of uneasiness. It passed because, as I've said before, I believe strongly in Colonel North. I believe him to be an honest, fair, and a good person with good motives.
You felt he simply wouldn't have asked you to have done anything if it had been improper.
Correct.
Now, on the day of Tuesday, the day of the press conference. You indicated that Colonel North came back to the office and he indicated to you that he had been fired by the President.
Yes, sir.
And then you watched the press conference together. Was there anyone else there besides the two of you watching the press conference?
Yes, sir. A friend of Colonel North's and ours had been in the building, I assume, to visit someone else, and he, probably unknowing what was going to happen also,
Right.
just happened to tap on the door and came in, and his name was Bill Kernan. He works in Roslyn, and he was just a friend and just wanted to shake his hand and say hello, and in fact, the press conference started. He joined us in the office, and I believe Colonel Earl and possibly Craig Coy were in the office also.
And how did the group and how did Colonel North react to the press conference as you were watching it?
We all watched it. I frankly was stunned. Colonel North didn't really show any emotion. I mean, I believe he was probably, from my knowing him, disappointed, but also I believe, I don't know if it's come out, but Colonel North, I believe, I've come to know that he had offered his resignation also. I think he probably was disappointed in the fact that he was fired rather than his resignation being accepted, but he did not get angry, he didn't bang the table, he didn't get upset, he didn't say bad words. He just took it.
Was Colonel North indicated to you that he had offered his resignation?
I can't remember if he had or not. I think it might have come out that morning that he had.
That he
I
had
think it
offered.
probably came out when he mentioned that the president had fired him. But as I've said before, he never showed any anger towards the president or I think my only knowing him that I'm sure that he must have been disappointed.
Then did he leave before you left the office? You said you went to lunch with a friend that day in the White House mess. Did Colonel
It was a
North leave,
special
or did-
occasion. I had invited a good friend of mine. It was unusual. In fact, I never hardly went to lunch, but this was a special occasion. And again, I hadn't expected, that event to occur that day. And Colonel North, excuse me, when I had was very upset and I said I was going to cancel lunch, I just couldn't go to lunch, I couldn't think straight. He said no. He says, don't let this get you. This is a special day. I think you should go. He insisted that I go, and I did so. And I believe that he was gone when I returned.
Then and then what time did the representatives of the security staff come to, in essence, seal the office?
My recollection, it was in the late afternoon. I could be wrong. I think it was around possibly 4.
And so they'd been there a while when you reached Colonel North on the telephone,
Yes, sir.
and then it took a while for him to come on over. They were there sealing the office, and
I don't think he planned to return to the office. As I said before, I placed the call when I realized that Brenda Rieger and the others were going to, in fact, close up for the evening, and I had discovered the altered documents and the others, as I've mentioned, and I needed to talk to him. I needed to know, for him to come back.
were you at all concerned? You mentioned then getting the documents once he got there, and the three of you, Colonel North and Mr. Green, yourself, leaving the building. Were you at all concerned at that point, since at that point in time you knew the President had dismissed Colonel North, you knew they were attempting to seal the office, obviously to secure the documents. Were you at all concerned yourself about placing yourself in any jeopardy to be taking the documents out at that point?
Sir, I was emotionally distraught at the time. It's a policy of mine, as I've said before, not to talk about what I do, and also to protect what we were doing in the office, and I believed in the Iran initiative and the Contra initiative, and I thought that exposure of it would have bad ramifications, and again, I was emotional, and I don't think I realized at the time the ramifications or the seriousness of my actions.
Yes. That's understandable. And as you're leaving the building, you first made a gesture, some sign out in the corridor that you wanted to give the documents back to Colonel North. He said not yet, as I recall.
Yes, sir.
And then you got outside, and I believe you were walking along outside the building, at which point in time you again attempted to give the documents back, and I believe it was Mr. Green at that point, was it, who said, wait till we get in the car.
Yes, sir. I probably believe that those two statements were made as if I had brought them out in the middle of the hallway, perhaps someone could walk by, or if I had brought them out in the middle of the street, someone could have observed it, and it was a way in which to get in the car where no one could observe what I was doing.
So Colonel North and Mr. Green both both were anxious that you not take the documents out in front of other people, that you wait until you get in.
I don't know if the word is anxious. I mean, they weren't,
Yeah.
frantic. They just said, hey, we'll wait till we get
Wait
inside
till
the
you get in the
car.
car.
I mean, like I said before, I think it was
And then when you got into the car, you handed the documents over to Colonel North.
correct.
And during this time, did Mr. Green indicate to you that you should not be taking these documents out?
No, sir, Mr. Green didn't comment on any of what was going on, except, as I've said later, about the shredding.
And he also said, don't give the wait till we get in the car. That was his only other comment.
Yes, sir.
Now, so he didn't in any case indicate to you, he didn't say anything to you like, Miss Hall, as a lawyer, I should tell you that you might be in some jeopardy for taking these documents out, or you should take them back and turn them back over to the security director. Did he give you any kind of advice at all about taking the documents back?
No, sir.
Now, he also discussed with you, I believe, in that same in the car at the same time after you were giving the documents to Colonel North. He did discuss the shredding with you, didn't he, Mr. Green?
Yes, yes.
And he asked you what you were going to say if you were asked about them. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you said we always shred documents,
yes.
which you knew in essence was not quite an accurate reflection, because you'd never really wholesale shredded documents, taking whole files out and shredding them before. You'd just shredded things in the normal course of business. Isn't that correct?
We had never shredded to the volume we had that day,
The
no.
volume that day. And Mr. Green indicated to you that he would be pleased with that answer. Is that correct?
I believe he did. I'm not sure of exact words, but I believe he said, that's great, or
No,
that's good, or
I
something
think
to
you
that
said
effect.
yesterday that he said good when
Yeah.
you said what you would say. Now, when the representative, I believe Mr. Stevens of the White House counsel's office, called you, I believe it was on Thanksgiving Day,
That's correct.
to ask you about the shredding, you gave the very same answer to him that you had told Mr. Green you would give, that is, that you just normally shredded documents.
Yes, sir, I probably believe I would have said that regardless of whether Mr. Green had said that to me or not. I was still very much in the protective mode.
But it was consistent with what you told Mr. Green and his approval of that kind of an answer when he said good, or indicated to you that that was a good answer.
Yes, sir.
But I want to ask you just one more time, because while Colonel North was not a lawyer, and certainly you're not a lawyer, Mr. Green is a lawyer and a sworn officer of the court, and he at no time tried to dissuade you or made strong statements to you about not taking documents or about being truthful about the shredding. He didn't in any way attempt to urge you to preserve evidence.
No, sir, I don't know that Mr. Green knew at the time when I actually left the Suite 302 whether or not he knew I had the documents on me at that time. I believe he probably, I don't know what he knew and when he knew it, but I don't believe that, he wasn't in the office when I told Colonel North that I had the documents on me, and he wasn't.
But he obviously knew
present at the
you
phone
had
call.
something with you, because he said, wait till we get into
That's
the car.
right. He might have realized that when I was at the elevator. I don't know when he knew.
Some point in time he realized.
That's correct.
And obviously he saw you, did he not, give the documents that was in his car when you gave the documents to Colonel North?
Yes, sir.
So he knew that you had brought things out of the office with the security officer having attempted to seal the office, and that you'd given them to Colonel North in his car.
That's right.
And he didn't tell you to take them back.
That's right.
Let me ask about the KL-43 devices and the fact that I believe you testified that there was an assistant, a lady that worked with General Secord, who came to pick up deliveries of the new encoding devices, in essence, on a regular basis.
That's right.
Now, were these encoding devices, the software, so to speak, for these machines, were, of course, highly classified. When these envelopes were handing over, was there any indication on those codes that they were classified? Did they carry any classification?
No, sir, there wasn't. They came to us from the NSA in a cardboard box, and there was usually, I might be wrong, but I think approximately 15, and they were in gray plastic canisters. They had, in fact, no classification whatsoever, and in fact, I believe them probably to be old coding tapes. I don't know why I had that. They were not marked, for instance, May, June, whatsoever, and I indicated before that I took a black magic marker and took the canisters so as not to have them mixed up and indicated May, June,
Yes.
and I did not carry them in my hands. I put them in an envelope, sealed the envelope, and gave it to Shirley Napier.
But they carried no classification on them either when they came to you or when you gave them to Ms. Napier?
No, they didn't.
And were you aware of the fact that these were sensitive, either the KL-43 machines themselves or the encoding devices that were to be inserted or used in them? Were you aware that these were classified pieces, sensitive pieces of equipment and sensitive pieces of encoding devices?
Sir, I would normally think that a coding device was. I think that there was some discussion as to, at one point, I'm not sure if it was specifically KL-43, but possibly about being able to give a secure device to a foreign official, and I believe that was discussed. I'm not sure if the KL-43 was the machine that was in fact offered as a device that could be given to a foreign official, therefore it wouldn't make it quite as, I believe, as sensitive. I understand your question.
Yes.
You know where I'm coming from?
Yes, I do understand, and it's just puzzling to me that when it came over from NSA to your office that there was never any indication given to you, for example, as the person that would handle it, that the equipment or the encoding devices that were put in them were in essence classified, but apparently they were not. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, if the coding tapes got out to someone, of course they could descramble our messages. If they had a KL-43 or was receiving, or,
But there was,
you know,
I understand that, but there was no official notice on
No.
those. Let me ask about contributors. Some contributors to the Contra cause have, of course, testified in these hearings. Did any of these contributors ever come to Colonel North's office to meet with Colonel North while you were working for Colonel North and setting up appointments for him?
Spitz Channel often and his employees would bring a contributor to the office, yes.
So his employees would bring, I believe Mr. O'Boyle testified that he had gone to Colonel North's office on one occasion. He was a contributor, made a private donation.
I recognize the name, yes.
Do you remember any other private contributors, or were there large numbers of private contributors who came?
I believe some of the names were Ellen Garwood, Barbara Newington, Barbara Christian. There are maybe a few more, but the names just don't come to mind.
Would you say, in terms of numbers, just a ballpark estimate, would you say over this period of time that you were working for Colonel North, were there half a dozen of these private contributors that were brought in by Mr. Channel or his representatives, or were there a dozen, or were there 50 or 100? How many would you say came through the office during this period of time?
I would estimate maybe 10 or 12.
10 or 12 during this period of time. Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before proceeding further, the chair proposes to make part of the record exhibits BGS 1 through 28 and FH 1 through 10. These are the documents in the black notebook. Without objection, it'll be so ordered. And the chair recognizes Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, on November 21st, Colonel North asked you to make certain alterations on certain documents. But the time that he began doing some shredding, I do not recall that he asked you to assist him in the shredding. Is that correct?
I don't recall that he did. I don't. My memory is very unclear about how the shredding incident started. I believe, as I said, my memory is that he began pulling documents and I joined him.
Right.
I don't recall that he specifically said, you know, come over and help or do this or do that. I think because my memory fails me there that it must have been the way that I remember it, as far as he started and I joined in.
Sure. Now, it was obvious to you that he was doing some very selective shredding. Isn't that true?
That would be a fair description, I guess.
Sure. And in your joining in with him, obviously there was some purpose for this shredding, was there not?
Yes.
And what was the purpose?
I don't know the purpose, sir.
Well, as you joined in with your boss in this shredding in which he had not asked you to join with, you did feel that there was a reason for this.
I guess what was probably going through my mind is that the Iran initiative had been exposed, and I realized that at the time, and I don't, that was a feeling I had, so I probably associated with the shredding with that.
And did you surmise that this was a way of trying to cover up something in conjunction with the Iran initiative or the Contra initiative?
I don't use the word cover up, I would use the word protect.
Well, you've used the term protect several times in conjunction with the Iran-Contra initiative. But you've also said to us that you were a secretary and that you knew nothing about policy and things of that sort, right?
I am not a policymaker, sir. I did work for Colonel North for 4 years and became familiar with the Central American effort to support the Contras, the Central America situation and the effort to support the Contras, and also the initiative to talk to moderates in a country, as I've said before, is as strategically important as Iran, and the daily effort and concern of the President and Ali personally himself, and the pressure that was put on these gentlemen and by the media and the American citizens that wanted their family home, and I became familiar with that concern.
I could appreciate.
It's not a policymaker that's becoming familiar after working for 4 years with the policy that's been set.
Sure. I can appreciate that very much. But how does that fall within the realm of a secretary to protect the Iran-Contra initiative?
I wasn't the one initiating the protecting, sir. That's my answer, sir.
That's your answer?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you told the committee that in addition to altering NSC System 4 documents on November 21st, you had altered some other documents in the fall of 1985. You remember that?
I remember the testimony that we determined and came to the conclusion that one document was changed in 1985. I don't have a specific independent recollection of that, sir.
All right, that particular exhibit would be Exhibit FH6A. You want to take a look at that? Okay. Is that a document that you altered in 1985?
I don't know, sir.
Well, have you taken a look at it, Ms. Hall?
As I have said before, I don't have an independent recollection of altering any documents that were that were done on November 21st. I have changed many documents in my 4 years working for Colonel North. I don't have a specific recollection of altering the type of documents that were altered on November 21st.
And as to that particular exhibit, you have no recollection whatsoever with reference to alteration of it?
That's correct, sir. I typed for 4 years, and I typed an awful lot of documents, and I don't have independent recollection of any specific documents.
Sure. Can you tell us why this particular exhibit was found in Colonel North's files?
Because it was in the System 4. It was in the subject and cron files. Every document that we ever typed went into a file.
Isn't that a System 4 file?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would all of them be found in Mr. North's files?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, yesterday you told us about an April 1986 diversion memorandum that was sent to Admiral Poindexter and then returned for revision. You recall that?
I'm sorry, yes.
All right. You also noted that it was unusual that the memorandum was not dated and had no addressee or System 4 number. I believe you said that one of the possible explanations for this is that there had been a draft Poindexter to the President memorandum to which this was to have been an attachment. You recall that?
No, I don't.
All right, let's turn our attention to the piece of paper that is in Mr. McFarland's handwriting, the one with the 6 System 4 document numbers on it. That's the one that you taped to Colonel North's prof terminal?
That's one that I saw taped to Colonel North's desk, yes.
You didn't tape it to us?
No, sir.
Okay. You had seen it there for an extensive period of time.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the significance of this piece of paper?
As I've said before, I remember the document appearing, the slip of paper appearing in the summer of '85, I believe, as I said, when the Congress was looking into the the activities in Central America, and particularly Colonel North's. I remember seeing it around that time period. I never asked Colonel North what it was there for, and he never told me.
Okay. Can you in any way relate it to any altered documents?
Sir, when Colonel North gave me the documents to alter on November 24th, without talking with him at all, without asking or him telling me, I came to my own conclusion that they were in fact probably the same documents that appeared on that list. And in fact, when I was asked what documents I had altered in the very beginning, when I was being questioned without having seen this or the documents, I rattled off a number of 402008, which is fairly close to 402003.
Okay. Now, on another matter, are we to understand that in terms of the safe that Mr. North had there in his office, that you never saw any money in that safe?
No, sir.
Okay. On the day that you borrowed the $60 from him in the money orders, did you see him go to the safe for those?
No, I didn't, sir.
When you returned the money to him, did you see him go to the safe at that time?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You did tell us yesterday, though, that the rumors you had heard about him keeping cash in his safe you felt were true.
Yes, sir. I have said before that I had a feeling, and I've used the word rumors, maybe it's small talk that was in the office. I don't remember, sir, and I said that I think that probably came from being shown these traveler's checks that I had cashed myself, which I had not remembered. I had a feeling that there were rumors about that, and then when I was shown later the traveler's checks, I associate probably that feeling with the fact that I had actually received traveler's checks, and that kind of confirms my feelings, without me being able to describe why I had that feeling.
I see. Did you ever see any other persons with money in the safes, other safes there in the office?
No, sir.
Okay. And I believe you told us yesterday that when Miss Napier was alleged to have brought $16,000 to the office, that you do not recall ever having received it.
That's true, sir. That's my recollection.
Did you, in your capacity as secretary, open Mr. North's mail?
Yes, sir.
What about packages that were delivered to him?
I have been asked about that. I can only say that when someone was delivering something, perhaps I walked it up to him, and if he was there, I just gave it to him. I let him open it himself. When it came from perhaps State Departments, CIA, DOD, other departments and agencies within the U.S. government, that I usually probably was expecting it as part of a package that we were doing, and usually those documents were attached to documents we were doing to the National Security Advisor, and therefore I would be expecting them and would usually open them. It's a possibility I've opened other stuff that has come from General Secord. I just didn't open that particular one. I don't remember opening it, and I don't remember seeing $16,000.
Okay. If he was not there and someone delivered a package to him, would you open the package or just put it on his desk?
I would probably open it, but depending, it's a very hard question to ask, sir. I worked there for 4 years. It's a very difficult question to answer. I could have, and I might have just laid it on his desk. Perhaps I might have laid it on his desk, or I might have opened it. It probably went both ways.
Okay. Was there ever an occasion when you opened an envelope or a package and there was money in it?
I don't recall, sir.
Could have happened?
I don't remember ever opening an envelope with money in it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, I want to welcome you to the committee. I want to thank you for testifying. I think personally you've been a candid and a forthright witness.
Thank you, sir.
And you've been helpful to our understanding of just what happened here, at least to the extent that you have been able to testify. And I'm sure that you never expected to be in this position, but the fact is that you and the man you work for have pretty well captivated this country for quite a bit of time, and you've captured the attention of, I think, the entire country. Now, I believe you were quoted recently as agreeing with the late Andy Warhol that every person indeed gets 15 minutes of fame. And I personally believe you have exceeded your allotment. I don't intend to take too much more time with you, but what I'd like to do is just go through some questions that I hope will help us to understand a little bit more about what happened here, about the people involved, and so forth. As I mentioned, Colonel North has, of course, become the center of attention. I read a very interesting and good article in the Washington Post yesterday covering all of the various things he might be. And I'm sure we're going to get a chance to hear him testify. As I suggested last December, we should have then. But you worked very closely with Colonel North for 4 years. You probably knew him as well as anybody from a work standpoint, and I would appreciate it if you would just take just a minute for us and tell us a little bit about this mystery figure. At least he's a mystery to the rest of us. What was he like to work for? What kind of a man was he? What were his principal motivations, at least as far as you can see, as you could see?
Well, regarding your question, how is he to work for, I would say that he was probably every secretary's dream of a boss. He was easygoing, patient. He was motivated to do the best job that he possibly knew for in the best interest of this country. And I think that quality transferred into the people that work for him.
How hard did he work?
Very hard.
Like?
He began his usual days, Monday through Fridays began 7:30 in the morning with a staff meeting. And the day started off a crack of fire from that point on until he left. I don't think he ever left the office before 9 or 10, and usually sometimes he would stay till 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't say that that you shouldn't read the newspaper, but Colonel North didn't even have the time to read the newspaper, usually. He very seldom went to lunch, and only if it was a working lunch. And many times friends hadn't seen him in a long time, they'd say, oh, can't we just go to lunch and have a chat? And he would always put his work before himself.
I see.
Always.
Well, there's been a great deal of publicity about Colonel North lately, of course, as you know, and he's been described as everything from a hero to a zealot. Based on your understanding of him, Miss Hall, do you feel that Colonel North has been accurately depicted in the media thus far, and if not, how should he be portrayed?
I don't think he's been portrayed correctly. In some circumstances, yes, and many others, no. I don't think zealot is an accurate word to describe Colonel North. I believe that Colonel North was a hard-working person, and I think that he was effective, and he had a can-do, positive attitude. He didn't like to give up. He always thought there was a means to achieve goals, and he didn't give up. And I don't think that those qualities are a zealot. I think that they're not a rogue elephant. I believe they're good qualities. I think that a positive attitude in an office with as much work as we had to do and the problems that we had to do to overcome all those, he had the best qualities for that job.
In your employment with Colonel North, Miss Hall, I take it you knew he worked beginning in the late summer of 1985 on the Iran initiative. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also knew that he was working on the Contra issues as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Given the scrutiny that the Iran and Contra issues are receiving by these hearings, I think it's easy for many of us to get the impression that that's all Colonel North did. But is that the way it was, Miss Hall, or were you working on a number of other very important projects as well? You indicated in your opening remarks that he was, but that wasn't all he was working on, was it?
He worked on Central America and terrorism, international counterterrorism. Both of those subjects are broad and very far-reaching. They range from congressional to private inquiries, public speeches, to policy setting, to interagency meetings. Terrorism, for instance, we have multilateral, bilateral, extensive talks with other countries in an effort to counter terrorism. Those take up a lot of time during the office, in addition to a terrorist incident happening, which takes up all of your time that particular day. Then, of course, you get backlogged on the routine things that come in. I mean, the day was every single day for 4 years. We were busy.
You indicated in your opening remarks that he handled Central America, international terrorism, not just Central America, but all over the world, the problems that we were concerned about, the streamlining of crisis management by this administration.
Whenever there was a crisis, Colonel North was the man that usually handled it.
They turned to him.
Yes, sir.
I see.
I think they turned to him because he was a person that when it was a crisis, he wouldn't say he was too tired, or he wouldn't say, I'll handle it in the morning. He said, I'll deal with it right now, we'll take care of it, and get the job done.
Went out and got it done. He worked on the President's, with the President's bipartisan commission on Central America, as I understand you.
Yes, he did.
You indicated that. He was one of the prime figures in the liberation of Grenada, is that correct?
He was, in fact.
He helped to plan it?
Excuse me?
Helped to plan it, helped to carry it out, et cetera.
That's correct. When there's usually when you have all the different State Department, Department of Defense, and JCS, I think it's fair to say that in this country a lot of people don't agree on things, and I think that Colonel North had a keen sense of being able to coordinate and make people come together to make a decisive decision, a decision.
Well, he was a decision maker, wasn't he?
He was a good decision maker. He had the ability and the foresight to come to a decision.
Would you say that he was a take-charge guy they turned to quite often?
Yes.
All right. You indicated that he worked on the elimination of the death squad problem in El Salvador.
That's correct.
All right. He worked on the U.S. response to Libya and Colonel Gaddafi.
Yes, he did, tirelessly.
I see. He worked on actions against terrorism against American citizens all over the world. Is that correct?
He was very concerned about terrorism. He never forgot that he had a family at home, and there are other people that had families, and that it wasn't fair to for people to take out their beliefs and take them out on innocent persons.
Well, what you see, are, ostensibly what the public sees, are the ostensible terrorist activities. There are a lot of activities that they have to work on continually behind the scenes as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were aware of that as his secretary.
That's right.
All right. You indicated that he also had daily efforts, made daily efforts, was probably, if not the most concerned person, one of the most concerned persons about the release of American hostages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, you said he handled all kinds of interagency issues, all kinds of public inquiries. There were all kinds of things he did. Is that right?
Yes. Colonel North felt, as I do, that it's important to explain to the American people our policies for Central America, and many times people used to say, oh, he's talking to a high school, he's taking the time to talk to high school students, and he felt, as I do, if high school students are interested in Central America, that's good, and someone should tell them about it.
I see. So he would even take time to do things like that.
That's correct.
Well, let me ask you this. From your vantage point, Ms. Hall, really what was it that motivated Colonel North? He is an enigma to many here. Some people, as we know in society, are motivated by money, some by power, some by a genuine desire to serve. Well, how was it that you saw Colonel North in your 4 years of experience working with him?
Definitely a genuine desire to serve and do the best job that he knew how in the best interest of this country.
Well, during all these long hours and late nights that he worked, did it ever appear to you that Colonel North was losing control, that he was becoming irrational or emotionally upset or unable to handle the difficulties and the assignments that he had?
No, sir.
Did you ever see any violent outbursts of temper or anything of that nature at any time?
Absolutely not. Colonel North was very good-natured. He had a great sense of humor, and I think he actually used his sense of humor to sometimes relieve the tension for others in the office. In the middle of a crisis, he'd make a joke, and everybody would smile, and you'd feel like you were normal again. And if anybody lost their temper or lost control, I think it was probably me. I can recount an incident once when we were working very late, and I was, again, late for a date or late for something, and I turned to him and said, I think I've had a nervous breakdown or I'm about to have one, and I said, I'm 24 years old and I can't handle this anymore. I was joking with him, and he said, Hall, he says, you're 24, and I said, see, I've lost 3 years of my life working for you. But this is all in jest, and, I mean, we were human.
Well, there's been some suggestion that Colonel North had some kind of special relationship with Director Casey of the CIA. Now, I've heard your testimony that they spoke on the telephone fairly often and so on, but Did you observe any kind of special relationship between the two of them? Did you get the impression that Colonel North was somehow getting his orders from Director Casey rather than from his superiors at the National Security Council?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, you just don't know.
No, I don't know.
But you knew they were close and they chatted often.
Yes.
Okay, you must have seen General Secord in your office on occasion, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What kind of a working relationship did General Secord have with Colonel North?
I thought that relationship was very good. I never saw any tension between Colonel North or General Secord. I think that they probably were in agreement on almost everything. I think that they both admired each other and their efforts and what they were doing.
Okay, well, I'm on that subject. Let me ask you this. During the period when there was a congressional ban on the funds for the Contras, did Colonel North or General Secord or anyone else, to your knowledge, ever say to you, or in your presence, or indicate in any way that they were doing anything illegal, and that it would need to be kept quiet because it was illegal or improper or even questionable? Do you recall anything like that?
I don't recall anyone saying anything about anything being illegal.
Okay. At the same time, Ms. Hall, would you say it's a fair statement that during the congressional ban on Contra funding, and you know that went off and on and off and on, and sometimes it was for humanitarian, ultimately it became the $100 million for lethal assistance, $70 million for lethal, $30 million for humanitarian. But during all that time of the congressional bans on Contra funding, was there a general feeling in your office that Colonel North's activities were close to the line as far as strict compliance with the law was concerned?
I would say that he was probably walking a fine line. I don't see Colonel North as ever having, I don't think he would cross that line. I don't think so. I mean, I would say that he was walking a fine line in an effort to do what was right.
Well, would you also say that the effort by Colonel North and the rest of the staff with which he worked was to comply with the law as opposed to violating the law?
Definitely.
Okay. Did you ever observe Colonel North do anything for personal gain as opposed to public service?
Absolutely not.
See, in my opinion, one of the major questions that really these hearings have to raise is where is the venality here? Where is the propensity to do something for private gain, or to take a bribe, or to do something that was wrong? Did you ever see anything along those lines?
Sir, I never saw anyone, Ollie North, Colonel North, any of these people motivated by money or personal gain. I saw them motivated by the fact that we had hostages being kept and that they were to help. I mean, this was instilled in me by them, and that's the only thing I could feel.
You seem to be telling us that they had really hard problems to handle, and they were difficult problems, and some of them came close to the line from time to time.
Yes, I would say so.
All right. When you shredded the documents on November 21st, Ms. Hall, did Colonel North or Bob Earl or anybody else say why you were to shred those documents?
No, sir.
Did they give you any reason at all?
No, sir.
What was the atmosphere like during the shredding?
Well, it certainly wasn't lock the door, close the windows, and pull down the shades. The door could have been opened at any time, and I wasn't told, please don't tell anyone about this, I just wasn't told that. And I didn't feel like it was, I didn't feel like a closed atmosphere. I mean, like I said before, it wasn't lock the door, pull down the shades type thing.
All right. Nobody was putting tremendous pressure on you or anything like that?
No.
As I understand, your testimony was on the afternoon of November 25th when you discovered that the altered documents were still on your desk and that you had not finished the job. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you called Colonel North at the hotel and told him to get back to the office. So that's right, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that conversation, did he say anything about the alterations or the shredding or any other efforts to cover up anything?
No, sir.
After his initial request to make those changes, did he ever follow up or question you or press you to see that the job got done?
No, sir.
With respect to the removal of the documents from your office, do you know if Mr. Green knew that you were taking the documents out of the old executive office building when you were leaving your offices?
I don't know Mr. Green knew that, no.
So, as far as you know, he did not know?
No.
Was Mr. Green present in Colonel North's office when you told Colonel North about the documents?
Mr. Green was in the suite. He was not present in the immediate office where I was with Colonel North.
Okay. Did Mr. Green say anything about the documents at any time?
No, sir.
Did he know what the documents were?
No, sir, and neither did Colonel North.
Did he seem to know anything about the shredding that had gone on?
I believe he must have, since he asked me if I was asked about shredding, what would I say?
Okay. Did he tell you to mislead anybody or to not tell the truth in any way?
He didn't say. All the words I remember is, if you're asked about shredding, what are you going to say? And I knew the answer to that question, and that was, we do shredding every day, and he said good, and there was no further discussion to my recollection.
Okay. Ms. Hall, much has been said lately about Mrs. North's alleged trip to Philadelphia and Colonel North's cashing of some traveler's checks at food stores and gas stations. There have definitely been some impressions left from the introduction of that information. Now, I understand that you have no direct knowledge of these matters, but I would just like to ask you this one question, because I think you are in a unique position to address it. Based on your knowledge and the understanding of the character and personality of Oliver North, do you feel that he at least deserves the right to offer his explanation of these issues before we on these committees or the media or the American public at large draw any conclusions about or any conclusions or opinions about what happened?
I believe he has that right, yes, sir.
I have a couple more questions. Could I have one more minute? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As to the altering of documents and the shredding, and especially the removal of files from your office, would it be fair to say, Ms. Hall, that you got caught up in the controversial events of the day and you did some things that in hindsight probably were not very smart?
Yes, sir, I have to say that at the time I removed the documents, as I said before, I was emotionally distraught and did not realize the severity of what I was doing.
Do you have a feeling, did you have a feeling at that time, Ms. Hall, that the Iran initiative was secret and that there had been strenuous efforts made to keep it secret?
Absolutely.
Did you have a feeling at that time that the lives of hostages were involved in that operation?
Absolutely.
Did you have a feeling that, taken out of context or even perfectly in context, that the widespread dissemination of documents relating to those events could cause some problems?
Yes, sir.
And there again, with respect to the shredding and the other activities, which I have to admit do not look very good, do you feel that regardless of how bad they might look, and I think there are some who have tried to put the worst face on that, and some of them are right here in this room, as a matter of fact, but regardless of how bad they look, do you think that we should wait to hear Colonel North's explanation for those actions before we draw any final conclusions?
I think it would be fair to Colonel North, yes.
Might be fair to everybody concerned, don't you think?
That's correct.
Well, Ms. Hall, just one final thought. I don't know how the account number given to Elliot Abrams got fouled up. And I don't for a second think that you mistyped it. As you said in your opening statement, you can type. It's apparent you're a very bright woman and that you seem to be an excellent secretary. But it strikes me as interesting that if that number had not been transposed, we probably wouldn't be here today.
I have thought about that myself, sir.
Well, the reason I think that is if in the event that $10 million had been put in the right account, there would have been plenty of money for the Contras under those circumstances at that particular time without dipping into any of the funds generated by the Iranian arms sales. So there would have been no diversion, there would have been no press conference by the Attorney General, and we would have been spared all of these public travails. So I think that's an important thing to understand. So I want to thank you again, Ms. Hall. I want to thank the Chairman for allowing me to go on just a little bit longer. I've appreciated your testimony, and I've appreciated having a first-hand account of just what Oliver North is like. I think we'll just all have to see what he has to say before we draw our own conclusions, but I think it's only fair to wait till he says what he has to say and he testifies before us before we draw all those conclusions.
I agree. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Devine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Hall. Could you give us some indication about, there has been evidence that Ollie North traveled a great deal, and did you handle his reimbursements when he came back? In other words, did you take care of any expenses he might have so that he would get reimbursed from the U.S. government?
When Colonel North returned from a trip, he filled out his own travel voucher. I Xeroxed it, compiled it with the receipts that he had, and passed it to our administrative office to a gentleman by the name of Mike Snedden, who completed the voucher and returned it to Colonel North with a check.
And I assume you did this a number of times, went through this. This was the normal procedure.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anything unusual about that?
No.
Any indication at all that you had that he was not being truthful in the expenses he was turning in?
No, sir.
All right. What was his basic attitude towards money? Was this a concern to him? Was he, is he one of these people who is constantly complaining about not having enough money? And again, it's obvious. We're into this. There's been testimony in regard to the traveler's checks. I think it's unfortunate that it was brought out at a point in time in the hearing when he did not have an opportunity and will not have an opportunity for another month to explain it in any way, but that evidence is out. So this committee is very much interested, and I think the American people are, in what motivates Ollie North, what type person he is. You were very close to him, work with him for an extended period of time. What can you tell us and tell the American people about his general attitude about money? Is this a driving force?
He certainly was not motivated to do what he did for money. There's no doubt in my mind. Colonel North, I'm sure he would have liked to have gotten paid for more than, a little lieutenant colonel's salary for what he was doing. I think he definitely deserved to be paid more, but he was a lieutenant colonel in the United States Marine Corps, and he received a salary for that, and he accepted it.
Were you involved in any way in the keeping of a personal checkbook of his, or any way connected with his personal finances?
No, sir.
All right. Your testimony was, I believe, that you do not know anything about these traveler's checks that he supposedly cashed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that your only contact was the 3 that you received when you were, I guess, going to the beach, and it was late and the banks were closed, and you said, "Do you have any money?" And he said he got the traveler's checks out. But it's my understanding that he told you when he gave you those traveler's checks that that was not his money and that you needed to pay those back. Is that right? That's
my recollection.
All right, and you in fact did pay those traveler's checks back.
Yes,
your
sir.
Recollection. Let me, if I could, move to another area. On the date that the Meese press conference took place, November 25th, I believe, when everyone was viewing that, do you recall seeing Tom Green? Do you recall whether Tom Green was there or not?
He was not, sir.
All right. Yesterday you testified, I believe, if I recall correctly, that Oliver North, to your knowledge, never met alone with the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That's my knowledge.
All right. And you're only aware of the one phone call, and that phone call, of course, occurred after he was actually terminated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Therefore, your knowledge would not be inconsistent with the White House records if I told you the White House records disclosed the following: that Ollie North never met alone with the President, that in the time that he held this position there were only 2 calls between him and the President. The first was a conference call involving other people, and the second one was the one that you testified to yesterday, and that the President and Ollie North attended the same meeting on 19 separate occasions, never alone, and that there were, during those 19 times, there was never any meeting that had less than a total of 5 people in those meetings. That would not be inconsistent with your knowledge of Oliver North and your knowledge of the contact that the President had with Oliver North, would it?
I would say that would be an accurate description, yes.
All right. You were very close and had the opportunity to work with Mr. North, and I believe you testified he worked exceedingly long hours, and of course you kept very long hours too. What time would you normally leave?
I think an average time would be 8 or 9 o'clock. As I've said before, we've worked much later than that. On an
he-
average, I worked about 12, possibly 14 hours a day.
Would he normally still be working, or would he normally leave about that time?
It depended. He also liked to make sure that I got to my car since it was after dark. So many times I would wait a few 5 minutes or so until he was wrapped up so that he could walk me out to my car. If he was going to be a few more hours, then I would call a White House guard to walk me. I would say that a lot of times he stayed well after I did.
Could you tell us what, the best you can recall, the relationship was between Ollie North and Bud McFarland? How would you describe that relationship?
I would say that they were close, they were friends, and Mr. McFarland was his superior.
All right. And how about Admiral Poindexter?
I would say just about the same.
All right. Comparing the two, who would Ollie North have been closer to?
I would say that he probably was to Mr. McFarland, possibly because Mr. McFarland was, in the United States Marine Corps at one time, and maybe they felt an affection chemistry-wise towards each other that, was special.
During the time that Bud McFarland was the National Security Advisor, how often would you say that Ollie North and Bud McFarland had contact in a day's time? Maybe let's talk about phone calls, and then you can talk about personal meetings.
I would say that Colonel North's contact with Mr. McFarland was just as it was with Admiral Poindexter or any other security advisor. Of course, Colonel North had a lot of contact with the security advisors because of the issues that he worked. I would say that he had more contact with them than perhaps maybe any other staffer, but because of his issues that he handled.
Could you give us some idea, and I know there's no typical day or average day, but could you give us some idea of how often during a day that they would have this contact?
It's hard to give an answer to that, sir. It depends upon if it's a terrorism incident. You could spend hours with the security advisor in the situation room. If there wasn't, it depended on if there's a presidential meeting happening that day, or it depended on if the security advisor called you over because he had a question. You were always at his disposal.
Let me move to Albert Hakim. How often did you see Albert Hakim?
I believe I know I met Albert Hakim once, and I believe I've seen him maybe 2 or 3 times.
All right, he was not a frequent visitor to Ollie North's office?
No, sir.
All right. How about phone calls between the two? I believe that you normally place Mr. North's phone calls. Is that correct, Colonel North's phone calls?
Yes, sir.
All right. How often would he and Mr. Hakim have had contact?
I would say they were frequent, but not as frequent as they were with General Secord.
What would frequent be? Would you have any idea?
I'm trying to recall.
Again, I know that's tough. There's no typical day.
No,
and
there
I
isn't.
fully understand that. We appreciate that.
Like I've said, I think he might have come to the office a few times. The calls were more than the visits, definitely. I would say they were, it's hard to describe. Like I've said before, to give you a comparison, they were definitely not as frequent as General Secord's. General Secord was a daily caller, whereas Albert Hakim was not. And during the time that Albert Hakim worked with us, maybe...
Once a week?
Possibly, maybe less.
Okay. About Rob Owen. Did you see Rob Owen in your office?
Yes, sir.
And again, with him, how often during the period of time that he was involved with Colonel North? This be once a week, less than that, more than that?
I would say he was a frequent visitor, maybe once a week. It depended. There were spurts, maybe once a week, then it might not be for a while. And then again, maybe 2 or 3 times in a week.
All right. What about phone calls with Rob Owen?
I think the visits were probably more, there were more visits than there were phone calls.
More visits than there were phone
Yes.
calls? All right. What about Ambassador Tams? Did he ever call, or did Ollie North ever place any calls to the ambassador?
Ambassador Tams and Ollie were close friends. I would say that wasn't frequent, but there were calls.
All right. Again, would this be once a week, more or less?
No, I would not say once a week. I would say it depended upon if something had come up. It was not once a week.
But you would categorize them as close friends?
Yes, sir.
What about going back to Rob Owen, how would you describe the relationship between Ollie North and Rob Owen?
I think that they became close friends.
Albert Hakeem?
I don't know the relationship there. I don't know Mr. Hakeem very well, sir.
Let me move on to Elliot Abrams. How would you describe the relationship between Ollie North and Elliot Abrams?
I would say that there was a good relationship. I think that they admired each other. The meetings, I would say that he met with Elliot Abrams once a week because there was an interagency meeting once a week that Mr. North attended. The phone calls outside of the meetings were not that frequent. I don't think, I mean, it's hard for me to judge. I place the calls, but again, I do not place the secure calls for Colonel North, so it's hard to judge. I could be wrong when I give you description.
Did you ever see Elliot Abrams in your office?
Yes, sir.
And how often would that occur?
I think it's only been a few times. And it possibly was because he was in a meeting at the White House and stopped over to say hello, or I think he might have been in the office for a meeting at one point. I don't remember what the meeting was.
Would you describe Elliot Abrams and Colonel North as being close then?
I would say so, yes.
What about Mr. Coy and Mr. Earl? Can you describe the working relationship inside your office between those two and Colonel North?
The relationship was good.
All right. Who did what? What was the relationship as far as the pecking order or as far as the...
Colonel North was, in my eyes, the boss. He was the director. Craig Coy and Bob Earl came from the Vice President's Task Force on Terrorism to join us when the office was expanded to take on those responsibilities. I would say that everyone was friends. We worked well together. It was a great team. I would say that Craig Coy handled probably more terrorism issues as far as airport security, et cetera, et cetera. Bob handled terrorism also. It was a mixed thing. There was no designated areas for which each person handled. It was whenever an issue came up and somebody was available, they took care of it. Bob, I think, probably had a little bit slightly closer relationship with Ollie because he was in the Marine Corps, and I believe that they knew each other before they came to the Colonel Orr came to work at our office. And Bob had also stayed late hours. I mean, Craig did too, but Bob, I'd be kicking him out of the office just like I was trying to do Ollie all the time.
Okay. With the exception of the testimony you've already given about the times that Tom Green that you saw him, was he in Ollie North's office, in your office, prior to this series of events in November when the press conference was held and then the subsequent events? Was he someone you knew before then at all?
I never met Mr. Green until November 25th, 1986. We did place phone calls to him, and he in turn called us. But the first time I ever laid eyes on Tom Green was November 25th.
When would these phone calls have started?
I know that we were talking to Tom Green prior to May of 1986. That's my kind of standing point there. I would say
How do you know
sometime
that?
in late 85.
Late 85.
Possibly. I mean, could be wrong, but
Why do you peg it to the May date?
May is the Tehran trip and also when we moved, so I can remember being in room 392 and certain things happening, and I can also see myself in 302 and certain things happening, so that's how I decipher between the two.
Okay.
You know, for giving a time frame.
Beginning at that period, would these phone calls have been very frequent? Once a week?
It varied. It could be once a week, twice a week. It might not be for 2 weeks. It might not be for a month. It was varied.
Right. Adolfo Calero, how often would you see him or did you see him?
More, I would say probably in 1985, 84 and 85, I guess. Not as often in 86.
How would you describe the relationship between him and Ollie North?
Good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We begin now under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes Senator Redmond, the Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before I ask Ms. Hall a few questions, I just want to get the record straight on something. I think my colleague from Utah, Senator Hatch, makes a very good point, and all of us in this committee have tried assiduously to avoid casting any aspersions of guilt or innocence on anyone. That is not our job, and certainly before people appear. But so that anybody watching might not misunderstand, we have wanted Colonel North here since last January. Colonel North's not being here to answer these charges is his choice, not ours. And I would say it's his legal choice, and I'm not critical of that. He has every right as an American citizen to invoke his constitutional privileges. That's what this country's all about. But let the record show that the reason Colonel North is still a mystery man is because he hasn't been before this committee for a whole lot of reasons. Some having to do with his wishing to take immunity, others having to do with the independent counsel wanting more time. But I think it's important that the American people don't misunderstand that we're not kind of holding Colonel North out in the corridor and letting people make statements about him before we hear from him ourselves. I wish we had heard Colonel North, Mr. Chairman, last February, and Admiral Poindexter. I have made it very clear that when it came to balancing the interests of this country on prosecution versus getting the cloud out from over the president, we should have had them here months ago. I stand by that position. Some people disagree, but I believe it. But that's why he's not here. Ms. Hall, thank you very much for being so candid in your testimony. I don't have any real factual problems with your testimony. I want to just clear up some things that I don't understand. I want to get to Mr. Green for just a moment. Let me describe the situation as this transcript in your deposition indicates it so we understand fully Mr. Green's participation. As I understand it, you left the office with some documents in your boots and in your back to behind your back, as you described it. You walked out of the building. You wanted to maybe remove the documents at that point. Mr. Green, I believe, told you, no, don't pass them to me here or to Colonel North here. Is that correct?
I don't believe he used those words, sir.
Well, what did he say?
When I was at the elevator, he said, why don't you just wait for a few minutes? Or, let's see, let me...
Well, that's good. That's fine.
I'm just trying to remember what I had remembered him saying. And we walked outside. Tom said, why don't you wait until we get in the car?
So, Colonel, that's Mr. Green you're speaking of, not
Mr.
Colonel.
Green, yes, I'm sorry.
So at that point, Mr. Green knew that you had documents on you, on your person.
We would have to assume so. I don't know.
I certainly assume so, Ms. Hall. And then you get outside, and you want to, again, to then get rid of the documents. The reason you wanted to do that is because you were going to your car, which is in the garage. Is that not correct?
Yes.
But you didn't go to your car. You went to Mr. Green's car, which is parked on the sidewalk for the specific purpose of getting in the car so people couldn't observe, which was their idea, and pass the documents.
No, sir, that's not true.
All right, well, you tell me what is then.
I'll tell you what is. Colonel North came to the office. I asked him if he could see documents in my back. He said no. We walked out of the office. I gestured to give him the documents. He said, no, just wait till we get outside. I walk outside. I motioned again to get the documents. Tom Green says, no, wait till we get in the car. There is no way that I could have known, or that there is no way that they set that up. It was a convenient place to park, sir. It's on G Street. It's in the evening. It's a convenient place. It wasn't set up, to my knowledge, and I don't depict it that way, as a conspiracy to rush me out of the office and into the car to give them the documents.
Ms. Hall,
And in fact, I don't know that Colonel North actually knew that I had the documents on my person when I was talking to him on the phone.
Well, you're looking way beyond my question. I don't allege a conspiracy. I think the only thing I'm trying to establish is that Mr. Green knew when you got into his car that you had documents on your person. Is that true?
I would say that he knew, yes.
And then you proceeded to remove documents from your boots and from other parts of your clothing. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you handed those documents to Colonel North or Mr. Green?
I handed them to Colonel North.
And Mr. Green was aware of that transfer of those documents?
Yes, he was.
And I guess we can say, in fairness to everyone, that it is not normal to take documents out of the White House in one's boots and clothing. So Mr. Green certainly realized that there was something that was being concealed, that was being taken out of the White House.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I had one question about your testimony yesterday, and it wasn't followed up, I don't believe. I've checked the transcript. When you found Colonel North shredding the documents that afternoon, the transcript says as follows, quote, "I asked if I should shred prof notes and phone logs. He said I should probably go ahead." Do you recall saying that yesterday?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you explain to the committee, because it wasn't followed up, what was it about the prof notes and phone logs that on your own volition you suggested to Colonel North, observing shredding going on, that those documents should be shredded also?
Sir, I have testified prior to this that I had my own motives in the beginning for trying to shred those prof notes and phone logs because they were taking up room in the file. They had become numerous, and we had, as you know, Barbara Brown had joined us, and the file had become very full, and there was no room for me to put my things. I had been thinking about doing that in the past, and when the shredding incident started, I not only found them to take up room in the safe, but I also found them, in my own opinion, to be revealing of as far as conversations between Colonel North and other people, which I felt in my mind were private.
So you were aware of the contents of certain prof notes and phone logs, generally, not specifically, but generally?
Generally, that they were, it's like a phone call. I mean, it's like taping a phone call and having those on record. I just don't feel that that's their private conversation.
And since the Attorney General of the United States had just said that things had gone wrong and people were getting fired, it was the general feeling in the office that those things ought not to be preserved.
I did not know that, sir.
You were not aware of that at that time?
No, I was not.
Last question I have has to do with the removal of the documents themselves. The ones that you went up to Colonel Earl's office, I believe, on the second floor, and secreted some of those in your back, as you put it, and in your boots. And what was it about those documents that gave you such grave concern?
As I've said before, sir, they included the copies of the altered documents, which I felt might not be discovered if I took copies of them out, since they were old documents, and spread the originals out throughout the pile. They wouldn't be found together, and copies wouldn't be found. So I took the copies. Prof's notes, as I've said before, I thought were private conversations. They had been shredded before, and I wanted to get rid of them again. The minutes I felt were accurate description of what went on in the meetings with the moderates in Iran, and I just felt that the whole Iran initiative was being blown out, and I just felt that they were very revealing, and I took them out. This was done in an emotional, distraught manner. I was very upset.
Oh, we understand that, Ms. Hall, and no one's being critical.
And I was not thinking clearly. Prof's notes, not only were, the hard copies were destroyed, but if I had been thinking clearly, they're also, how do I know that Mr. McFarland or John Poindexter or others on the staff have not deleted those prof notes on their machines? They don't even have to have a hard copy. What I'm trying to explain to you is I was not thinking clearly.
Right. And Congressman Stokes, when he described it, he called it a cover-up, and you corrected him and said, I did not look at it as a cover-up. I looked at it as protecting.
That's correct.
Who are you protecting it from?
I was protecting the initiative.
From whom?
From everyone, because I felt that I knew that we were trying to get back the hostages, and I also knew that we were dealing with moderates, and if this whole thing is exposed, there could be people whose lives could be lost.
Well,
and I also felt that it divulges, if this thing breaks out, we're sitting up here talking about all kinds of things. We're revealing sources, we're revealing everything. In my opinion, I don't think this is...
Well, I would observe, Ms. Hall, that it was the FBI...
I just thought there would be a lot of damage done if a lot of top-secret, sensitive, classified material was exposed in public so that the Soviets, everyone else could read it. That's how I felt.
Ms. Hall, did you know that it was White House personnel that were standing in the office barring people from leaving? You did know that.
I knew it was an NSC official, yes.
Well, it wasn't the KGB that was coming, Ms. Hall, it was the
No.
FBI.
That's true, sir. But we do in this country have a tendency to have classified documents get on the front page of the New York Times and other, excuse me, I didn't mean to say that, but other newspapers in general. Sorry about that. I didn't mean.
Ms. Hall, I want to tell you that I have read your deposition. I want to thank you and your attorney for being forthright. This has got to be a very difficult time for someone like you. I think that you've done us a service by coming forward. This has not been easy for you or for the committee because you were caught in the middle of something, and we thank you for your testimony.
I appreciate your comments, sir.
Mr. Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, I'd like to follow up just briefly on the security question. Obviously, when you work in the West Wing on the NSC, there are certain security procedures that are standard for everybody. Everybody's always cautioned to be very careful about what they discuss. Everybody receives a full field investigation before they're employed and is briefed into those programs they need to have access to. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And it's not at all abnormal to have burning and shredding. It's a standard practice just to destroy information that you don't want to throw in a wastebasket, which someone might read that's sensitive.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for us the guidance you received from Colonel North with respect to the security procedures you were to follow in your job? Were they anything out of the ordinary?
No, sir. I had worked for the government for 10 years, and I have worked with classified material. I know what to do.
And the procedures that you followed in Colonel North's office were the same that you followed at the Pentagon or anywhere else?
Yes, sir.
What I'm trying to find out, Ms. Hall, is were you, by virtue of the very sensitive nature of the activities Colonel North was involved in, given any extra special guidance from him as to how you should function?
No, sir. I think he recognized that I was a very loyal secretary and loyal to him and also my country.
Okay. Let me come back, if I can, for just a moment to the point that Mr. DeWine raised. He asked about Colonel North's relationships with Admiral Poindexter and Colonel McFarland. I'd like to explore for a moment, if I can, his working relationship in terms of his style of operation. We all know that there are people who, when given direction by a superior, will follow explicitly through step by step to undertake a certain task. There are others who demonstrate initiative. Assigned a problem, they'll go out on their own and find creative ways of addressing the problem. And there may be a third category, say those who don't wait to receive an assignment but identify a problem and develop a course of action and then try to persuade their superiors to pursue that course of action. Can you comment on which of those models Colonel North would fit most closely with?
I would say probably the latter, if that is that he was creative and that, like I said before, he never gave up. There was always a means to achieve a goal. I don't believe that my opinion, that he would do anything without authorization.
Well, do you perceive a conflict there at all? In terms of the showing and demonstrating initiative on the one hand and on the other hand waiting for authorization to undertake an activity?
I don't see a conflict, no. I think they can work hand in hand.
Did you ever have the sense that he was developing policy options and then taking those to his superiors, to Mr. McFarland or Mr. Poindexter, trying to persuade them to pursue that course of action?
I would say that he developed ideas in order to overcome barriers and to find a means. Yes, I would say that he was creative in his work, and I would say that maybe his policies were accepted and authorized many times.
Are you aware of any policy options he developed that were turned down?
I don't remember ever seeing a disapproved memorandum. Colonel North, in fact, never sent information memorandums. He always sent an action memorandum.
And every single action memorandum he ever sent was always approved?
To the best of my recollection, I never remember seeing a disapproved memorandum. There possibly could have come one back, maybe not marked at all. I think as we've seen from Admiral Poindexter's with a notation of some kind. In my recollection, the 4 years I worked for Oliver North, I never saw a disapproved memorandum.
Would he have ever submitted action memorandum, to anyone other than Admiral Poindexter or Colonel McFarland?
He also worked for William Clark. Directly from him, I don't believe so.
So in other words, the only memoranda you ever typed for or have any knowledge of would have gone directly from Colonel North to either whoever the National
Yes.
Security Advisor was at the time. And secondly, it's your testimony that none of those were ever disapproved, that you don't recall that any were ever disapproved.
That's correct.
A final question, and you made some reference to this earlier. Do you have any reason to doubt that Colonel North had authority for everything he did as an employee of the National Security Council?
If he had authority for everything he did?
Did he ever undertake any activity without the knowledge of his superiors or without the approval of his superiors, to your knowledge?
I don't, in my opinion, I don't believe he did so, no.
Thank you.
Chair will interrupt the questioning just to announce to members that the State Department has advised us that Mr. Hakim's KL-43 communication device is now in the possession of the United States government at our mission in Geneva. Mr. Stokes and others were interested in that, and I thought the members would like to know.
Senator McClure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to focus for a few minutes on the origination of policy, which I believe is part of what this committee is supposed to be looking at. And yesterday, you testified that you first learned about the Iran initiative with a visit by David Kimchi in the summer of '85. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that a visit to Colonel North or a visit to Mr. McFarland?
My recollection is that I believe, and I could be wrong, but my recollection is that I believe Mr. Kimchi came to our office first and just as a holding room until Mr. McFarland was ready to see him.
Have you ever met Mr. Kimchi before?
No, sir.
Do you know whether Colonel North knew him before?
I don't believe he did, sir. I don't know.
Had there been phone calls before that time?
No, sir.
And he did meet with Colonel North?
My understanding of him being in our office was as a holding room. I don't know if they had words. I don't know.
I assume that Mr. McFarland contacted Colonel North and told him of the meeting. Is that correct?
I would have to think of how it was arranged. I thought Mr. Kimchi was, and I could be wrong, was introduced by Mr. Ledeen. I'm not sure. So I believe that maybe Michael might have worked with us in saying, let's get a meeting with Mr. McFarland. Mr. Kimchi came to the office as a holding room and then went to see Mr. McFarland. I could be wrong on that, but that's my recollection.
Were there any discussions in the office about the meeting with Mr. Kimchi after the meeting took place?
I don't sit in discussions. I don't know, sir.
You didn't overhear any?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
You testified yesterday that you knew Mr. Ledeen, that he visited the office frequently.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Further, you stated that he came to the office to read, that he was there for a reading purpose. In addition to the daily and monthly DIA terrorism summaries, what else was Mr. Ledeen allowed to read?
I think he was authorized to read certain files, perhaps when there was a terrorist incident and how we reacted to it, and just overall how the incident was taken care of. I mean, that would be pertinent to him, since he was considered to be a terrorism expert as a consultant to the NSC, that he would need to see those files.
How long had you known Mr. Ledeen?
I met Mr. Ledeen when he came to visit Colonel North. I understand that he was on with General Haig, but I'm trying to remember, I guess probably in '84.
Do you know of his background or anything about him personally?
I have read things. I have read articles, and I do know him as a friend.
Are you aware of any other NSC consultants who are allowed access to this information?
I don't believe so, sir.
In addition to his reading appointments, how often did Mr. Ledeen meet with Colonel North personally?
Colonel North was usually very busy, and a lot of times Michael Wood would like to have had to sit down and had a chat with Colonel North, but he was unavailable. I don't know that they really had a lot of meetings together. I think that Mr. Ledeen mostly came to the office to read.
And
I mean, they did have chats every once in a while when Colonel North was there, but a lot of times Mr. Ledeen would have, like I said, liked to have seen him, but Mr. Colonel North was unavailable.
And phone calls?
The phone calls that came in basically were to say, hey, I'm going to stop by today and read. And there might have been a few others in addition to that where he did talk with Colonel North.
And is that from the time of, when did that first start?
I don't know, maybe 1985, possibly late 84. I just don't remember, sir. The calendar would reflect the first time Mr. Ledeen came to visit the office.
Would he call or visit once a week?
He would call to be cleared in to come read. It might be once every 2 weeks, might be once a month. It varied. Mr. Ledeen, I believe, also traveled and did other things besides his capacity as terrorism expert to NSC.
But he was a consultant to the NSC on the basis of his expertise as a terrorism expert.
That's correct.
If it's any comfort to you, I appreciated your comments a moment ago about the fact that we seem to talk too much and that too much appears on the front pages of the newspapers. And you apologize for saying the New York Times. I suspect they wear that as a garland of honor. That you identified them. I don't think they're offended by it. But I do feel, as you do, that we oftentimes expose too much of our nation's secrets and that there is a reason for us to withhold some information from public scrutiny. And I can understand a motivation on the part of people who have very sensitive information to withhold that. Unfortunately, we often honor that in the breach more than in the observance, the necessity for protection of the nation's secrets and for the methods and the means by which we obtain those secrets. I know that Senator Boren feels very strongly on behalf of the Intelligence Committee that that has been true in the past with respect to congressional sources as well. And I think that's a serious question we should ask ourselves as a nation, is whether the good that comes out of hearings like this outweigh the damage that comes out of hearings like this.
I strongly agree, sir.
And thank you very much for your concern.
Thank you.
Mr. Fasell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, let me ask the question this way. The shredding started on November 21st, as I understand it from your testimony.
Yes, sir.
And Colonel North was already shredding.
My recollection, sir, is that I think he began shredding and I joined him. If he gets up here and says it happened a different way,
right.
I don't deny it. That's just my recollection.
No, I understand. I'm not.
Okay.
I didn't have any ulterior motive except to maybe get your concurrence that you wouldn't want us to think that that was just normal routine shredding and office procedures.
We do shred every day, but we do not shred in the volume that we did that day. You're correct.
So something happened that day that stirred up the hormones as far as Colonel North is concerned to want to get rid of some documents. What do you think it was?
I do not know, sir.
It wasn't because Bill Casey was testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee?
I don't know.
You don't know. You didn't get a phone call that started all of this?
I wasn't aware that I had no feelings in me prior to the shredding incident that it was going to happen. I don't know why it happened. I don't know what triggered it. I don't know what the motives were.
But you were in your protective mode and you decided that the enterprise or whatever it was should be protected and you were perfectly willing to help.
Absolutely.
At that time, did you know that an order had been issued to the Attorney General to investigate this whole matter?
No, I did not, sir.
Do you know whether Colonel North knew?
I have no idea.
You've already testified at length about copies and availability of documents. Were you sure in your own mind that the kind of shredding that was going on would eliminate the documents?
I did not think it would.
Did you say so to Colonel North?
There was a comment I made, and I'm not sure who I made to. My recollection is I made it to Colonel Earl when I was past the TRW or KL-43 traffic messages that he passed me to shred. I think I turned to them and said something along the lines of, if the idea is to get rid of all these things, it's going to be impossible. And he said, oh, there was no concern. There wasn't like, oh my God, you're right, or anything like that. This was a very relaxed atmosphere. It wasn't a tense, like I said, close the door, lock the windows, pull down the shades. It wasn't that atmosphere.
Was there any discussion about who you were keeping the documents from?
No, sir.
Was there any particular person that you felt was more sensitive than any other person who might be included in the documents?
That's a hard question to answer. I don't know.
But you have a feeling?
No.
They were all
of course, there are people that are more important than others, perhaps, but I just don't know. Would have to answer that and think about it. Think about it and answer it.
Thank you very much.
Senator Sarbanes?
Ms. Hall, on that Friday, the 21st of November, when you had this shredding effort in the office, did you leave afterwards? Is that when your day ended and you went home?
I believe so, sir. I don't know what I did on November 21st after I left the office, or when I left it. I don't recall.
You don't recall what time you left on that day?
No, sir.
But was the shredding the last thing that you did before you left?
I don't recall, sir. I'm sure it probably wasn't. I probably typed Colonel North's card, 3x5 card, explaining his day for Monday. Was probably the last thing I did that day.
But when you interrupted altering the originals and eliminating the copies, that enterprise, in order to do the shredding, is that correct?
That's my memory.
And when you finished the shredding, you did not go back to working on eliminating traces of the altered originals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that was my mistake, but I have to, in somewhat my defense, I have to say that the office was extremely busy. The phone calls, the phone is ringing every 3 minutes. It's a very hectic environment.
Well, I'm not sure it's your mistake, because if one takes the view that altering the originals shouldn't have been done in the first place, then at least the mistake was not compounded by you returning to it.
I'd like to add that I also did not know the urgency, quite the urgency of these documents, because I had no idea that Colonel North would be fired on Tuesday. I didn't know that the extreme urgency of this, and I don't know that Colonel North knew it either.
Now, when you came back to the office on Monday, had it been secured at that point?
No, it had not.
When was the office secured and access to files denied to the people who worked there?
Tuesday, November 25th, I would say when Brenda Rieger came in, and my account of that is at around 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Now, did any shredding take place on Monday or on Tuesday up till 4 o'clock? Any additional shredding?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
And when you left the office on Tuesday with Colonel North and Mr. Green, were briefcases inspected as you left the office?
Yes, they were, sir.
And did Colonel North have a briefcase?
I believe he did, sir.
Did Mr. Green?
I don't recall.
Was Mr. Green there when this inspection was taking place as you all were leaving?
Mr. Green entered the office with Colonel North. They were there for only maybe 4 or 5 minutes at the most, as Colonel North took a phone call, and then he left. He was there while Brenda Rieger and Bill Van Horn were there. Yes, he was there when they were there.
So
But
go ahead.
he was there for about 5 minutes.
So he realized the office had been secured, did he not?
I assume that he did. I don't know for sure. I would assume that he knew who the people were. I don't know.
Now, on these originals that were altered by you, that was done pursuant to a marked-up copy that was given to you by Colonel North, is that correct?
A marked-up original, yes, sir.
So he had written in hand on it the revisions that he wanted, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For instance, if you would turn to exhibit number 5. On the third page of that exhibit, where it says recommendation, and then it says that the current donors be approached to provide 15 to 20 million additional between now and June 1, 1985. That's what the original said. Then if you would turn to 5A, the recommendation has been changed to read that you brief the President on the current situation and urge concerted action on immediate congressional approval of a $14 million CIA supplemental and 75 to 100 million for next fiscal year. So that's a complete change in the recommendation, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And Colonel North did that by handing you the original and having marked out what was there and written in this revision? Is that how it happened?
I believe so, sir.
And you realized at the time, I take it, that the recommendation was being changed significantly.
As I've said before, I don't have a specific recollection of the changes that were made. They're now very obvious to me since they have been pointed out and described in detail. At the time, I'm sure when I was typing it, knew I was changing the recommendation, but as I've testified before, I did not know the substance of the changes. If I had, I wouldn't have left the attachments on the other document. I was typing, I was changing, I was printing off, I was Xeroxing. That was my job, and I wasn't reading or trying to find out what his motives were, or what he was trying to hide, or what he was trying to. I was purely a typist, sir.
Well, but Colonel North, on the document he gave you, had scratched out the recommendation and written in a different recommendation. Is that correct?
I believe he probably did, sir.
And that's what you typed on the altered original?
Yes, sir.
And then you checked on the altered original.
Yes, sir.
Approval, which had not appeared on the original. Is that correct?
It could be, sir, that the copy that we have in our exhibit is a copy of the original, but not a copy of the acted upon original. What I'm trying to say, sir, is that an original might go across the street and it certainly came back with an action taken on it, but that copy of the completed memorandum might not have been Xeroxed and placed in our files. So what you have here in Exhibit 5 might not be the original acted upon document. I mean, I'm sure that a System 4 document did not come back without any action taken on it.
All right, but with all
And as I've said before, I don't ever remember seeing a disapproved document that Colonel North wrote.
But with all of these documents, what happened is Colonel North handed you the original marked up for retyping with his changes placed on that original. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Broomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, I want to join the other members of the committee in congratulating you on how candid and forthright you've been in answering the questions. I think you've been an extremely valuable and good witness.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm sure that our good friend Ollie probably is watching, and his family. And I bet they can't help but be very proud of your loyalty and dedication to him during the past 4 years that you worked for him. You have known him a long time, and from your close-up view, did you believe he was unquestionably dedicated to the President Reagan and what he stood for in foreign policy?
There's no doubt in my mind, sir.
Do you think, Ms. Hall, that Colonel North would conscientiously engage in conduct which he believed, if found out, would jeopardize the President in any way or the policies in the best interest of our country?
Absolutely not.
Ms. Hall, I wanted you to know, because there's been a lot said here, if we could only get Colonel North here, a lot of this could be over in a hurry. Well, there's a lot of us on this panel, or several of us, have been trying to get him up here for a long time. We wanted to give him immunity right off the bat. Well, it didn't work that way for two reasons. First of all, there are a lot of members on this committee who didn't want to give him immunity. And probably the second reason was independent counsel Walsh didn't want to give immunity. He still doesn't want to give immunity to Colonel North. And this committee only granted him immunity last week, and it wasn't unanimous. So that there has been a problem in getting immunity to him, which I think he's entitled to. We're not going to get the full story until we have Colonel North and probably Admiral Poindexter before this committee to hear what they have to say about the entire matter. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. I'd like to add that maybe someone might like to read The Man in the Arena by Theodore Roosevelt. I think it depicts the situation correctly.
Now, you remember a time when terrorists hijacked the Achilles Laurel. Can you tell us what you know about Colonel North's involvement in forcing down the Achilles Laurel terrorist?
I don't know details, but I know that he was very effective in, as some people have referred to, hijacking the hijackers of the Achilles Laurel. His roles in terrorist incidents were extensive, and he was, I consider, a central figure and an effective player.
Well, I thank you for that. I think Senator Hatch has asked you many of the questions that I wanted to ask of you, and you've answered very fully. Again, I want to compliment you on your appearance here for our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to use this as a debating forum for members of Congress of this panel, but I find it hard to accept the proposition that anyone of Colonel Oliver North's position as not only a uniformed military officer, but the position he held is entitled to immunity. I don't think he's entitled to anything. We're granting him immunity because we want to get all the evidence, but I don't think that anyone should be in a position of asserting that they are entitled to immunity. And that's just my particular view here, and not that necessarily of the other members, but I thought I should take a moment to express that. Ms. Hall, you indicated that you were part of the team. My question is, what team?
A part of the National Security Council team, sir.
And would that team include Colonel North?
Absolutely.
Did it include General Secord?
General Secord was working with us in an effort to...
Colonel Dutton?
Yes.
Albert Hakim?
Yes, so these were people we were working with.
Colonel Earl?
When I referred to the team, as I did before, that reference was concerning our office, not the entire people we work with throughout the departments of the U.S. government, everyone we came in contact, sir. I'm talking about a team within our office.
And that's why you felt that you should help in participating in the shredding of the documents. It was part of the team effort that day.
I, sir, was a secretary to Colonel North. I was acting as a secretary when I participated in the shredding.
You indicated it was not your policy to ask any questions. If Ms. Napier had handed you $16,000 in cash and asked you to turn that over to Colonel North, would you have asked any questions then?
No, sir.
So that would not have raised any questions in your mind?
As I've said before, and I'll repeat it again, I believe that Colonel North was doing what was right, and I have worked for him for 4 years and never seen any unusual or suspecting any foul play or bad characteristics in him. And therefore, that's why I felt that I need not question someone I admired and respected.
So as long as you believe that what he felt was right and you believe in what he was doing is right, you would never question anything that he might do to carry that out?
Sir, I believed in what we were doing within the office. I'm not going to say I won't question him on anything that he might do. I believed in our efforts within our office.
Colonel North during the time that you were employed?
I think we can use the term alter when we're
Change.
talking about originals. When I'm referring to, I've changed many
Right.
documents in my 4 years.
Fine. But did you ever have occasion to change documents that were over a year old?
I don't remember ever doing that before, sir. This is the only occasion I remember doing such.
I'm going to relieve you of a terrible burden that Senator Hatch, I think, placed upon your shoulders. He suggested that perhaps that your transposition of those numbers of that account may have led to the unraveling and the exposure of this event.
I don't believe he did that, sir.
Well, I think it was intimated that somehow, had those numbers never been transposed, that it never would have been discovered and the event would have continued as is. And
I think he made a point to say that he was not saying that I did it.
Well,
I think that point was made by Senator Hatch, and I appreciate it.
the point I'd like to make is I think the moment we became involved with Mr. Ghorbanifar and his coterie of friends, that this particular initiative was doomed to exposure. And I think that once the second channel was opened up, that we certified or cemented the fact that this was going to ultimately be exposed as it was. So I didn't want you or Senator Hatch to feel that somehow the transposition of those two numbers may have unraveled this entire initiative. I think is quite to the contrary. I also, Ms. Hall, I think that everybody here is aware of your particular qualities. You are extremely dedicated, intensely loyal to Colonel North and others. And as a matter of fact, you have something else which most employers look for. That's what I would call contextual intelligence. I think it's not simply, as you describe yourself, as a typist and a mere secretary. You understand, as you're typing, the context in which these statements are being made. And I think that's an admirable quality that we all look for, but it's not simply a typist that you were serving at. I'd like also to point out you did something which I found quite commendable. During the course of the day, when Colonel Earl came over to offer assistance, you said at that point, I don't have your exact language, but I can get it from the transcript, no need for you to become involved in this. And I assume at that point you felt that since you and Colonel North were intimately involved at that point with that particular effort to either the shredding of the documents or the taking out of the documents, you at least tried to say two of the members of the team involved in this are enough. And you, I think in a very noble gesture, precluded him from giving you that kind of assistance so that you would take that responsibility yourself.
I don't think those were my motives. I think the reason I said that was because, in fact, it was my idea to do the documents. It was not Bob Earl's.
It was your idea to do what?
It was my idea to remove the documents, not Bob Earl's. It was my initiative to do that, and I felt that if I dreamed that up, or if I was the one that initiated that I should be the one to do it.
And no need for him to become involved in that.
That's correct.
You knew at that particular point that you were engaged in something that might lead to some further difficulties, did you not?
I did. As I've said before, I was emotionally distraught. I was upset with the fact that this could all come out. I mean, I was protecting the initiative. I was protecting, in my sense, the country, too.
But wasn't Colonel Earl part of the team who was also engaged in that whole operation?
Colonel Earl was involved in the shredding. He had no knowledge of the alternative documents. He knew nothing about them. He knew that I had not taken out the copies. He didn't know anything about that. All he was aware of is that there had been shredding taking place, and he participated.
One final question, if I can, Mr. Chairman. Senator Sarbanes asked you, as you were typing along when you were changing some of the documents, I think you indicated that you were simply serving as a typist at that point. But you did testify yesterday that you had enough of an awareness, again I call it contextual intelligence, to know that you couldn't imitate John Poindexter's handwriting, so therefore you simply Now, you altered some documents. I think you indicated to Congressman Stokes that you altered many documents for Colonel North during the time that you were employed.
I think we can use the term alter when we're
Changed.
talking about originals. When I'm referring to, I've changed many
Right.
documents in my 4 years.
Fine. But did you ever have occasion to change documents that were over a year old?
I don't remember ever doing that before, sir. This is the only occasion I remember doing such.
I'm going to relieve you of a terrible burden that Senator Hatch, I think, placed upon your shoulders. He suggested that perhaps that your transposition of those numbers of that account may have led to the unraveling and the exposure of this event.
I don't believe he did that, sir.
Well, I think it was intimated that somehow, had those numbers never been transposed, that it never would have been discovered and the event would have continued as is. And
I think he made a point to say that he was not saying that I did it.
Well,
I think that point was made by Senator Hatch, and I appreciate it.
the point I'd like to make is I think the moment we became involved with Mr. Ghorbanifar and his coterie of friends, that this particular initiative was doomed to exposure. And I think that once the second channel was opened up, that we certified or cemented the fact that this was going to ultimately be exposed as it was. So I didn't want you or Senator Hatch to feel that somehow the transposition of those two numbers may have unraveled this entire initiative. I think it's quite to the contrary. I also, Ms. Hall, I think that everybody here is aware of your particular qualities. You are extremely dedicated, intensely loyal to Colonel North and others. And as a matter of fact, you have something else which most employers look for. That's what I would call contextual intelligence. I think it's not simply, as you describe yourself, as a typist and a mere secretary. You understand, as you're typing, the context in which these statements are being made. And I think that's an admirable quality that we all look for, but it's not simply a typist that you were serving at. I'd like also to point out you did something which I found quite commendable. During the course of the day, when Colonel Earl came over to offer assistance, you said at that point, I don't have your exact language, but I can get it from the transcript, no need for you to become involved in this. And I assume at that point you felt that since you and Colonel North were intimately involved at that point with that particular effort to either the shredding of the documents or the taking out of the documents, you at least tried to say two of the members of the team involved in this are enough. And you, I think in a very noble gesture, precluded him from giving you that kind of assistance so that you would take that responsibility yourself.
I don't think those were my motives. I think the reason I said that was because, in fact, it was my idea to do the documents. It was not Bob Earl's.
It was your idea to do what?
It was my idea to remove the documents, not Bob Earl's. It was my initiative to do that, and I felt that if I dreamed that up, or if I was the one that initiated that I should be the one to do it.
And no need for him to become involved in that.
That's correct.
You knew at that particular point that you were engaged in something that might lead to some further difficulties, did you not?
I did. As I've said before, I was emotionally distraught. I was upset with the fact that this could all come out. I mean, I was protecting the initiative. I was protecting, in my sense, the country, too.
But wasn't Colonel Earl part of the team who was also engaged in that whole operation?
Colonel Earl was involved in the shredding. He had no knowledge of the alternative documents. He knew nothing about them. He knew that I had not taken out the copies. He didn't know anything about that. All he was aware of is that there had been shredding taking place, and he participated.
One final question, if I can, Mr. Chairman. Senator Sarbanes asked you, as you were typing along, when you were changing some of the documents, I think you indicated that you were simply serving as a typist at that point. But you did testify yesterday that you had enough of an awareness, again I call it contextual intelligence, to know that you couldn't imitate John Poindexter's handwriting, so therefore you simply checked off approve. I suppose one alternative would have been to type in the statement of Admiral Poindexter and have someone initial his...
No, sir.
No?
Admiral Poindexter doesn't, I don't want to say he doesn't type. He doesn't have a habit of typing his recommendations.
But
it would have stuck out regardless. I felt that it was better if I just checked it.
And so you understood that you really couldn't have simulated the original memorandums if you had in fact typed in the PS or the notation by Admiral Poindexter, so you understood that, and therefore you checked off approve as opposed to trying to imitate it in any other way.
I believe I probably glanced at his recommendation, and as if we looked at it again, I think it kind of reads like he agreed the fact that, in fact, the ship needed to be stopped.
Well, I agree precisely with that. I think you understood that after reading the document that he understood what was involved and approved it.
No, sir, I didn't read the document. I read the recommendation or the comment made by Admiral Poindexter.
Did Oliver North ever complain to you that he would not have enough money to educate his children?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I'd like to comment on your comment regarding Colonel North and his grant of immunity. I think that Colonel North is first a U.S. citizen, and he has the same rights that you yourself do, sir.
I understand that. I'm not entitled to immunity. If I were called into question to claim it, I don't believe is a matter of right. I think that one can be granted immunity in an effort for a congressional committee to complete its investigation. I don't think anybody's entitled to immunity.
If the idea is to complete the investigation, then why not grant Colonel North immunity?
Well, if he was not engaged in any wrongdoing, Ms. Hall, then we wouldn't have to be involved with the question of immunity at all. But that's a matter
We
that
have our
can debate
separate
later.
opinions, sir.
Mr. Foley.
May I take you back to the events of November 25th? And I don't want to keep going over old ground, but you testified that as an experienced employee of a national security agency, you understood the rules of security relating to documents and the procedures that must always be followed with relation to classified documents in particular.
That's correct, sir.
Without any reference to possible obstruction of justice, which is not the purpose of this committee to determine, did you not know that alteration of existing documents in a major, fundamental way was a violation of the responsibility of those who possess those documents?
I agree with you, sir, and at the time, as I've stated before, I felt uneasy, but sometimes, like I've said before, I believed in Colonel North, and there was a very solid and very valid reason that he must have been doing this, and sometimes you have to go above the written law, I believe. I don't know. It's just I believed in Colonel North. Maybe that's not correct. That's not a fair thing to say. I felt uneasy to begin with, and I agree with your assessment, basically.
That unauthorized destruction of documents is a gross violation of security.
I don't know that destruction. Okay, you're talking about the altered document.
The shredding.
The shredding, I don't know that was unauthorized.
You're not sure whether Colonel North had...
I don't believe...
You're not sure whether Colonel North did not have superiors' approval to destroy those documents?
I have no idea, sir.
But normally speaking, you would not be engaged in that kind of shredding as a routine daily or routine weekly or monthly activity of your office.
Sir, we never shredded to the volume we did. In my eyes, those documents could have been shredded. The Prof's notes, phone logs could have been shredded every single day. If I completed a phone log, I could have shredded it that minute.
Do you have any
There's
doubt
no
that it
reason
was
why it
an-
couldn't have been shredded earlier.
Do you have any doubt that it was an unusual shredding?
It was unusual. I have said that.
Finally, under any circumstances, the removal of classified documents from the offices to which they were assigned, removal from those offices and from the building, was a gross violation of the security of those documents, which for any other purpose, any purpose at all, would justify the severest discipline. Isn't that true?
I agree that it was a gross violation, and I honestly, sir, did not know the severity of what I was doing at the time. I wish I could redo it.
No, I'm not asking particularly the state of mind, but your judgment now, and your judgment in any situation in which you were calmly analyzing the circumstances, would be that such a removal could not be justified for any purpose when it was secretive and designed to take the documents outside the confined area without authority. Isn't that
Sir,
correct?
I don't. I don't agree that it can't be justified by any means. I believe that it was definitely wrong, and then there would have to be extraneous reasons for doing that. I mean, we could make up scenarios. The KGB was coming in the door. You would take them out then. It can be justified in some circumstances. It was not in this case.
You're satisfied it was not in this case?
Yes.
Okay, Warren. Senator Heflin.
Ms. Hall, I'd like to ask your attorney to turn to Fawn Hall Exhibit 8 and ask the clerk also to give you a copy of Abrams Exhibit 10. And while they're doing that, let me ask you this. Did Colonel North ever tell you that his wife was going or had gone to Philadelphia to meet a lawyer?
No, sir.
Did the name of Willard Zucker, was that name familiar to you?
No, sir.
As far as you know then, Willard Zucker never phoned or personally talked to Colonel North at any time?
That's right.
You did not hear Mr. Hakeem or General Secord mention the name of Willard Zucker to you?
No, sir.
All right, if you will, turn to the exhibit which is marked FH8 and turn to the 5th page, I believe it is. And on the 5th page, this is the exhibit which has been known as the diversion document or diversion memo or the undated April memo, which contains the language, 12 million will be used to purchase critically needed supplies for the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance Forces. This material is essential to cover shortages in resistance inventories resulting from the current offensive and Sandinistan counterattacks, and to bridge the period between now and when the congressionally approved lethal assistance beyond the 25 million in defensive arms can be delivered. Now, I believe you have testified that you typed that document.
Yes, sir.
All right, would you tell us, was it dictated to you by Colonel North, or was it written out and you typed it from a handwritten version, or how?
Colonel North had a policy shortly after I started working for him that it was that he would stand behind me as I was at my IBM display writer and dictate as I typed. And I believe there's very few instances where he ever wrote out anything. It was a very quick process and it worked, and I believe that's the way this document was done.
All right, so prior to the dictation that he gave you of this, had you heard anything pertaining to a $12 million diversion from Iranian arms sales to go to the Contras?
No, sir.
This was the first time that you had heard anything at all about this diversion of arms sales profits?
Sir, I typed it. I have said before that I did not know that there was a diversion of funds. I typed it. The time I'm in the office, I'm working very fast. I'm a facilitator. I move things. I make the office work. I don't retain substance. Now, after this has come along, obviously I'm a lot more knowledgeable about exactly what we were doing because I have read a lot of things. At the time, I did not know, so to say that I heard when I typed this, I didn't remember at the time.
All right, now, after you typed it, did you have any discussion with Colonel North pertaining to this diversion of profits from arms sales?
Sir, I don't believe I did. Someone asked me if I'd ever heard a joke made about the fact that Khomeini was now supporting the resistance, and at one time he was supporting the Sandinistas who were fighting them. That rings a bell. It might have been something I thought to myself and laughed. It might have been something Colonel North said. It might have been, I don't know if it was prior to this, at this, after this, I just don't remember, but the joke itself rings a bell.
All right, now, is anything else that you would like to tell us about this 12 million diversion? Well, I would say that you'd like to. is any other information that you have that hadn't been revealed to the committee about the $12 million arms diversion profits?
No, sir.
All right, now if you will look at Abrams Exhibit number 10, this is a photocopy of the card that has this number, a bank account number that was involved in the Brunei $10 million solicitation. Does this appear to be a correct copy of what you typed on that occasion?
It appears to be that, sir.
All right, now, did Colonel North dictate the number? Did he write it out on a piece of paper, or how did you receive it to type it?
My recollection is that he passed me, I don't know if it was a piece of paper, a card, or what, but I believe it was typed out when he gave it to me.
All right. Is anything else you'd like to say about it? I didn't mean to cut you.
Just that I typed the card as I saw it, I thought, and returned both pieces of paper to Colonel North.
Did you proofread it?
No, I did not, sir. It was a very, very quick process. I remember that I was being rushed. It was very quick. I did not proofread it. I typed the card and handed both the sheet of paper and the card back to Colonel North.
Was anything said at that time by Mr. Abrams, as I understand he was there, or Colonel North about this being a bank account in which there would be $10 million, or any reference to Brunei?
Absolutely not, sir. I did not know why I was typing what I was typing.
So you did not have any knowledge whatsoever at that time pertaining to the Brunei solicitation?
That's correct.
After that time, did you have hear anything or learn anything about a Brunei donation?
Only in the newspaper, sir.
Only you didn't hear it in the office at all?
No, sir.
Had you ever typed that number before?
I don't believe so, sir.
Had you typed any Swiss bank account numbers before?
I'm not sure. I have been shown, I believe the independent counsel has run off my entire floppy disk, and there appears some account numbers on a document. It's a document of account numbers. I don't know how many, and it was on my diskette. I must have typed it. I don't remember typing it.
Well, you don't remember typing it beforehand? On any other occasion? There are other instances.
I don't remember typing.
This is the only occasion.
This is the only occasion I actually had an independent recollection of typing. Other than that, I don't have an independent recollection of typing other numbers. Obviously, I did. It was on my diskette, the other I was referring to.
Oh, I see my time is up, but let me ask you this. Did Colonel North ever make any statement to you which would indicate that he would be have control of any Swiss bank account in the event of the death of Mr. Hakim or Mr. General Secord?
No, sir.
Was there ever any conversation that you had with Colonel North would indicate that there was any connection between a death benefit or educational trust fund that would be coming from the enterprise to him?
No, sir.
Was any other discussion pertaining to a will or anything pertaining to matters that might indicate that he was being willed money that was in a Swiss bank account or any account?
No, sir.
Mr. Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield very briefly to Mr. Broomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. I want to make a statement that I do agree with Senator Cohen's statement that Colonel North is not really entitled to immunity, but probably an accurate description is that he ought to have an appropriate action would be to give him immunity. I think the public needs to know what happened and to get on with this investigation, get it over with so that our government can get on to the important issues facing the government. So I want to apologize to Senator Cohen. Nobody's entitled, but I think it would be appropriate action to give immunity if we're going to get all the facts and get this behind us.
Thank you, Mr. Broomfield. Ms. Hall, just briefly, without for a moment justifying any violations of law, without for a second saying that secreting classified documents and moving them out of their proper repository and altering documents and shredding important documents, without justifying that or saying that's right and that it was appropriate that you do that. Let me just try to understand your state of mind at that time and place. I can see where it would be very easy to have a siege mentality, us against them, because I feel that way in Congress. We have a let me hear me first and then see if you don't agree with me. We have a policy in Central America enunciated by the administration and supported by most Republicans, certainly not all, but most Republicans support it. And the policy is, in general, to be consistent towards the democratic resistance fighting the communist Sandinistas. These are campesinos, thousands of people who have left their families and homes, who are fighting for the recapture of their own country, their own revolution, risking life and limb, and we have induced them to make this commitment. And all of a sudden we stop. We slam the door and we walk the other direction, Congress, by its on-again, off-again policies. Now you find yourself in a situation where you believe, you're a true believer. Ollie North is a true believer, and I'm a true believer. We believe in the cause of democracy and freedom, and that you're never going to get the Sandinistas to give up power by asking them for it. They have to be pushed. They have to be pushed as part of the strategy to get democracy restored there. Now, suddenly you find that Congress, with all its wisdom and all its power, has turned its back on these people again. We offer them refugee status if Honduras will take them. That's the best we can do. And suddenly you're besieged, and Colonel North is besieged. And you are trying to support a policy that you still believe in, and your parts of your own government, namely Congress, are really your adversaries. Is that not the mental state that you have?
I'd like to say, sir, that I don't depict while we were working us against the Congress. I don't believe that was the motive, not the motive, but I don't believe that was the feeling I didn't have. I didn't believe we were against the Congress. I believe we wanted to try to work with the Congress to make them to see the light, to agree with us, to support the policy, to do what is necessary. I never believed that it was us against the Congress. I believe sometimes I feel that way now, but I never felt that. I believe that what Ollie was doing, Colonel North was doing, was in fact what he said in his memorandum, trying to bridge the time between when the Congress finally made up their mind to support the Contras, if they in fact ever did.
But the policy was under siege. The policy had been rejected and repudiated by the Congress.
By some members, yes.
By the majority.
Yes.
By the majority. And here is this question of life and death and freedom and these very important issues under siege, and you are in a protective mode. And you're not alone. A lot of us feel in a protective mode towards what we conceive far more important than adhering to every jot and tittle of a law that apparently was made of silly putty because we kept changing it so much.
I agree. I think, well, I agree.
Good, thank you.
Senator Tribble. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, in your dialogue with Congressman Foley, you seem to suggest
there were times when one could go above the law. Did you really mean to say that?
No, I said I believe I retracted that. I tried to retract
I wanted to give
that.
you an
I mean, we often
opportunity.
say things out of emotion that we don't necessarily mean.
All right. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to set the record straight.
Yes, I don't feel that.
You weren't suggesting here that you were serving some higher good that permitted you to undertake these activities.
No.
Now, I want to establish the timing of an event more precisely. When Colonel North returned with Mr. Green to the White House, pursuant to your phone call, was Colonel North still a member of the NSC?
I believe he still had his badge at the, I'm not sure. He was fired as of 12 o'clock, sir, when the press conference came. That's my interpretation of it. I don't believe he needed to be cleared back in. I believe he still had his White House pass. It might have been revoked the next day.
But he had been fired at that point.
Yes, sir.
So he was no longer a part of the NSC staff.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you one other question. You talked about Colonel North attending meetings of the interagency group. This was the group whose task it was to oversee our activities in Central America. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you know who the members of that interagency group were?
I'll try to remember. I believe Elliot Abrams chaired the meeting. I know that Alan Fires attended. I know that Colonel North attended. DOD, I think it was Armitage. I could be wrong.
So it was a
JCS, it was probably Mollering. I'm not positive.
So it was a large group of people.
Yes.
And how often would this group meet?
I believe they try to meet once a week.
Now, there was also testimony that there was another rig, a smaller one, of 3 parties: Oliver North, Secretary Abrams, and a representative of the CIA. Was there another group that met regularly as well, focusing on Central American activities?
That's why I think I'm referring to the rig.
All right. So when the word rig is used in your mind, then it's this larger group that you've described?
Yes.
All right. Did Colonel North also meet on a regular basis with Secretary Abrams and a representative of the CIA relative to his activities and American policy in Central America?
I don't know. I don't recall that, sir. The only meeting I know that happened once a week, I believe, was the rig.
All right. And the rig was composed of more than 3 people?
I think it was. Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rodino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, the day that the shredding took place, I think it took place in the evening, however. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Late afternoon, early evening.
Afternoon or the evening?
Yes, I think I stated yesterday that my recollection was an early evening, but according to the calendar, I believe Colonel North met with Mr. Green at 5:30 that day, and I don't believe he returned. So it must have happened before 5:30.
Now, you stated that you were protective of the initiative. Were you also concerned with protecting individuals, named individuals, on those telephone logs?
I believe so, sir. I believe that probably if the phone logs had revealed General Secord and others, that the whole thing would have unraveled. I mean, it's like, why is General Secord coming here these amount of times, blah, blah, blah. And
had it occurred to you, Ms. Hall, that that day there were congressional hearings that were going to take place relative to this matter?
I believe I knew that the DCI was having hearings, but at the time, see, now I've reviewed my calendar several times with the independent counsel and also with the staff here on the Hill. At the time, I'm working at a very fast pace, sir. I put the appointment on the calendar. The next thing I'm doing is answering phones, et cetera. It just doesn't fall into sequence. I don't see the overall picture. I didn't connect them. As I've said before, I was a facilitator. I didn't look at the overall picture.
You do recall, though, that you entered into the logs the name of John Poindexter appearing before the committees of the Congress on the 21st.
I believe that appears there, yes, sir.
And your shredding of the logs had no connection with their appearance that day?
No, sir.
Ms. Hall, we've had testimony, and I'd just like you to clear this up because you testified that you didn't recall receiving an envelope from Shirley Napier. We've had testimony, however, to the effect that there were $16,000 that was included in mail that you receipted from Shirley Napier. Now, when you say you don't recall, are you saying that it didn't occur or you just don't remember?
I have testified that I do not recall, but I do not deny.
You do not deny that
I do not deny that she delivered a package to me and that it possibly contained $16,000. I don't recall or remember ever opening a package that contained $16,000. But I don't deny that the package could have been delivered to the office, could have been delivered to me.
Had Colonel North ever instructed you not to open any mail, any particular mail?
No, sir.
Do you recall ever having seen a photo album in Colonel North's office, or did you hear Colonel North talk about a photo album which contained photos of the operation of the Enterprise in Central America?
I have seen the photo album, sir.
Do you know whether or not Colonel North in any way ever indicated to you that he showed that photo album to the President?
I have no idea, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, you testified that one of your duties that you performed for Colonel North was to make his travel arrangements. Could you describe for the committee the types of traveling that Colonel North did, the frequency, the destination?
Colonel North traveled quite frequently in regards to the Iranian initiative and its efforts also to obtain release of the American hostages.
Were all of the trips official business?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone above Colonel North in the chain of command have to authorize his official travel, or could he do it himself when he just told you wanted to book him to go somewhere?
Absolutely not, sir. Colonel North was required to obtain authorization for every trip he made. And even, in fact, if he was to be outside of the office for just leave, he was given authorization for every trip that he made.
From Admiral Poindexter
From a
or
security
Mr.
advisor.
McFarland?
Yes.
Would you describe how the trips were paid for, the transportation, the per diem, expenses, et cetera?
Sir, often Colonel North's trips were done at the last minute, and the NSC procedure was that it required 5 days to get in advance, and therefore that usually wasn't the case with Colonel North's travel. So when he returned, he would fill out a voucher and be reimbursed for his travel by the NSC.
Did he fly by commercial or military or private plane?
I believe all his trips were done on commercial airliners, excluding the trip to Tehran, which was, I believe, done on a military aircraft.
All right. When he went to address potential donors to the Contras, did he use government travel?
I don't believe he ever visited contributors in any official manner outside. They always came to the office, sir. He never traveled to see contributors. I believe that he might have visited a contributor as a friend purely he took his family with him. It was as a friendly basis to become friends with the person.
You didn't know of any speeches he made to him outside of the White House?
Colonel North often made speeches to various groups. One was the Council for National Policy, I forget how his travel was covered by that. I'll have to think about that for a moment. I believe the council paid for that travel. If we got a memorandum of his travel, we could verify that. So I believe the Council for National Policy covered his travel to and from where their meetings were held, since he was a speaker.
And Ms. Hall, as far as we know now, the flurry of activity in the week of November the 17th to the 21st involved the preparation of a chronology, a presidential press conference on November the 19th, the clarification of the President's comments immediately after the press conference, a meeting to prepare CIA Director Casey to testify before the Senate Intelligence Committee. Now, all of these dealt exclusively with the Iran arms deliveries and the hostages. None of them had anything to do with the Contras. Attorney General Meese has said that he knew nothing about the diversion of funds to the Contras until Saturday or Sunday, November the 22nd or 23rd. And yet on Friday the 21st, the documents that Colonel North was altering, had you alter them, shredded them, apparently all dealt with the Contra activities. And do you have any idea why Colonel North was so concerned about Contra documents on Friday the 21st before the issue had come up with anyone else so far as we know?
I don't know, sir.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCullum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, I just have a couple of questions to clarify a few matters for the record, if I could. You've pretty well answered this, but I think it needs to be explicit. Has there ever been any indication to you that anyone higher than Colonel North ordered the shredding or alteration of documents on November 21st or knew anything about it?
I don't know, sir. I didn't ask Colonel North, and he didn't offer any information about why he was shredding or who had told him to shred, or perhaps if anyone had told him to shred. I can't bear any light on that. I don't know.
Nobody else you know of at all from any other source?
No, sir. Honestly, I don't know.
At any time, did you overhear Colonel North or anyone else say that they had personally discussed with President Reagan fundraising for the Contras?
I don't remember someone discussing it. I am aware that the President met with many of the contributors that contributed to the Contra effort. And I believe he might have met with some individually. I don't know.
But you don't ever recall overhearing anyone discuss their conversation with the President about the subject?
No, sir. It was my impression that he probably knew, but I don't remember.
All right. Let me ask you this. At any time, did you ever overhear Colonel North or anyone else say that they had personally discussed with President Reagan the diversion of monies from the Iran arms transactions for the benefit of the Contras?
No, sir.
At any time, did you overhear Colonel North or anyone else say that they had personally discussed with President Reagan any matter whatsoever concerning the Iranian arms deal and the hostage rescue efforts?
They had personally discussed. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
All right.
I'm sorry.
At any time, did you overhear Colonel North or anyone else say that they had personally discussed with President Reagan any matter whatsoever concerning the Iranian arms deal or the hostage rescue efforts?
Sir, there were several meetings, I believe, with the President on those issues.
That Colonel North had, right?
Yes, that he
Okay.
attended.
And he did mention to you the fact that he discussed these things with the President personally?
No, he didn't, sir. He attended the meetings. Colonel North attended the meetings in which the President was present, that those matters were discussed.
But other than those occasions, you do not recall any discussions that someone described to you with the President about the Iranian arms matters or about the hostage rescue efforts?
No, sir.
Okay. There's one figure in all of this who we have not discussed. You described for a number of people different relationships that Colonel North had with other figures in the government at the time. I don't recall you describing the relationship between Colonel North and Donald Regan. Could you do that for us?
I wasn't asked about it. Sir, I don't know what the relationship was specifically. Don Regan never called on the phone, or Colonel North never called Don Regan. I don't know that they ever met privately. Don Regan, as I understand it, was he took on as Chief of Staff a role that he decided that he attended every meeting. I believe he attended most meetings. He was included on the list of presidential meetings, etc. I wouldn't say that the relationship was close.
Did Colonel North ever express his views to you about Donald Regan?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you know who called Colonel North to tell him he was fired, or how he learned it?
No, I don't.
I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
A vote is pending in the House. There are 3 more members in the House side under the 5-minute rule, and I understand 1 senator. That senator is not here at the moment. May I suggest that we take about a 10 or 15-minute recess. The chair would like to complete its work this morning rather than come into an afternoon session. So the chair declares a 10 to 15-minute recess while the House votes. The joint hearings will resume. Mr. Boland.
Ms. Hall, you said that your concealing of documents on your person and taking them past security and out of the White House was motivated, at least in part, by a fear that they might fall into the hands of unauthorized parties. Is that correct?
That was my feeling, to protect live sources and that type of thing for the security of the country, rather than from a more, what some people might refer to as a more negative motivation. It was purely from that.
You gave those documents to Colonel North in the presence of Tom Green. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you presume that Green had a clearance sufficient to review the documents?
I did not assume that. I didn't give them to Mr. Green. I didn't show them to Mr. Green. I didn't talk about them with Mr. Green. I gave them to Colonel North.
You testified in a response to a question by Mr. Stokes that while you were not a policymaker, your working for Colonel North gave you some understanding of the Iran initiative and the Contra initiative. Is that correct?
A feeling of it, yes.
Did you know that Colonel North had directed the employees of the Department of Defense to assist the Contras in identifying the location of potential targets in Nicaragua?
No, sir.
Did you know that Colonel North had directed the employees of the Department of State to open a southern military front in Nicaragua?
I was aware of the fact that there was a southern military front, referred to, I think, as the Southern Front. I do not know that he directed the State Department to do so.
All right, thank you. Did you know that Colonel North had directed employees of the Central Intelligence Agency to assist in the resupply of the Contras with military equipment?
No, sir, I don't know that Colonel North directed anybody to do anything. I don't.
Who did it appear to you was directing Colonel North activities in behalf of the Contras?
Who is directing his activities on behalf of the Contras? Is that the question?
Well, the question is, you are aware, of course, that Colonel North was interested in the Contra problem. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And who did it appear to you was directing Colonel North activities in behalf of the Contras?
Colonel North worked for the National Security Advisor. I assume he took all directions, and I feel that he took all directions from the National Security Advisor.
Now, in another area, how often did Spitz Channel come by the office to see Colonel North from the time that you started to work for Colonel North in February of 1983? How often from that time to November of 1986 did Spitz Channel come by the office?
Maybe 15 or 20 times.
Was he in contact with Colonel North? Was Spitz Channel in contact with Colonel North frequently during that period of time?
I don't think it...
By telephone?
By telephone, I would say not. The visits were more than the phone calls. Mr. Channel, I'd like to say, was a very aggressive, persistent person, and often when Spitz would call, he insisted on talking to Colonel North, and I just told him that he was unavailable. And a lot of times, Colonel North did not have time to deal with Spitz Channel, and I would say, sometimes he was even frustrated with the numerous phone calls that came in from Spitz Channel. He did not take many of those calls. Like I've said before, I believe that Spitz Channel possibly visited the office 15 to 20 times, and I wouldn't say that they talked frequently on the phone. Spitz Channel called frequently, but they did not talk frequently.
Now, you testified that William Casey was an infrequent visitor to Colonel North's office. That's correct, isn't it?
Director Casey?
William Casey.
Director Casey has visited the office on 2 occasions, I believe, and that is it.
On the occasions, Ms. Hall, that he did come to the office, that Director Casey did come to Colonel North's office, was he accompanied by anyone?
Director Casey was always accompanied by bodyguards. But
now, Director Casey had an office in the EOB, too, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did Colonel North frequent Director Casey at that office?
I would not say that it was frequent. He has visited that office when Director Casey has called him down there. And I would say in the 4 years, I could be very wrong. I mean, there would be times when I might be out, but my best estimate would be 5 or 6 times possibly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hall, how strongly did you feel about the substance of our policy in Central America?
When you say our policy, I'm sorry,
The United States policy.
The administration's policy.
Yes.
I felt very strongly about it. I believed in the administration's policy to support the Contras.
And you felt that it was crucial to our nation's security to support the Contras?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Have you had that view for a long time?
I came to have that view after working on the issue for 4 years, which I think we're exposed to the facts in our office, and I believe that's a fair way to make your opinions.
Did you sit around and discuss the policy with Colonel North or others in the office?
We were too busy to discuss matters, sir.
The thing that's curious to me is if you felt that strongly about the policy, it seems to me that your answers yesterday may have some conflict with that feeling. You stated yesterday that you typed but did not read the substance of what you were typing, even very important memorandums. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
You weren't curious about important memorandums when you felt very important about the substance of the policy?
I was, sir, but as I've stated before, our office was extremely busy. I have testified that at one point I took a copy of the Tehran minutes in order that I might better understand in detail the initiative, In fact, I never got to read those minutes. I was too busy.
You didn't read them during breaks or after
Absolutely.
hours?
I didn't have breaks. We never had breaks.
How many hours a day did you work?
12 hours a day or more.
You stated yesterday that on repeated occasions you did not ask Colonel North about policy questions. You just didn't have time?
That's correct.
How did you pick up this strong feeling of supporting the Contras if you never read anything you typed and you never discussed it with him?
Sir, it's very easy. If you skim things, after 4 years, you're bound to pick up a feeling.
Did you read the newspapers? Did you
No, I never read a newspaper practically in 4 years that I worked for him. I never had time.
Didn't read the Washington Post even?
Sir, I didn't.
New York Times?
Sir, on very few occasions when Colonel North's name started appearing in the newspapers, I tried to clip the papers out, but I didn't have time to read the articles. In fact, I still have those at home, and I haven't read them.
Well, it seems to me if you didn't read the papers and you didn't discuss it and you didn't read what you typed, there must be some reason you developed, we haven't yet been told, to develop such a strong feeling on the substance of the policy.
Sir, I've said before that after working 4 years, 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, I wouldn't consider someone too bright if they didn't pick up something after doing all that. You don't have to read something in detail. I'm sure all of us have skimmed the front page of a Washington Post or a New York Times and got a feeling or a mood of what is going on in a certain article. You don't have to read the article in detail.
Did you have a great deal of faith in Colonel North personally? Did you like him and admire him?
Absolutely.
Did that have something to do with your support of the Contras, the fact that you had such a
No, sir. Me and Colonel North, I think, probably disagreed on some items. I wasn't solely a fanatic about Colonel North. I believe and admire him, and I'm a grown-up and adult, and I can form my own opinions and morals.
Did you ever tell him that anything he was doing was legal or questionable?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what's legal and what's not legal, sir.
Did you ever tell him that anything was either right or wrong, that you felt it was getting into an area of grayness or anything that was uncertain?
No, sir.
Never had any doubts about right or wrong in what you were doing?
Absolutely not.
Looking back on it, do you?
I think it was wrong of me to remove documents from Suite 302.
Do you think it was wrong for him to ask you to do so?
He didn't ask me to do so.
Do you think it was wrong for him to ask you to shred documents?
My feeling, someone said the unauthorized shredding of documents. When was it unauthorized? I don't know that it was unauthorized.
So you think everything you did
The office was secured on November 25th. The shredding took place on November 21st, sir.
The only thing you have any remorse about at all then is removing those documents?
Sir, I wish a lot of things could have been done differently. I wish that Congress had voted money for the Contras so this wouldn't have had to happen.
In other words, you wouldn't have had to shred the documents if Congress had gone on and done its job and voted aid.
I believe that, sir, I have no comment.
Have you talked, Ms. Hall, to Colonel North since you knew you were going to testify?
Absolutely not, sir. The last time I spoke to Colonel North was on Betsy's birthday, March 9th, 1986.
March 9th, 1986.
87.
87. Have you ever discussed with him in any way your testimony?
Absolutely not.
Has he ever given you any instructions or suggestions about what you should say?
No, sir, and I think that's clear in my testimony regarding my visit to Brendan Sullivan's office when he introduced me to Brendan Sullivan and said he was his lawyer and to tell him everything, that he was a friend.
Has anyone
And
else?
in fact, I did not tell Brendan Sullivan everything because I was still in my protective mode. I never received instructions on how to handle the situation.
Has anyone else in the executive branch of government given you any instructions about what you should testify to or any suggestions or helpful hints?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Hall, I'm informed that one other member is on his way and would like to ask some questions. While we're waiting for him, I want to thank you for your testimony on behalf of the committee. I think you're aware from the comments that have been made by members that we all appreciate the difficult circumstances in which you have been in and are in. You've certainly helped the committee, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to make some statements about Phase 1, which we are concluding of our hearings. If Mr. Jenkins comes in during my statement, then we'll return to him for questions. For the past 6 weeks, These committees have been meeting to try to find out what went wrong in the processes of the American government and why. We've heard about 110 hours or more of testimony from about 18 witnesses. Surely, it seems to me, these committees have heard some of the most extraordinary testimony ever given to the United States Congress. Let me mention a few things that stand out in my mind. An elaborate private network was set up to carry out the foreign policy of the United States. Private citizens, many with divided loyalties and profit motives, sold arms and negotiated for the release of American hostages. Private citizens were given top-secret codes and encryption devices and had access to Swiss bank accounts used for United States covert actions and operations. The President was involved in private and third country fundraising for the Contras. Wealthy private contributors were courted at the White House, solicited in coordination with government officials, and given what they told was secret information. American policy became dependent on the contributions of private individuals and third countries. The President approved the payment of fines, or funds rather, to terrorists to secure the release of hostages. Senior officials did not know and chose not to know important facts about policy. A national security advisor and an assistant secretary of state withheld information and did not tell the Congress the truth concerning U.S. involvement in the Contra supply operation and the solicitation of funds from third countries. When official involvement with the Contras was prohibited, officials of the National Security Council raised money, helped procure arms, and set up a private network to ship arms to the Contras. A United States ambassador negotiated an agreement with Costa Rica for a secret airstrip, and a CIA agent facilitated supply flights. An official designated by the Secretary of State as a loose cannon carried out highly sensitive negotiations to obtain the release of American hostages. He gave the approval of the White House to a plan to depose Saddam Hussein and to go to war with the Soviet Union in defense of Iran. This same official participated with others in an effort to rewrite chronologies, altered critical documents, and organized a shredding party to destroy those documents. And money from the sale of U.S. arms to Iran was diverted to the Contras and for the use of several private individuals. Money raised for the Contras was used to finance a DEA operation to seek release of hostages. Contra funds were also provided to Colonel North, perhaps even, although this is not proven, for personal use. What these committees have heard is a depressing story. It is a story of not telling the truth to the Congress and to the American people. It is a story about remarkable confusion in the processes of government. Those involved, whether public officials or private citizens, had no doubt they were acting on the authority of the President of the United States. At the outset, Chairman Inouye appropriately asked, how could this have happened here? The question now is, how can we prevent it from happening again? For me, these events raise several questions and concerns. First, our government cannot function cloaked in secrecy. It cannot function unless officials tell the truth. The Constitution only works when the two branches of government trust one another and cooperate. Policy failed here because the processes of government failed. As Mr. McFarland told these committees, when the President and the Congress cannot agree, to charge ahead is to invite disaster. Second, Privatization of foreign policy is a prescription for confusion and failure. The advancement of American national interest depends on the full use of the many resources of the United States government. We are ill-served when it is otherwise. The use of private parties to carry out the high purposes of government make us the subject of puzzlement and ridicule. Third, accountability, including personal responsibility, has been absent. My concern is not simply the accountability of funds, but accountability for policy. Who supervised Colonel North? Who was responsible for U.S. funds earned from the sale of U.S. arms? Who asked whether actions taken were lawful? Accountability requires supervision and acceptance of responsibility up the chain of command. High officials cannot look the other way or distance themselves from key aspects of policy or the actions of those they supervise. Accountability requires rigorous oversight by the Congress and a full exercise of the process of checks and balances under the Constitution. It requires, above all, the operation of the normal processes of government. These committees have heard a great deal during these past 6 weeks, and we've got much to reflect upon. When these hearings resume, later in June, probably June 22nd, with other witnesses, which we will announce later, my guess is that the committees will return to these themes: making the shared powers of the Constitution work, the privatization of American foreign policy, and the accountability and responsibility of public officials. I want to thank Chairman Inouye and Senator Redmond, the Vice Chairman, and the Ranking Member, Representative Cheney, and all of the members of the two committees for their extraordinary commitment and attendance and diligence at these sessions. And before we recess the hearings, I see that Congressman Jenkins has come in, but Congressman Jenkins, do you want to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, all the questions I intended to ask have already been asked.
Thank you, sir. The hearings stand in recess.
Next page, go. Okay, next week, we'll get on the rotation.
We got.
We get? All right. Thank you.